Part 2. Warrior. Chapter 11. Gwen's breath steamed in the frozen air as she looked down on the encampment of Saxon raiders settling in for the night. She was in a tree at the edge of a natural meadow. They were camped just inside the trees, where the smoke from their fire would be broken up by the branches, so that it wouldn't betray them. It was an orderly camp. That argued for a group that fought together regularly, with one man commander over the rest. They travelled lightly, no animals, one pack each, and their weapons. They camped properly, arranged around the fire, pine boughs and bracken over the boughs, laid out to keep them off the snow. The fire had been well made in a scrape, so that melting snow didn't overwhelm it and put it out. They thought they were alone in the wilderness, roasting their stolen sheep, counting over their loot. Which was, all things considered, not much. They'd managed to find one poor peddler, and had raided a single farmstead. It scarcely seemed worth the effort. They were bold or desperate to be making raids on her father's lands this deep in winter. Unless, of course, they were scouts for a larger force, and if that was the case, they were looking to see what defences were here once the snow fell, and hoping to drive well into enemy territory before any organized defence could move in. The more she considered them, the likelier that seemed. Probably they were counting on the fact that her father was known, still, for his skilled charioteers, and chariots did not travel in snow at all. But Gwen was not her father. She was her father's guard and right hand, and she had been schooled in a generation that was coming to rely on horsemen. More and more the king was listening to her recommendations, and at her urging he had gradually increased the strength of his cavalry over the past several years. His own near escape in the battle where Braith had fallen had shown him that chariots were of limited use, and even an actual hazard on broken ground. Now his chariots were mostly used for massed charges and rescues over good flat land. This year, for the first time, horsemen in his ranks had outnumbered chariot drivers by 2 to 1. Even the High King was taking notice of his tactics. She had a good idea what the Saxon leader was probably thinking, if that was a scouting force below her. Even if someone saw them and reported their presence back to King Llwyd, the winter would keep him and his warriors bound to their holdings. Meanwhile, the Saxon scouts could roam with impunity and bring back intelligence to the army in time for them to drive deep into this kingdom. Once there, it would be costly to dislodge them. This land was less populous than the area to the east, easier to take, easier to hold, and the Saxons actually tended to be decent to farmers that didn't resist them. If you could stay hidden until the worst of the fighting and looting was over, you'd likely survive. Saxon fighters didn't till the land and needed to eat. There was no point in killing the hands that would feed them, so farmers were generally safe. If they could take this country, they might have a better chance of holding it than the lands the High King was pushing them out of. Ah, but horsemen could go anywhere, regardless of the weather, so long as food for the horses could be found, and all villages within her father's lands were required to put in hay and keep it for the use of the cavalry in winter. That had been another of Gwen's suggestions, and she was unreasonably proud of it. It meant that the cavalry could get anywhere quickly, even in winter, unburdened by the need to bring fodder with them. The villagers were not doing badly by the policy. King Llwyd permitted the unused hay to be fed to local animals as soon as the snows melted, and until this year that was what had generally happened. Gwen wondered, as she crouched on her tree branch, if the pressure that High King Arthur was putting on the Saxons in the east was making them concentrate on him, and not even taking her father's reputation into consideration. Perhaps in concentrating on Arthur, they underestimated a lesser king, one who was old enough to be a grandfather to boot. The tree Gwen was in, though leafless, hid her perfectly. Not that they ever looked up, but she, in her white furs and grey clothing, merely blended into the snow-covered branches and the haze of leafless twigs. She had mastered the art of holding absolutely still for as long as she needed to. And there was, of course, that subtle magic that was all her own, the ability to will herself unseen. The ironic thing was that Arthur, by all accounts, would have been perfectly ready to accept the Saxons' surrender and alliance, would honour their rulers and their customs as he honoured those of his other allies, like Gwen's father, and Lot of Orkney and Lothian, and the king of Gwynedd. But they would have none of this, and so they fought him, lost, slunk back behind their shrinking borders, recovered, and fought him again. In more than 15 years since her father had sent out his levies, they still had not learned that lesson. This tree was not in the familiar hills that she had trained in and run over in her first years as a warrior. Over the last several years, Penguin, Calchiveneld, and Caer Celemion had come into her father's hands, and all peacefully. First had been Penguin. When those levies of so long ago had come home amid mingled rejoicing and grief, the young, very young ruler of Penguin had come with them, had seen Gyneth, and within a day even a fool would have known that the lad had lost his heart. From that moment the conclusion had been foregone, and because he was so young, his father fallen in that last battle, with the agreement of his own chiefs, he had given over governorship of his land to King Llwyd. He could have taken his throne by now, but he was not the least interested in having it back. Quarrels among the chiefs bewildered and upset him as a youngling, and as an adult they bewildered and exasperated him. He hated fighting, he hated having to judge men, and above all, he hated being looked to for answers. He was happier by far doing the work of a steward. He deeply understood the land and the farmers and herdsmen. He had an instinct for what would be a good year and what would be a poor one. Those who followed his advice prospered. And so, instead of ruling, he served as steward and seneschal for what had once been 4 kingdoms, adored his wife and his children, and was a blessing on King Llwyd's house. As for Calchiveneld and Caer Celemion, the entire ruling household of the former had been taken by a rheumy plague one winter, and the latter's king died within 1 hour of his son on yet another battlefield against the Saxons. Seeing how well and justly her father had dealt with Penguin, the assembled chiefs of both lands had come to him and begged him to accept their fealty. From the time of Gwen's 2nd year in warrior training to now, the little kingdom of Pwythyl had quadrupled in size. Which was why Gwen was perched in a tree in the winter, just inside the border of what had been Caer Celemion, looking down on the evening camp of a band of Saxon raiders. She had no mind to move just yet, not until it got darker. She was just as at home up a tree as under it, as cosy under a snow-covered bush as any rabbit, and so quiet and near invisible in her ghostings about that the men of her troop all said she truly was a white spirit. In fact, that was what the Saxons called her as well, except that they were sure she was a spirit in truth. "I should think about that," she reflected, as the odour of burned mutton came to her nose. "That could be very useful. There must be some ways to encourage them to believe I really am some vengeful phantom." Peda had been right, and so had Braith. She was Epona-touched. There wasn't a horse in all her father's herds that she couldn't ride. She took to weapons work with the same ease that Gyneth danced or Cataruna sang. Clearly she had been born to walk this path, and Pedder's careful weighing of her talents and physical abilities, his selective training, had made her the best scout in King Llwyd's entire army. Her father was not just indulging her. She was of great value to him doing what she was, and it was not as if he lacked for heirs, for Gyneth and her beloved Caradoc had already given him 5 living grandchildren. If that were not enough, Cataruna had graced him with 2 more. 4 years ago she had returned from the ladies of the Well, not only a lady full trained, but with a bard husband, who just happened to be one of the King of Gwyneth's younger sons, and well schooled to be forest lord to her Lady of the Fields in all the rights, which left Gwen free to do as she pleased, and what she pleased was to serve in peace as her father's right hand, and in war as his eyes and ears, and the eyes and ears of his army. She bent her ear to the rough talk about the fire. She had schooled herself in the Saxon tongue this past year and more, reckoning it would be useful both in questioning prisoners and in understanding things she was not meant to overhear. It was an ugly speech, harsh and guttural, having none of the lilting beauty of her own, the song of that used down in Cornwall, poetry of the Gaels, the measured grace of the languages of the East, or even the logic and cadence of the Latin it was said that the High King spoke. Cataruna's husband Ivan was the one who taught her all these tongues, and perhaps he had worked some special magic to put them into her head, for surely they came to her as easy as breathing. An overcast sky meant no sunset. The darkness thickened as the Saxons huddled closer to their fire, hacking chunks of mutton from the carcass spitted over the fire with their knives. They were going short for drink, it seemed, melting snow in a battered pot rather than seeking out a stream, and they were not happy about this thin drink either. There were muttered complaints, with unhappy looks cast at the man Gwen judged to be their leader. He was probably what passed for a lord among the Saxons, and one's lord was expected to furnish good food and plenty of it, along with presents and loot. There was not much to distinguish him from the rest, save for the wolfskin cloak he sported. He might be a little older, but all of them had much the same in the way of arms and armour: shield, spear, long knife, and a heavy leather jerkin. 2 had bows, the rest slings, but the leader had a sword. In fact, from the look of it, Gwen judged it was a Roman sword, probably looted, and possibly passed through several generations of owners. She liked the look of it. It was a proper Roman blade, so it was short by the standards of those her father's smiths made. That made it the perfect length for her. I should not mind being that sword's next owner. Then she chided herself. She must keep her mind on those men below, not on their possessions. The conversation around the fire was remarkably uninformative. The men seemed to be taciturn by nature, conversed mostly in grunts, and were uninterested in discussing the reason why they were here. The best solution would be to take 1 or more of them alive and beat the answers out of them. She'd learned all she could from them at this point. She needed to time when she ghosted out of the tree very carefully. There had to be enough light to see her way through this part of the forest and back to her troop, but not so much that the Saxons would see movement. "You think King Bear has aught men about?" one of them asked suddenly, looking around, as if he had sensed her eyes on him. She froze. The leader laughed. "Nay, he be a-casting himself on grave of the she-bear and her cubs, and weeping senseless. Mayhap he'll find his man-parts again come spring, but he's throwing up his apron o'er his head now." The others laughed as well, and the first speaker shook his shaggy blond head and went back to gnawing his mutton. So that was why they chose now. It made perfect sense, though she was more than a bit put out that these Saxons had better intelligence of what was going on at the High King's seat than she did. Word had come, just before they'd heard rumours of skulkers on the border, that Arthur's twin sons had died, and his queen had perished of grief for them. The details had been confused and muddied. Some said they'd been killed in a boar hunt, some that they had been murdered, and one grisly tale swore it was the king's own foster-brother, now his seneschal Kai, who had murdered them out of jealousy and in secret. That is, the tale ran, it was meant to be secret, but the head of the fairest had been sent in a box that only the murderer could open, and Kai, all unknowing, had opened it before the whole court. A boar hunt, well, that made some sense. They were just of an age to participate in such a dangerous pastime, and murder, well, that was possible, though less likely. But Arthur had a temper, and if it had been Kai, foster-brother or no, there would have been a fourth grave and a new seneschal. On the whole, she was inclined to think it was a boar hunt after all, since one of the few details of that version said that the king's favourite hound, Cabal, had died defending them. But there had been nothing more before Gwen and her troop had gone south and east as fast as their horses could take them. This was fresher news than she had, and she was heartily annoyed. But there was a certain feeling of grim satisfaction in hearing it too. So, the king was prostrate with grief, was he? Well, perhaps the carrion crows he had set to fly, when he'd had all those tiny babies killed, had come home to roost in the royal bower. Now he tasted of the grief he had given to so many. And if it was the Merlin that had given him that evil advice, well, it was too bad the Merlin couldn't sip from that same cup of gall. She could not help but think of her father and her mother, and the little brother that never got a chance to draw a breath. But that thought softened her bitterness. It had been said for many years now that this between Arthur and his queen was not only a marriage of state, but a love match, and she thought of her father sitting hollow-eyed in his hall, and thought of the High King doing the same, and her heart turned to pity him. But only for a moment. More movement below in the thickening dusk alerted her. All the men, except the leader, were settling onto their beds of bracken, their cloaks wrapped tightly about them. The leader had taken a seat with his back to the fire, scanning the open meadow, and as if the gods of the place had decided to favour her entirely, thick snowflakes began to drift down out of the blue-grey sky. She began to flex and stretch all of her muscles, from fingers to toes, warming them, and getting ready to move. And when she judged she was ready, she moved as slowly and deliberately as a tortoise, backing her way down the branch and then the trunk, making absolutely sure of every hand and foothold before committing her weight to it. It was the sort of climb that took great patience and a lot more strength than most might think, but she got quietly to the ground without the Saxon leader having even the faintest idea of her presence. She blessed the snowfall. She had been planning on pulling off her grey wolf-skin cloak and dragging it fur side down on the ground behind her for a while to muddy her tracks. Now she would not have to. There would still be tracks leading away from the tree, but it would not be possible to tell who had made them, and if she had more luck, at least one of the men would blunder about in there, looking for wood, and further churn up the snow. At this point, however, night was all but upon her. Now she had to turn to her other trick to find her way. With her left hand she reached for the trunk of the next tree just at shoulder height. Even though she had good night vision, she could barely make it out, dark against the white snow. She ran her fingers along the bark and found the little cut she had put there, pointing the way she should go. Step by slow and careful step, making sure to make as little noise as possible, she made her way from tree to tree, following her marks. She counted each tree that she passed, and when she had gone far enough, she took a deep breath and called like an owl 3 times. The answer came back. 3 calls, then a count to 5, then 4 calls. She followed the sound, pausing now and again to repeat her call and follow the reply. She had done this so many times in the past that she had schooled herself to patience. It only seemed as if it took forever to make her way through the snow-filled darkness. But at last she did. She hooted and heard the answer right beside her, and felt Aaron grip her elbow with one hand. She reached around and clapped him on the back, and the 2 of them made their way to the carefully concealed camp. She didn't speak until she squatted down beside the fire and accepted a fire-warmed stone to cradle in her hands. "Small raiding party of 6, she began, and made a succinct summary of everything she had seen and heard. "I think we're going to have to take them," she finished, "and get one alive to tell us what they're up to." The others nodded. "Try and ambush them in the morning," asked Aaron, "or see if we can find a better place to bring them down." "Morning would be best. They don't think there's any fighters out here, just the odd farmer. They're good enough not to let their guard down, but they're also not as alert as they could be." She let the heat from the stone soak into her. "I want to hit them before they have any inkling we could be here." She looked around her troop. 4, counting herself, but that should be enough. Aaron and Michael were the best of the archers. So they would be best put as first and last watch, so they had solid, unbroken sleep. "Aaron, first watch. I'll take second. Owain, third. Michael, last. Michael, wake us all at first light. We'll take them from the forest, and I only need 1 living." The other 3 nodded. Aaron wrapped his cloak tightly around himself and ghosted off into the night. They set a proper watch, regardless of conditions, with the sentry making irregular rounds outside the camp. She smiled to herself. She could not have asked for better men. The rest of them took heated stones from beside the fire and curled up around them to sleep. Like the Saxons, they had made beds of bracken to keep them off the snow. Tolerably comfortable, actually, especially situated as they were in the heart of a thicket, screened from wind and most of the falling snowflakes. Sleep when you can, eat when you can. Reminded of that second of the warrior's rules of the field, she rummaged out a lump of cheese and some cold rabbit from the common food pack. That was the one good thing about a winter campaign. Food didn't go bad. You didn't have to subsist on rock-hard journey bread and dried meat. If you had it in camp, you could take it with you for a good wholesome meal. She ate quickly and neatly, licked her fingers clean, then ate a handful of clean snow for a drink, curled up around her own rock, and went straight to sleep. Luck was with them. When the troop eased up towards the Saxon camp, 5 of the men were still asleep, and the 6th was nodding over his axe, his back warming at the fire. Gwen signalled all of them to leave the rightmost man alive. They nodded and spread out a bit so as to get a better field of fire. Her shot would be the signal to the other 3. She lined up 6 arrows point down into the snow, then put a 7th on the string. 7, always her lucky number. She pulled back her arrow, sighted carefully on the lookout, and let fly. The first missed, lodging in his shoulder, but before he could shout, her second took him in the throat. Her 3rd and 4th went into one of the sleepers, as 2 more arrows hit the sentry before he could slump to the ground. Her 5th and 6th went into the next sleeper, and her 7th into a 3rd. By that time, all of the men but the one she had designated as the one to save were feathered with 4 to 6 shafts, all without any of them uttering a sound. The last one woke by being kicked over by Aaron to find 3 sword points at his throat. He tried to get up and fight anyway. That didn't last long. He was lying down, and although his axe was at his hand, there wasn't much he could do before a vicious slash to his arm opened it up from wrist to elbow. Aaron was the best of them at sword work. He managed to keep from cutting the man open so badly he would bleed to death before they found anything out from him. Gwen had stayed well out of his line of sight, letting the men disarm him and tie him up. She had an idea. She didn't much like the result she had been getting from beating information out of prisoners. It tended to be wrong as often as right, and there was no way of knowing which. She'd talked this over with the troop this morning, and they had agreed with her on that point, and agreed to let her try something different. One of the things in her kit was powdered chalk. She used it to dust her hands with when she was going to attempt a difficult climb, or when she was unsure of her grip on a weapon. While the other 2 kept the prisoner busy, Aaron came over and helped her dust it all over her face. She held her breath to keep from inhaling any of it, then did the same with her bare hands. Then she took off her cloak and unbound her hair, and approached the prisoner from behind, naked sword in her white hands. Owain wrenched him around when she was in place and forced him to his knees so that he gaped up at the white-faced, white-haired, grey-clad virago glaring down at him. His eyes registered his shock. She smiled. "Do you know what I am?" she whispered in Saxon. She had reckoned that whispering would be more impressive than speaking. His mouth worked for some time before any words came out. The white ghost," he stammered, sweat starting all over his greasy brow. She leaned down slightly. "Yes," she breathed, "and I eat men's souls, the bodies I leave for my black chickens." As if on cue, several ravens, attracted by the red blood soaking into the white snow, and made bold by winter hunger, alighted in the tree branches above her, calling. She did not bother to keep the glee from her face. This could not have been timed better if she had planned it. His face had been white with pain and fear, but now every vestige of blood drained from it. She leaned forward a little more. "I have feasted upon the spirits of your companions," she said, narrowing her eyes and smiling as if sated, "and I am inclined to let you live, if you tell me what I wish to know." She straightened and allowed the smile to slip from her face. "You might as well," she added. "I will have it from you anyway." By the time the man fainted, he had told her everything he knew. Not a great deal, but it was enough. Indeed, this group had been advance scouts to test the borders of Pwythill, moving ahead of the Saxon army. As she had suspected, they were making a push here, but not only because of the pressure that High King Arthur was putting on the Saxon kingdoms in the east, but because they hoped to flank him by spring, and when his army rode out again, to cut it off from his lands and supplies. As her men looted the bodies, and she made a good trade with Owain, to whom the short sword had fallen, her longer blade for the Roman gladius, they discussed this. She glanced over at the unconscious prisoner, belting on the new blade. "I have an idea in mind," she said finally, as the other 3 debated the merits of trying to haul him back with them or killing him outright. The men broke off the discussion, which was getting a little heated, and gave her silence. "I'm thinking we should take off his thumb, so he's spoiled as a warrior, and turn him loose to make his way back to his lines." They stared at her in utter astonishment. "But why?" Aaron asked finally. But Michael had the answer already. "He thinks you be a thing uncanny, lady," the eldest of them said slowly, "and you be wanting him to take that back with him, that King Lloyd has some terrible spirit bound to his service. Ghost, fey, witch, any or all. It doesn't matter. The tale will grow in the telling." She nodded and looked to the other two. "What say you?" Aaron grinned broadly and spread his hands. "Peder'll be proud, girl. He'll wreak more havoc on his own with his tales than we could with 100 men." Owain finally chuckled. Aye, I'm for it." She wiped the chalk off her face with the fur of her cloak. "Right then, take the thumb so he can't use an axe or any other weapon. I'll not send another fighter back to them. Cauterize the stump and that wound in his arm, and leave him with food and water enough to get back to his lines. He'll leave a trail a blind man could follow. Aaron, you and Owain ghost after him. Make sure he actually gets there, and come back to our lines when you see the Saxon army, so we know where they are. Michael and I will get back to our people and report." Aaron gave the old Roman fist-to-shoulder salute some of the men, particularly those that had served with the High King, still used. It was the first time, however, that anyone had ever given it to her, and she felt warm inside. "As you will it, lady. 'Tis a privilege to serve you." That warmth stayed with her for the long miles back to the main camp, better far than any heated stone. Chapter 12. "Medrote is here." Those were the first words to greet Gwen as she and her troop rode into the camp of the small force her father had sent with her. Aaron and Owain had caught up with her easily enough. She and Michael had been taking their time, and Aaron and Owain had made sure to harry their Saxon along by making uncanny noises at night. The wound to his arm and the loss of his thumb were both painful, of course, but in the winter, after being cauterized, they were unlikely to fester, and were not going to slow down a seasoned fighter significantly. These Saxons were tough, and a seasoned fighter would have survived other, more serious wounds than that. According to the men, he hadn't even stopped to make camps. He'd make himself a warm nest with whatever he could find when it was too dark to keep going, sleep till dawn, and move on as if demons were after him. "Or as if you were," the men had joked. He had stumbled into his own army within 3 days, and that was when Aaron and Owain turned back and put on all speed. The weather had remained good, and the snow was not too deep. Her father's sturdy horses made good time in it. So they knew now where the Saxon army was, and that it was waiting for word from the scouting parties, for the ones they had come across were surely not the only ones. And Gwen had done something which she hoped would make the night a hell of fear for any more small groups the Saxons would send out. The white phantom was hunting them, the fair apparition knew them, and being unsure if she was mortal magician or fey, or even some bloody-handed goddess, they would be looking for her in every shadow. It gave her great satisfaction to imagine them so, and she knew men on campaign. They were greater gossips than any girls. The tales would only grow in the telling. If the commanders were foolish enough to forbid their men to speak of the white phantom, it would only inflame them further. Gwen and her men rode into the camp on a bright, crisp, sunny afternoon, having made all speed with their news, and she knew, thanks to her work, that a messenger sent to her father would have a substantial force here in plenty of time to give the Saxons second thoughts about invading. Her spirits were high, and with good luck she would see some fighting. Above them was a sky of cloudless perfection. Before them was the camp, laid out in ordered rows. "Roman style," was what Peder said, though he would never ever have used those words to her father. But Gwen now knew exactly what he meant. The Romans had perfected the art of making a defensible camp, and High King Arthur was not above using that art. King Llwyd's war chiefs and captains had learned it from him, found it good, and adopted it. Such a camp could be made in much less than half a day in summer. In winter it was oddly much easier. Square in shape and surrounded by a ditch and wall system, it was possible to make snow walls higher and faster than dirt or brush walls, and in place of a ditch, simply making a fast fire of brush, allowing the snow to melt and freeze into ice, served the same purpose. There was an entrance to the camp in the middle of each of the 4 walls, guarded night and day. The tents and pavilions inside were arranged in orderly rows. Every tent was always in the same place in every camp, and if those tents were not as uniform as the ones that the Roman army had once had, at least it was possible to know exactly where everyone was in the camp. In the event of an attack, that was vital. This wasn't a huge force or a huge encampment, not like the big Roman ones, which had held tens of thousands. Only a couple hundred. Just enough for hit-and-run delaying tactics in case there had been a Saxon army actually marching across the border. It looked very peaceful, with the horses picketed neatly, the stacks of hay brought from the nearby village, each man with his cook fire going. Almost like a village in itself. But peace was not what they were here for, and she knew the others were chafing for some fighting just as much as she was. Strange thing about winter. Some people nearly went mad with inactivity, and some just contentedly drowsed the dark days away. She, it seemed, was one of the former. The ambush of the scouting party had only whetted her appetite for more. But her good humour came plummeting down when the first person she met, aside from the sentry that challenged them, was Peder, who greeted her with those warning words. Medrote, son of Lot of Orkney, now 18 years old. The only person she wanted to see less than Medrote was the woman he had married, her sister Gwenhwyfar, which of course utterly ruined her mood. She pulled her horse up. He was not happy about being halted so close to his picket, and that lovely, lovely hay, and he curveted restlessly, despite his weariness. Peder stepped back from him. This was her war-horse, Rhys, one of her father's famed greys. It was not safe to be too near those hooves and teeth if a mood was on him. "What is he doing here?" she demanded sharply. There was no need to mince words with Peder. Her old mentor knew exactly how she felt about the little pest. She had good reason for her dislike. It had all begun 5 years after Anne Gors had taken little Gwen off to foster. The Queen of Lothian and the Orkneys had been making a state visit to the High King, which was a politic thing to do every so often, and had made sure to include in the journey a long pause at Castell y Llwchlas, so that little Gwen could be with her family. And it had been unpleasant enough to have Gwenhwyfar swanning about, trying to lord it over Gwynedd, and not doing a bit of work, but making plenty. But that was not the end of the unpleasantness, for Anne Gors had brought Medrote with her. Now, when this planned visit had been announced, Gwen had thought that her worst difficulty was going to be with the Queen herself again, and attempts to work magic on King Llwyd. After all, this visit might just have been another excuse to lure her father into marrying Morgana again. Morgana was 5 years older now, and still unwed. Pwythyl was 4 times the size it had been. King Llwyd had been a tempting prize before. Now he was a brilliant one. But she made no attempts to work magic, and old Bronwyn was watching her like a cat at a mouse-hole. Not only Bronwyn, but Gwynedd and just about every other woman that had been involved in the thwarting the Queen the last time. It was not Anne Morgause that caused any difficulty, it was Gwenhwyfar, and that was merely petty. Gwen managed to avoid everything but feelings of irritation, and if it had only been that, the visit might have been inconsequential enough. Except for Medrawt, it was absurd that it was a 5-year-old child that troubled Gwen, yet trouble her he did. Gwen had disliked him as an infant, and in her opinion 5 years had not improved him. He was simply nothing like a normal child. He was thin, preternaturally agile. He looked more like an adult that had somehow been shrunk into a miniature size than like a child. He didn't play with other children. He didn't play at all. He was either somewhere doing secret things or, well, not underfoot exactly, but always there nonetheless. His mother seemed to allow him to go where he wished and do as he pleased without supervision, and for some reason he decided that what he wanted was to attach himself to Gwen. He followed her about as much as he could, always watching her. He'd have followed her everywhere if she hadn't figured out that there were places he wasn't welcome, like the stable and the practice grounds. Horses disliked him, as did dogs, and a small child was forbidden from being on the practice grounds. It was too dangerous. There at least she could escape him. She could not account for how he made her feel, since no one else seemed to have that strong a reaction to him. She couldn't help herself. With his smooth cap of black hair, his thin little face, and those flat grey eyes that seemed to be looking for secrets, he made her skin crawl. She couldn't escape him at meals, though, nor any other place where he knew she was supposed to be serving as page or squire. He never said anything to her, never interrupted her. He would simply be there, tucked into a corner, staying out of the way, and he just kept staring at her. That is, that was what he did, right up to the point where the Queen's party was due to leave. That night, as she was serving the men, and had gone to refill her ale-jug, she felt a grip on her elbow, and looked down into his flat grey eyes. "I am going to marry you," he announced, a command, a princely command, from a prince to a servant. It was not the way a normal child would have said such a thing, with the silly baby love some little boys got with a pretty woman, or in the manner of a joke, or even as if it was something he had overheard his mother discussing and was parroting. It was imperious. It sounded as if it was something he had decided for himself without any coaching from Anne Morgause, and he spoke the words as if he and they were very, very certain. It made her skin crawl. She stared at him, then laughed uneasily. She decided that the best way to deal with him was to act as if he was, well, a child, even if he wasn't acting like one. "Go away, infant," she replied with a lift of her lip, "or I will tell your mamma that you have gotten into the mead, and you are making up lies and silly tales. You are too young to think of marriage, and even if you were not, I am not for your marrying." She pushed past him and went back to her serving, but could not help the strange chill that went up her back. The relief she felt when they were all gone on their way was so intense it seemed to brighten everything around her for days. The second time she saw him he was 10, and the years had not changed him, except to make him taller and more uncanny. At 10 he was a full 2 heads taller than any other child his age. He was Gwenhwyfar's great pet, and Anne Morgause's pride. By this time Cataruna was back, established as the Lady of Llwyd's lands, and the Queen sought her out on all possible occasions in order to discuss matters of magic. For the most part, Gwen had very little to do with that, but it was impossible to avoid some of it. Anna Morgause expected great things from her youngest child, and went on at great length about how powerful magically the boy was. "If I have no daughters, the gods have chosen to give me a son as gifted as any girl," she asserted, and Cataruna, somewhat reluctantly Gwen thought, agreed. At the time, Gwen wondered if that was what made her so uneasy around him. Men's magic was that of the Druids, who didn't have to do with the warriors. Maybe it was that unpredictable vision of hers that was trying to tell her that the child was strong in such things. But after only a day, she knew it was not that. It was that Medrawd was obsessed, unnaturally obsessed, with her. At least this time he did not follow her about, but every time she was near him, she was acutely conscious of his eyes on her. More than once she had the suspicion he was trying to work some sort of magic on her. As mad as it would have been in anyone else, she had more than a suspicion that he had not given up his idea of marrying her. But if he was trying to bespell her in any way, it didn't work. Horses still disliked him, and she had every reason to be with her horses now. She was training her new war horses, two of the best greys from her father's herd, Rhys and Pryderi. They were her sole care at the moment, for she was about to join the ranks of the real fighters, and would need her war horses. Anna Morgause was there for more than just a familial visit. This time, however, her designs were not on King Llwyd, and Morgana had not come with her. No, she had other plans entirely, although they did involve marriage with the king's family. By the time she came away, Gwenhwyfar had been handfasted to the repellent boy. They would be formally betrothed in a year, and married when he was 14, and Gwen had strong hopes she would never have to see him again. After all, Orkney was far from Pwythyl. The boy was anything but a warrior, and he was to be married to her sister, which should put an end to his uncomfortable obsession with her. No such luck, it seemed. And, once she reported in, it seemed her luck was out even further. "Prince Medrawd wishes to have speech with you," she was told by the war chief, in a tone of voice that said, "And you had best go see him now." Evidently Prince Medrawd was considered a personage of importance now. Reluctantly she made her bow to her commander and went to find him. It wasn't hard. All she had to do was look for the showiest pavilion. It stood out in the encampment, with its decorations of red and black leather, its banners, and its utter new perfection. No one else had such things. The tents here had weathered many campaigns in all conditions and seasons, and looked it. And, of course, there he was. He was wearing all black. Black cloak, black trews, black boots, black tunic. The only relief to the black was the silver penannular brooch holding the cloak closed at his throat. It was expensive, all that black. Black faded and needed to be re-dyed often. His was perfect. He was making sure he would be noticed. He invited her in, as his bodyguards stood one on either side of the tent entrance. The very idea of going into his tent made her want to turn and find her horse and ride as far away from him as she could. She demurred politely, though. He was a prince of Lothian and the Orkney Isles, and she was a princess of Pwythyl. "I would not inflict my person on you at this moment. I'm straight from the field, and I stink of horse, Prince Medrawd. And blood," she added, although she was rather sure that it wasn't the blood that would bother him.
Sure enough. "You do smell of horse a bit," he said, wrinkling his nose. "I wanted to tell you of the news from my court in a more private surrounding, but—"
His flat grey eyes did not warm with humour or with anything else.
"Well, everyone will learn this soon enough, from my servants, if nothing else, so no harm if we're overheard, I suppose. First of all, my mother is dead."
He announced this in the same matter-of-fact tone that she would have associated with "I've killed a deer," or "one of the watchdogs died." So for a moment she was so utterly taken aback that it took her a while to stammer out, "My condolences, Prince."
"Oh, don't bother. The cow got what she deserved,"
he said, his eyes finally glinting with cruelty, which took her so by surprise that she actually lost her breath.
"2 of my brothers, Gwenhwyfar and Herwin, found her with a lover. Somehow they were all too thick to realize she's had more lovers than a queen bee, but this time they caught her in the middle of making the 2-backed beast. They killed her and him." He shrugged. "He was the son of one of the High King's allies, so there will be trouble over it, I expect. But it was the price of stupidity, and she was getting more stupid every year. Eventually someone was going to catch her, and if it had not been my brothers, it would have been someone else that King Lot could not ignore. Even if it was him that was being her pander, more than half the time. She had the appetite of a cat in season. My Aunt Morgana has more sense than the lot of them put together."
Gwen was so shocked all she could do was stare at him.
"But that's not why I'm here," he continued. "I'm going to my father's court to present myself to him now that she's gone, and you should hear that from me."
She blinked, unable to understand. "Haven't you just come from there?" He curled his lip again and gave her a look of disgust.
"Not Lot's court. My father's court. My blood father."
When she failed to understand, he heaved an exaggerated sigh. "Arthur." Her jaw dropped. "Arthur?" she repeated stupidly. He nodded with some satisfaction at her shock.
"And now that there's no little princes in the way, I expect my dear blood father will be pleased to see me. He has no obvious heir, after all. His other sons also seem to have tragically short lives. So, I need you to promise me some things. Morgana gave me some good advice, and I am going to take it. First, I don't want Arthur to know I'm wedded to your sister. At least, not just yet."
Not that she was going to get anywhere near the High King to tell him, but "Why not?" she managed.
"I'm trying to replace his sons. I'd rather he thought of me as a helpless little lad whose mother has just been rent from him. Someone in need of pity, comfort, and guidance from someone other than King Lot."
Somehow, in that moment, Medrot changed. In an instant, his face seemed to grow rounder and softer, his eyes larger and brighter, and infinitely sad. His lower lip quivered ever so slightly. In the next moment he was back to his normal self, as always, looking like a kind of miniature man, with eyes that belonged in the hardened face of someone like Pedda, if Pedda had had no conscience at all.
"You can see how being married would interfere with that," he pointed out.
She nodded, finding herself agreeing with him, although she really did not want to.
"Second, don't tell anyone I have the gifts."
His eyes bored into hers.
"That's something no one at the court needs to know. Ever. I don't want the Merlin to know, nor the ladies. I've had good training at Morgana's hands. She has promised me more as I need it, and I don't feel as if I need to undergo it all over again."
Again she nodded.
"Good. Thank you, fair sister," he smirked. "Fair indeed. I hear they have taken to calling you White Ghost, that you frighten the Saxons, that they think you are some uncanny creature out of the spirit world or the realms of the elves."
She had felt so proud of that, but it felt so foolish when she heard him say it. "There's no accounting for what soldiers will say," she replied harshly. "The Saxons don't believe that a woman can be a warrior, so they have to have some foolish explanation about why and how I can best them. It doesn't matter to me what they think I am. I do my job, and I am good at it."
"So you are," he replied, somehow making it sound as if he meant the opposite. "And of course there is nothing magical about you at all. Now remember, keep my secrets."
"I will," she replied, and he turned and went rudely back into his pavilion, dismissing her as if she had been a churl and he— well, he was a prince, rather more than just any prince, if he hadn't been lying, Arthur's son. She didn't put it past him to lie, but somehow she didn't think he had this time. She turned her back on his tent and went off to her own tent, and the single camp servant she shared with her troop, intending to get something to eat. Most of the men did their own cooking over their own fires. She had always found it better to forego some of the duties her servant would have done in order to make sure that everyone under her command was properly fed. And it was only as she was sitting with her troop, alternating bites of hard camp bread soaked in the gravy of the ever-present stew with bites of the stew itself, that many things she had already known suddenly fell together into a pattern. That Medrote, as a baby, had looked as if he had been born before his time, because he was born before his time. That he should have been born at the same time as the High King's twin sons. At the same time as Ellery's son, she thought, and hastily shoved the thought away. But that meant he had been conceived at the time of the great rite, at the very wedding, the celebration that Lot and Anna Morgause had travelled to in order to pledge their fealty. And that was when the world went to white about her, as it had not for many, many years. The bowl and bread fell from her nerveless fingers, and she heard, as if from a great distance, Owain and Aaron shouting, and felt hands catching her. But that was of no matter, because of what she was seeing. Anna Morgause, alone in a luxurious tent, lit by a dozen candles, and much younger than when Gwen had last seen her, working, well, magic. Some sort of magic. Impossible to mistake it, when the whole tent glowed with power, when there was a knife of white bone in her left hand, and one of black flint in her right, when there was a tiny cauldron steaming over a charcoal brazier at her feet, and when there was a litter of small objects around that cauldron. Most of what she was doing was hidden by the woman's body, the woman's nude body. But when she turned, Gwen could see that she was written all over with signs and symbols in what could only be the blood of the black cat that lay dead on the floor of the tent beside her. And she had turned because a man had come into her tent. He was tall, handsome, with a warrior's body. He was somewhere between dark and fair, and with a young man's beard. He moved as if he was walking in his sleep. Anna Morgause smiled and drew him to her. The High King. It must be he, though Gwen had never seen him. Then there was a moment of darkness. When it cleared, It was Anna Morgause, surrounded by women, now in a stone-walled room, another brazier burning brightly, crying out in the throes of giving birth. And at the same time, overlaid onto Anna Morgause, Gwen saw another woman, a second woman, in another stone-walled room, fair-haired as Gwen herself, and even in the middle of her travail, beautiful, also giving birth. Darkness passed across her eyes again. Again it cleared. And then she saw a new scene, a single bright space in the midst of the darkness. In the centre of that, the same enormous serpent she had seen fighting the bear, striking at two handsome young man-boys who must have been Medrote's age. They fell dead without a cry. And then she found herself lying on the snow, with men around her, anxiously looking her over for some sign of sickness or a hidden wound, patting her face, putting snow to her forehead. It was Aaron who saw the sense in her eyes. "Thank the gods you're back with us," he exclaimed, and before he could say anything else or try to prevent it, she struggled herself into a sitting position. "I won't say I'm all right, but I'm not ill and not injured," she assured them. "This is it's part of Epona's touch on me, I think. I see things. Not often. This is the first time in years. It's harmless enough." She let Peder chafe her hands in his because she was cold from lying in the snow. And she considered what she might say. "It was something Prince Medrote said to me, the bloody news he brings to the High King. His mother's been kinslain by his brothers. Anna Morgause is dead. I saw it happen. I suppose Epona wished me to act as a sort of witness to such a terrible deed, in case a witness was needed." That was enough to shock them all into silence, and take their minds off her for long enough for her to get to her feet. "Let me get some drink and food into me, since I've managed to drop what I had." Peder came out of his shock first. "Aye, lady, and I'll have someone put a hot stone in your bedroll, and when you've done with the food, you'll be going there. I know a little about these matters. When your sister does a seeing, she needs rest after. You're no different, and you should do the same. Your father would have all our heads if summat was to happen to you. Do I need to find a lady?" He looked so worried over her, she wanted to pat his head and tell him kindly not to be such an old hen. But she didn't. For one thing she knew that, like her sisters, like Guinevere, she looked absurdly young, a fact that caused her much irritation when those who did not know her treated her as if she was merely Medrote's age and barely more than a squire. For another, her head really was still swimming, and for once it was nice to be cosseted. She shook her head. "This will be something they already know, I think," she said truthfully. The ladies had ways of seeing these things that were more reliable than her own unpredictable visions. "And I'll be fine. I just need to sleep." "Sleep you'll have. I'll make it right with our commander," Peder promised. And then, when she had eaten what she could, he escorted her to her little tent himself, and saw to it she was rolled up in the now warmed furs and blankets. As she settled in, another unpleasant thought occurred to her. Those infants that Arthur, or the Merlin, through Arthur, had ordered murdered. What if the reason he had done such a terrible thing was that he had been trying to be rid of Medrote? She could almost forgive him, if that was the case. Medrote as a child made her want to shove him down a well. Medrote as a boy-man made her want to run to some land where he could never, ever go, or shove him down a well and fill the well in after him. What would he be like as a man grown? As the High King's son? Well, it wouldn't matter. He was married to little Gwen. He wouldn't bother her any more. She honestly could not remember what she had felt like the first 2 times this had happened to her, but she had a killing headache now. It made it hard to think. She reached for the skin of mead that Gyneth had insisted she take, not to drink for pleasure, but as medicine at need. It was her mother's special recipe, and Gwen reckoned that if it calmed anger, it might just calm a headache too. She gulped down a good tankard full, and after a while the headache did ease, and she felt muzzy-headed and sleepy, and then she slept dreamlessly.
This is the end of the CD. The audiobook continues on the next CD.
Chapter 13. The scouts, Gwen's troop among them, had been ghosting about the Saxon army camp for a week. Ghosting was the right word, too, because it had soon become clear that Gwen's trick with the Saxon they'd let go was bearing fruit all past expectations. No one ventured outside the bounds of the camp at night. Even by day, no one went alone. 3 spies had been sent in under the guise of selling the Saxons grain. They came back out again with a cart full of loot that had been traded for the food, and a much richer store of camp rumours. As a consequence, all the scouts had taken to doing what they could to add to the rumours of the White Phantom. Cries and screams in the middle of the night, for instance. Not too often all the Saxons would get used to them. And nothing that was obviously masculine either. But there were a couple of lads whose voices hadn't broken yet, who could manage a very convincing female laugh or sob, and young as they were carefully shepherded to the edge of the Saxon lines to give their little serenades. When Gwen herself got involved, the nights got even more interesting. Since she knew Saxon, and seemed to have exceptionally keen ears, she would linger around a particular section until she had picked up on someone's name. Then, in the middle of the night, she would utter a blood-curdling wail, ending in the words Horsa, or Ordulf, or Cydric, or whoever's name she had picked up. "Tomorrow I come for you." She tried to pick very common names, the better to give fate a hand in giving her a victim, and more often than not, fate gave her one. Where there were armed and edgy men, there were always accidents and quarrels. Where there were armed, edgy men, convinced that a supernatural agency was after them, the accidents and fights were fatal or near fatal as often as not. A man who is sure he is going to die will do so even from a minor wound. By the time the king's full force arrived, it was a full moon again, and Gwen had been emboldened enough to show herself. Never for long. There was no point in risking a lucky bow-shot, but by now she and her scouts knew every inch of land around the Saxon camp, and they could, in the shifting clouds and moonlight, make miraculous appearances and disappearances. So at one moment a hilltop would be empty of all but moonlight, then suddenly a sentry would shout in fear, for the White Phantom was there, silver rider on silver horse, staring down at the camp. Then a cloud would obscure the moon, and when the Saxons looked again, she was gone. It was very effective. And by now there were desertions, not many, but enough to make the commanders angry, and angry commanders faced with desertions often make poor decisions regarding the treatment of their men. When you added to that the fact that those same men were not eating as well as they expected, had not had much loot, and their lords were running out of presents. So it was that once King Hlöyd's men were rested and ready to deal with the Saxons were not nearly in as good a condition to deal with them. The night had been an active one for Gwen and her troop. With a good moon and intermittent clouds, they had taken full advantage of the circumstances to bedevil the Saxons almost up until dawn. There had been little sleep in that camp, and the lot of them had taken to their bedrolls with weary satisfaction. A few more nights like this one, and the Saxons would be falling asleep on the battlefield. She woke to hear a great commotion in the camp, and she was on her feet with her sword in her hand and her blankets cast aside before she realized that this was not the sound of an attack. Men shouted orders, but not in the tone of voice that indicated trouble. Horses were clearly being brought in and picketed. It sounded as if a substantial addition to King Lloyd's troops had arrived. Well, any additions are welcome. She couldn't for the moment think who would have been able to muster out winter fighters, but it didn't matter. She would find out soon enough, since she had best pull on a good tunic and present herself to welcome them. She might not be a general, and her actual rank was low among the officers, but she was King Lloyd's daughter, and as such it would be an insult not to greet and thank the new arrivals. Her servant was of the same mind, for even before she had started to shiver, he came diffidently into the small tent, prepared to wake her if need be, with her best leather trews and embroidered wool tunic in his hands. She laughed at his relief. She was not known for waking gracefully, and pulled the clothing out of his grip. "Go wake the others," she ordered. "I'll be ready quickly." She normally kept her hair tightly braided and clubbed like a horse's tail, so it was tidy enough not to need combing out and rebraiding. She cast aside what she had been wearing, smelling of horse and sweat as it probably was. The grey wool trews and leather tunic could use a good beating and cleaning in snow, and the linen shirt could stand a boiling. She hopped from one foot to the other, shivering as the cold air bit at her, dressed again from the skin out in good clean linen and woolen hosen, then pulled on the trews and wriggled into the tunic. She reflected wryly as she did so, but among the captains, war chiefs, and generals, she was going to stand out as much as that pest Medrote had. The trews were white doeskin, and the tunic, unlike the festal garb of most of her father's folk, was not a checkerboard of bright colours, with contrasting bands of embroidery at hems and neck. Her best tunic was light grey, with silver and white bands. Somehow, she realized, she had come to have most of her clothing made in these colours, as if she was trying to live up to her name. And, thank the gods, it was so stark as to give her too youthful face a more serious cast. There was nothing she could do about the fact that her cheeks were not scarred, browned by the sun, weathered by the wind. Nor could she change that she had not so much as a sign that she was more than old enough to be a mother 6 times over by now, 25, and she looked 16 at best. But at least she could look as serious and remote as a vengeful spirit. Bah! It is more that I am trying to look as unlike Gwenhwyfar as possible, she thought, a little crossly. Her sister, the last time she had seen the chit, was as profligate in her love of opulent showy dress as Medrote was, except she did so in colours rather than stark black. Well, no matter. All things went to serve a purpose, and she would stand out, which was good, but not in an ostentatious way, or as if she was seeming to try to, which was also good. And the clothing had been laid up in lavender and meadowsweet, so she would smell less of horse than usual. She opened the small chest that held her few jewels, bound the silver fillet around her brow, got out her silver torque with the horsehead finials and put it on, and fastened her cloak, not with her old bronze brooch, but with the silver epona brooch that had been the latest gift from her father. Stamping her feet to settle them in her soft boots, she pushed aside the tent flap and headed in the direction of the tent of War Chief Urien, who was the chief of all her father's generals. That was where newcomers of importance would be taken. It was the largest tent in the encampment, and that was needful, since outside the hours of sleep it had to house the table where the maps were laid and strategy made, and in the hours of sleep had to hold Orien's entire personal band of companions, some 20 men in all. Companions of this sort were men who did nothing other than hold themselves ready to fight. They held no lands and got all their substance from their chief. This was a Saxon custom not often found among Lloyd's folk or the other tribes north of where the Saxons held sway. But Arthur had adopted the practice, making the sons of his under-kings into his band of companions, and setting them, it was said, about a round table that had neither head nor foot, as a sign that there were no greater or lesser men among them, that all were equal. Shrewd, that was. Supposedly he had got the curious table, which must have been enormous, as part of his queen's dower. His now dead queen. To think I envied her as a child. At any rate, Urien followed the High King's example, and Lloyd saw no harm in his doing so, though he himself did nothing of the sort. Having to haul around so large an expanse of canvas and hide was a nuisance, but Gwen was glad of the shelter and relative warmth in this winter campaign. Outside the tent was all astir, with men coming and going with purposeful looks and brisk paces. She winced a little at the bright light, being out so much at night. She smiled to herself, thinking she was as sensitive to the sun as the spirits she was imitating now. She did not have to push her way through the crowd, even though she was a good head shorter than most of them. Those that did not personally know her made way for her anyway. After all, there were not that many women warriors in this camp. The fact that Lloyd's daughter was the head of the scouts was widely known, and dressed as she was, there was no mistaking who she was. She pulled aside the tent flap and entered unannounced. Inside, the great table had been set up, and the hide maps that she and her scouts had drawn up laid over it. All of the war chiefs and generals had gathered about this table, and all of them were listening with rapt attention to a young man not much older than she. He had plainly come straight off his horse and into this meeting. There was horsehair no servant had yet brushed off, clinging to his cloak, and his dark hair was all sweaty and askew from the helmet he had taken off and set aside. He was still in armour, too, chestnut-coloured leather breast and back plate over softly gleaming chain mail that she immediately craved, in a way that she had never craved fine gowns. He was not handsome, his face being too craggy for beauty, but it was full of intelligence and character, and his voice was as worth listening to as that of any bard. "And obviously, as I'm sure you have already seen, we want to find a way to force them up this slope," he was saying, as he arrayed handfuls of wooden counters representing the Saxons onto the map. "It's not so steep they'll even think twice about charging it, but every time we force them to charge, they'll be labouring not only against the snow, but the slope. We'll tire them further. The trick will be to get our men to hold and not answer their taunts," Urien replied with a frown. He was a big man, looming over the newcomer, and yet his posture bespoke a willing subservience. Whoever the young man was, Urien was giving him pride of place without in the least resenting it. As dark as Urien was, and as bearded, he looked like a great bear in his fur cloak. "The good gods know I favour Roman tactics, but our men are not Roman soldiers." He looked up, spotted Gwen standing diffidently in the door, and motioned to her to come forward. "Lancelin, this is Princess Gwenhwyfar, daughter of King Lloyd." The young man looked up, and Gwen found herself the focus of a pair of the bluest eyes she had ever seen in her life. He had the direct gaze of a hawk, with a challenge in it that melted away when he smiled. "My lady," He came from around the table and bowed to her. "Your reputation precedes you." She flushed, but did not look down as a maidenly girl would. No point in giving him any reason at all to discount her. "Your courtesy seems equalled by your grasp of strategy, sir," she replied, with an inquiring look at Orion. "If you can hold War Chief Orion's full attention, you must be cunning indeed."
"Gwen, this is Lancelin, the High King's best strategist,"
Orion replied in immediate answer to that look. He beamed. Gwen blinked a bit in surprise. Orion must feel that the young man's mere presence was a kind of honor.
"Arthur sent me in place of himself," Lancelin added.
A shadow of something, disapproval, uncertainty, passed over his face.
"And as many of his cavalry as could be mounted and sent in haste. This is an unprecedented push, and the High King wants a decisive blow struck against the Saxons, one that they will not forget soon. Arthur himself—"
He trailed off. It was Orion who laughed coarsely and completed what Lancelin would not say.
"Arthur is trying to replace his heirs, having already replaced his queen,"
Orion said, with just the hint of a leer.
"Another Gwenhwyfar, can you believe it? Gwenhwyfar, daughter of Gwythiar, son of Grediawl. I suppose, having had such luck as to get twins with one fair apparition, he decided to try another."
The rest of the men chuckled as well, and Gwen made an amused and wry face. They had long since ceased to treat her as anything other than a fellow warrior, and as such she shared in their jibes and bawdy jests. And again, an unmaidenly reaction merely helped to reinforce a position she had to fight to hold in their eyes. Only Lancelin seemed abashed.
"There are many rites that the priests of the White Christ are demanding," he said, looking uncomfortable. "Arthur must conform to them before they will let him have his new queen. Grediawl, King Gwythiar's father, was a great patron of those priests, and all his household was brought up in that service. Grediawl brought to the last battle with the Saxons a banner that was said to be holy, and it is true that the Saxons broke and ran when it was brought on the field. When the queen died of grief, Gwenhwyfar the Golden, who was one of her ladies, strove to comfort the High King." "Oh, aye, comfort!"
Orion chuckled, and the other men roared with laughter. Lancelin squirmed.
"There's fine comfort to be had between a pair of white legs,"
someone said, loud enough to be heard, and even Gwen had to chuckle at that, shaking her head. When the laughter faded, Orion came around to where Lancelin stood and slapped him on the back, staggering him a little.
"We mean no harm, lad, and no disrespect to the High King either. The old queen followed her boys to the summer country, and alas for that, but she was a follower of the good goddess, and knew as well as any that Arthur could not mourn her forever. Better he find himself a new queen quickly, before the thaw, in time for the seedling time. As the king, so goes the land. He was mateless for too long, and the land suffered for it. There is not a man here that begrudges him a new queen, nor looks through his fingers at the notion that you are here instead of he."
Lancelin coughed a little.
"I make no excuses." "Nor need you. Look you, he sent with you full 80 of the best of his cavalry."
Orion nodded his shaggy head.
"And I've been on the Saxon campaigns. I'd as lief have you here as Arthur. The companions may all be equals, but in strategy you have no peer."
Now Lancelin flushed, but he held his head high, as a warrior should.
"By your leave, then, sir, lady."
"Since the lady has seen and scouted the ground herself with her men, I've need of her counsel and memory." She hid her relief. The battle had been won again. He took her seriously. Now they all gathered around the map table, while Lancelin examined the maps, asked Gwen highly intelligent and detailed questions about the terrain, asked the others equally intelligent and detailed questions about the temper and skills of thief-men, and he and Orien moved counters about. And now Gwen saw exactly why Orien valued him so highly. There were 2 reasons. The first was that while this was Roman strategy indeed, it was Roman strategy adapted to the much more volatile men of the tribes. If a war chief or general said that he did not believe his men could do such and so, Lancelin immediately changed the strategy to something they could do. Some could and would hold the Roman square. They had fought under Arthur, they understood how the thing worked, and they would overcome their own battle spirit to stand and not respond to the Saxon taunts. Some would not. Those Lancelin appointed to places in the lines where it would do no harm and much good for them to follow the standard battle practice of running up by 1s and 2s, casting their spears at Saxons who had done the same, and perhaps engage in single combat. And as for the cavalry, "I know what my men will do," he said with confidence. "They will be here and here, and at my signal will close in around the rear of the Saxons and harry them off onto the spears and javelins and archers of the square." In his hand were the few counters that represented Gwen and her scouts. He juggled them, looking from the map to her and back again. She answered the unspoken and very awkward question. "My men are like me, small, light of limb. We are horse archers mainly, but we have King Lloyd's finest and fastest war horses. I would reckon they could be at the finish of a race while your men were halfway down the course, and be ready to take you all over again," she said with pride. He brightened. "Fast, agile, and deadly. Good. There are 2 tasks for you and yours, lady. The first is to sting the Saxon boar, but precisely. I want you here, beside the square, to run out in relays, find a leader, try to take him and no other, and race back to our lines." She sucked on her lower lip. "Not likely we can hit more than once in a dozen shots," she replied honestly. "When we fight, we generally shoot at the mass of men and try to arc over the shields. Generally we hit something because they are so close-packed." He nodded. "But deliberately choosing a leader, that will goad them, even if you do not hit. His companions will have had their honor touched, and they must defend him." "That is what I want. I want them enraged. I want them charging up that hill and onto the square without a second thought. And the second task is this. After they charge, you all retreat behind the square, and when they break, and they will, you come out again to sting them a second time." He smiled. "This terrain, this weather, can all play in our favor. We can wear them down, saving ourselves, in case they have more than one force out there." Now that had not occurred to her, and from their faces it also had not occurred to Orien and his men. Lancelin shrugged. "The Saxons fight like maddened boars," he said. "That does not mean they cannot be cunning. We must be more cunning." "And fight like men!" Orien roared, slapping Lancelin's back again. The others shouted their approval. Lancelin was still looking at her, and she realized belatedly that he was waiting for her assent, as he had for the other chiefs. "That we can do," she replied, nodding. "We all have changes of horses, too. We can keep both at the lines and make sure we always have fresh mounts." He didn't smile as she had half expected, but his look of satisfaction was the same he had given to the other chiefs and generals. "Then, by your leave, my lords, I will take these plans back to my men, and you take them to yours. One day for my men and horses to rest, and then we will show these Saxon pigs
that it is ill done to covet the acorns beneath the High King's oaks."
She took her leave while Orion was still speaking to the young man, and returned to her troop. They had been awakened, and were sleepily devouring their stew and bread. Over food, she laid out what was to be expected of them, while they listened thoughtfully. Although this seemed a fine battle plan to her, she half expected that there would be some discussion, if not objection, but there was nothing of the sort.
"Clever," said Owain after a long silence.
"Aye, but not too clever." Pedder came to sit down to join them. Gwen made space for him beside her on a log. He accepted a bowl of stew from her servant.
"If the High King and the Merlin have a fault, it's the making of plans that are a bit too clever, so no one understands what's to happen but them. I like this Lancelin."
"Come to steal our food again, old man?" asked Michael with a laugh.
"Aye."
Pedder cuffed him, or rather cuffed at him. Michael ducked out of the way.
"I'll not poison myself before a battle with my own cooking."
"Arthur's companions do the same," said Aaron suddenly. "What, poison themselves?" The others laughed, and Aaron wrinkled up his nose. "No, fools. Have a common store and a common cook-pot, like we do. No man starves because he didn't want to burden himself. No man carries too much. Food is always waiting, and they never go into a battle or to bed hungry." "Another Roman thing?" Owain asked curiously. Aaron shook his dark head. "Nay, this was Arthur's idea." Gwen ate another bite of stew. Someone must have been hunting. There was rabbit and maybe some duck in this, along with the usual dried mutton, turnips and parsnips and peas. The Romans did as we do, except that there was a grain wagon a man got his bread ration from, she offered. "I can see the advantage, but what happens when the enemy fires your provision wagon or carries it off? And it would slow you down."
"No slower than foot soldiers,"
Pedder pointed out. "True." She savoured the smoky taste of the broth, but wished for a little time. "Something to think about." When the men had finished, and Pedder wandered back to his own tent, she sat beside the fire thinking. There was enough afternoon sun on her back to warm her. Between the fire and the sunlight she was, for once, nicely warm. So Arthur was not so grief-stricken that he had not filled his bed again. That was interesting. She could not imagine her father doing the same. Unless... She scratched the back of her head absently, staring into the fire. There might have been more to this than just a man not wanting a cold bed, and a woman willing to sleep her way to a crown. Anna Morgause was not the only woman in the world to employ the magics of Glamoury. "But this Gwenhwyfar is a follower of the White Christ. Don't they shun magic?" Maybe, but Anna Morgause had, supposedly, been one of the ladies, and the ladies would not have approved of what Gwen had seen in her vision. You did not use the gift of the goddess to lure a man that was not yours to your bed. You did not steal the magic meant for the High King and his queen to put a babe in your own loins, so you could use him later as a tool to manipulate the High King himself. She had no doubt that was what Anna Morgause had intended for Medrote. She brooded into the flames, listening with half her attention to the buzz of the camp life about her, and tried to think this through, as the daughter of a king should do. The priests of the White Christ had been angling at the High King for a very long time. His father Uther had toyed with them, although he had not actually committed to their faith, but he had given them shelter and leave to build their churches, even one very near to the Isle of Glass, where the ladies taught. It was hard to imagine these men and what they were trying to do. She had never actually met one. The notion of converting a man to another spiritual path was foreign, even a little alien to Gwen. But it was one of the chief pursuits of these people, it seemed. So much so that it appeared they would do almost anything to bring a man into their ranks. So maybe they allow or forgive magic if it brings them another man. And if that man were to be the High King, probably anything short of murder would be forgiven. Well, the High King was far away, and he would never repudiate the Merlin, nor would he do anything to drive away his allies who were not Christ-men. Glamoury could only do so much. It would not turn a man against a friend, or make a friend out of an enemy. The most that this Gwenhwyfar could accomplish would be to grant the Christ priests more tolerance, to put their rights on equal footing, at least at court, with the old ways. Probably. Gwen considered what others had said about these men, these priests, how they pushed themselves and their God forward. Was it possible that Arthur would neglect the old ways in favour of the ones his queen followed, if he were infatuated enough? Well, yes, anything is possible. After all, the gods had done nothing to preserve his sons. He might even be persuaded that his sons had died because he did not favour this new god. She made a face at the fire. Well, the High King's not here, and by his own decree the customs of a kingdom held of him were to continue. She was mortally certain that he would not dare to offend his allies by demanding that they give over their rights and gods and take up with this new one. If he did, he would soon find himself without allies altogether. Fine, let the Christ-men have him. The Romans brought their emperor and their Mithras, and look where they are now, tumbled in the dust. Then something else occurred to her. Medrote was still on his way to the court, fully expecting to find a distraught Arthur who would welcome this unlooked-for, undreamed-of son. This son of his own half-sister. Oh, that will put the cat among the pigeons. Even among the followers of the old ways, people would look a little askance at that. They would accept it if Arthur did, and find excuses for him. Tell themselves he could not have known Anna Morgause was his half-sister, or that he was under her spell so deeply he did not know who she was. Those things might even be true. But still, there would be some looks askance, and if harvests were bad or winters long, people would ask themselves if this was the fault of the High King's dalliance. But Medrote would not find a father in mourning and an empty throne. He would find a father infatuated with a new love, a queen who looked to supply him with more heirs, and one who followed the Christ to boot, whose priests most certainly would not look kindly on the love-child, not only conceived out of wedding bonds, not only sired on a lady-trained sorceress and a follower of the goddess, not only begotten on someone else's wife, but the love-child of a man and his half-sister. She almost laughed aloud to think of it. Arthur certainly could not acknowledge Medrote now, even if he was not beglamoured, even if he was not inclining to these new priests. How could he? He had a queen with whom he expected to produce true heirs. The last thing he wanted was to set up a rival to them. The new queen was hardly going to welcome him either. He would always be a rival to her own children. And if this same queen actually was given gifts and the use of magic, I think they will eat each other alive. She went to her bed, chuckling to think about it. Chapter 14. If Lancelin had not been so modest and self-effacing away from the war-table, Gwen would have been hard put to restrain her jealousy of his instant prominence among the war-chiefs. He had overleapt her and the position she had spent seasons, years achieving, and done so overnight. But he was in fact a quiet and astonishingly modest man outside of the tent, and when she was honest with herself, she had to acknowledge that he must have spent just as long a period among Arthur's companions to get that same position. So jealousy was not what she was really feeling. It was envy, and she had to admit that he was a genius at strategy. Every man in the oddly assorted army fielded by her father was perfectly pleased to take advantage of his strengths, or, at the very least, to take advantage of what he would do no matter what had been planned. Those who were going to charge, no matter the orders, had been put in the front lines of the flanks, so at least when they charged it would be across the hill rather than down it. After that initial planning session, Lancelin had made a round of the fires, using charm, honesty, or occasionally a skin of strong mead, to find out what each commander knew of his men's behavior in battle, and what he thought the others would do. Then he had revised his plans to account for what he learned. When he spoke to Gwen, it had been with respect and honesty. She and her scouts, for the others had seen much more of how the others fought, answered him with the same frank candour. The result was that their disposition remained the same, to sting the Saxons until they charged, then hold back and harry the outliers, watching for an effort to flank. She sat her horse easily, looking down the shallow slope to the Saxon army spread out in their rough battle line at the bottom. There was a great deal of noise, challenges being shouted on both sides, weapons beaten on shields, insults, catcalls. It didn't matter that most of them didn't understand each other's language. The tone made the contents clear enough, and if they had been fighting with traditional tactics, eventually one man or another would break from the lines, run forward, and throw a spear into the enemy nearest him. Unless he was extraordinarily strong or lucky, the spear would glance off the shield, fall short, break, or bury itself in the wooden shield. Then the man attacked would wrench it out, pick it up, or take his own spear, run forward and return the favour. Then the two would fight, one on one, while the rest of the armies cheered them on. The victor would taunt the enemy, return to his own lines, or remain for someone else to challenge him. Perhaps another fighter from his own side would join him. This would continue, with the number of single combats increasing, until the tension broke, and one side or the other would charge. Of course, that was not going to happen here. Gwen would have thought that by this time the Saxons would have realized, the moment they saw forces forming the square, that they were facing another force used to using the High King's Roman tactics. Perhaps they think it is a ruse, or perhaps they are confident that this time they can induce us to fight their sort of battle. The noise was making her horse dance and fidget in place. If this had been summer, she would have soothed him to keep him from wearing himself out, but it was winter, not summer, and all the prancing and stamping was keeping his muscles warm. This was all to the good. She watched her men out of the corner of her eye. Their horses were as restive as hers, and they sat them as easily. They looked calm. She hoped she did. This would be her first major battle, the first where the armies of more than her father had joined together to face the foe. There had only been one point of conflict between her and Lancelin. She had wanted to lead the scouts on their stinging attacks on the Saxon line. He had insisted that she ride somewhere in the middle of the skein. "You are almost the only woman in the army, lady," he had pointed out. "It will not be hard to identify you as the White Phantom. This will make you a tempting target for all archers if you ride first. But if you are in the middle, the confusion you and your men will cause will ensure they do not even realize you are a woman." She didn't like it, not at all, but she had to admit he was right. What was the point of creating the legend of the White Phantom if the feared creature went down under the first volley of arrows? Still, She didn't have to like it that he was right. She watched the front line of the square. It was Urien, not Lancelin, that would give the signal for her group to begin their assault. At least they would be doing something, not standing there chafing against the inactivity like the steady fellows who had formed the square. The noise rose and fell like the sound of waves on the rocks at Tintagel. The sun burned down on the white hillside, soon to be churned into an expanse of blood and mud. Things always grew well on a battlefield, as if the gods were saying, out of death comes life. If the local farmers were not eager to plough and plant this expanse come spring, they would surely not hesitate to scythe down the lush grass that would spring from the blood that watered this land. It would only last a season, but that season would be a good one. From the centre of the square, a pennon on the tip of a lance shot up. Urien's forces released their pent impatience in a roar as Peder spurred his horse, leading the scouts in their gadfly charge. She was third, and had forsaken her usual grey clothing for ordinary leather armour, with metal plates riveted inside, protecting breast and back. It obscured her shape, and her sex was further concealed by a half-helmet. All of the scouts looked reasonably alike, except for Gwen's long braid of white blonde flailing her back. She had tried coiling it up under the helm, but it wouldn't stay. She needed a new and better helm. Peder's horse laboured a little, galloping through the snow. This pass would be the hardest. As the horses tired, at least the snow would be easier to get through. The others pounded in his wake, snow clots flung up by their hooves. The Saxons watched them in astonishment. Evidently they had not expected this. It was not easy firing a bow from the back of a moving horse, and even Gwen's men, who had practised this with her against the day when they might be surprised and have to flee pursuit, were not what anyone would call good at it. But then, when the idea was to discourage pursuit, you didn't need to be accurate. You only needed the appearance of accuracy. Gwen, however, was good. After all, she had reasoned, if Braith and some of the warriors she carried could hit a man from a moving chariot with a spear, enough practice and a horse you could guide with your knees should make such a thing possible for a rider with a bow. Peder and the man following him more or less marked their target, a big Saxon with a russet shield. It was fairly obvious who they were shooting at, as two men near him screamed or went down. Gwen shoved her reins in her mouth, guided the horse endearingly close to the line, aimed quickly, and fired. It was all luck, of course. She was aiming for the broader target of his chest, since he'd dropped his shield to gawp. She got him in the eye. She kneed her horse, heeling him over to follow in Peder's wake, taking control of the reins again. A shout of rage followed her from the Saxon lines. She didn't look back. They gathered up again at their first position, and only then did she wheel her horse to see the results of the attack.
"Well, they are not charging yet,"
Peder observed. "Aye, but they aren't happy." In truth, that was an understatement. The Saxons were outraged. Gwen smirked as she made out some of what they were saying. "They are calling us dogs without honour," she said. Peder laughed.
"They're welcome to chase us,"
he suggested. Gwen's smile turned into a smirk. The scouts were not mutton-headed bullmen whose idea of honour overrode the need to win battles. They couldn't be. All of them were small and wiry, and to stand and bash at one of those Saxon boars would have been suicide, and from the time they had gotten their full growth, it was very clear that they would never be the sort of fighter that won champions' battles and got songs written about them. While this turned some away from the warrior's path, this lot had become pragmatic. Let other men worry about gaining honour and glory. They would become clever and invaluable. And if no one sang about them, well, the war chiefs knew their value, and they were well rewarded with gifts and loot. Well, the cursed Saxons can throw whatever names about they care to. We might get a song out of this from our side, Gwen observed. But Pedder was already setting his horse for another part of the line, and a moment later the second run began. It took 4 before the Saxon's temper broke. Gwen was never again lucky enough to take her man down, but she forced the leaders to duck behind shields like nervous maidens, and that infuriated them. Finally, one of Gwen's targets had enough. His face purple with anger, he waved his sword over his head and charged after her, roaring. That was her signal to send her tiring horse not for the side, but uphill, straight for the square. The front line of the square opened up to let her and the men behind her through, then closed behind them. She pulled her horse up to a trot and joined Pedder, waiting for the rest. She didn't look back. The clash of arms and the shouts and screams from the front of the square said everything that needed to be said. With every nerve afire now with excitement, once the rest were gathered up, she made a chopping motion with her hand and pointed to either side of the square. They split into 2 groups, one led by her and one by Pedder, trotting off to either side, first to scout for any hidden reinforcements, then to harry the Saxon flanks and rear. They already knew the likeliest places to look, and on horseback, even in the snow, Gwen and her group moved swiftly across the landscape, finding nothing. She could see from their faces that they were as impatient to return to the battle as she was. It was with relief that she sent her horse homing for the noise in the middle distance. As they pushed over the last hill, the smoke from a dozen fires rose blackly to their left. Gwen laughed when she saw it. Pedder's men had fired the Saxon camp. Victorious or defeated, there would be nothing for them to come back to. No food, no shelter, no carts, no oxen or mules to pull them. Not the time to think about it, however. They were coming up fast on stragglers, either left behind or fleeing the battle. Gwen drew her Roman sword, a fine piece of steel that she'd put a good edge on. Reins in her left, blade in her right, she charged down on the man in her path. The Roman sword was meant for thrusting, but she used it to slash instead, cutting viciously at the man's face as he looked up at her in shock. He gurgled out a kind of scream. There was blood, and then she was on to the next, her heart pounding, shrieking herself, afire with excitement, full of sick nausea, driven with a cold anger and a hatred of these men who had dared try to invade her land, enthrall her people. She slashed at men in her path until the edge of her blade grew dull, and she used it like a club. At one point there was a spear sticking up out of the bloody snow in front of her. She snatched it up in passing and ran it through the next man to be in her path. It was only when her horse stumbled with weariness that she reined in her emotions and nudged the poor fellow over to the side, off the field, and under the trees, where her servant Gavin waited, with their remounts hidden. She was the first in. She dismounted, handing the gelding's reins to Gavin, and mounted the mare, noting absently that her sword-arm was blood-soaked. That was when the nausea hit her like a club. She doubled over in the saddle. It was always like this. When battle fever wore off, sickness would overwhelm her for a moment. Her stomach knotted, cramped, and heaved. She swallowed bile that burned in her throat and fought it down. Gavin handed her a water-skin. She took it and gulped down several mouthfuls, pushing them past the lump of sickness in her gullet. Then it passed. She straightened and handed the skin back to Gavin as one of the others rode in, spattered from head to toe with blood and mud. When they were all gathered, all, which anxiety had been part of her sickness, worry for them, she led them at a trot for a good place to get a quick reconnoitre. The battle had degenerated into knots of combat. One was centred around Urien, one around Lancelin. These were not Gwen's concern, although she wasted a moment admiring Lancelin's fighting. He was a horse. All of Arthur's chosen companions were horsemen and fought mounted, and though there were a dozen men around him trying to pull him down, he and his stallion fought like a single lethal entity. Mentally, she scolded herself for losing even a moment, and turned to her men. There was still no way of knowing how this battle would turn. "Scout again," she ordered. "Then it's bulwark." They nodded. Once again the group divided, and they pounded off to make sure there were no reinforcements coming in. The Saxons had committed everything. Gwen led her group as far as was reasonable and scattered them. They came back to her to report nothing. If there were reinforcements, provided that Urien won this battle, it would be too late for them to do anything. They galloped back to the battle lines. They were all riding mares. Less speed, but more stamina. They saw the deserters before they heard the battle. As one they pulled out their bows and strung them. Shooting from the back of a running horse was hard. Shooting from the back of a standing horse wasn't. It was over. That is, it was over for most of the army. There was loot to be had, of course, and here the mounted had an advantage over those on foot, although those on foot would be where the chieftains and war chiefs had fallen in the thick of the battle. Still, not all of those chieftains had fought to the last, and Gwen's scouts had taken down enough of them that all of her men wore weary, satisfied smiles as they packed their takings on their horses. And once they'd all mustered back at camp, gotten some food, and made at least an attempt at cleaning themselves and their gear, Urien called them to inspection, sent out the least exhausted to patrol, and ordered the rest to their beds. Neither Urien nor Lancelin were taking chances. Gwen herself reported to the commanders with tally sticks of everything. Well, mostly. You couldn't prevent the men from cheating a little. Her scouts had taken. In theory, half of that should have gone to Urien and her father. In practice, there had been so much that Urien simply waved the tallies off. "Your men fought bravely, and deserve what they took." In the corner of the tent, Lancelin was winding a bandage around his wrist, not because he had been struck, but because, unbelievably, he had sprained it. He had cut down so many of the enemy. Some stragglers might have escaped, but Gwen didn't think there were many of them. The snow had hampered escape and made it easy to see escapees, and for those who had gotten away, without food, without shelter, with no real knowledge of the land, possibly injured, the night was going to be very cruel. And if a storm came, which it very well might, so far as the Saxons were concerned, their army would have vanished utterly into the winter. Lancelin looked up and caught her eyes. "I think enough messages got back to the Saxon leaders of the dread White Spirit that they will probably blame this defeat on her," he said with a wry smile. She blinked at him in surprise. "I wasn't even thinking of that," she replied. "I was." He finished winding the bandage and tucked the end in, then flexed his hand experimentally. She flushed. "I'm sorry to have spoilt your victory for you, then." "No, you aren't." His smile remained. "I'm not what?" "Sorry." He stood up. "And you shouldn't be. That was very clever. I will advise the High King to make use of what you began." Urien laughed. "Your High King's new queen cannot be half as clever as our princess," he said with unconcealed satisfaction. "Not in the same way, nor the same things, no." Lancelin lost his smile. "Queen Gwenhwyfar turns her mind to a different path than the princess." "And it is one you don't approve of," Gwen thought with some surprise. That was when she wondered if she should warn Lancelin about Medrote. She had sworn to tell no one, but... The moment passed. He bowed to her and left. She spoke a little more with Urien about the disposition of her men, but weariness had begun to fog her thinking, and it showed. The war chief sent her off with a laugh. Still, it nagged at her. Someone should know about Medrote. Was there any way she could tell Lancelin without actually saying anything? She decided to wait until morning. Sometimes things came clearer in the night. In the morning, nothing was clearer, but by mid-afternoon the last patrol reported that there was still no sign of any reinforcements, and ravens, both two-legged and winged, had come to scavenge on the bodies. When pickings on a battlefield were lean, the winners generally stripped the bodies of the dead bare before burning them. But from all appearances, either the Saxon war chiefs had anticipated trouble from their men because of the difficulty of a winter campaign, and had come laden with many gifts to keep them contented, or they had been forced to send back to their holdings for rich gifts in order to retain them after Gwen began her haunting. In either case, the bodies beginning to freeze in the churned-up bloody snow were still mostly, or at least partly, clothed, though good fur cloaks, fine shirts and trews had gone into packs and on backs. Out of nowhere the last of the battlefield gleaners had arrived, the local villagers and hunters who had hidden during the battle and hoped that the conquerors were not the Saxons. Urien sent out men to meet each little group as it arrived, and struck a bargain. Now they were cleaning up the battlefield, stripping the corpses of the least rags, piling them up for burning. This, of course, would disappoint the ravens, who were gorging themselves and berating the humans for stealing their food from under their beaks. If it had not been that they were Saxons, the bodies would have been given at least a modicum of dignity. It had not been so long ago that the tribes here, the little kingdoms, had been constantly skirmishing with one another, for the death of Uther, the High King's father, had sent all of them into vying for ascendancy. "I pity them," said Lancelin, as he walked up to stand beside her. "I do. It seems so unfair to have followed their chieftain so far in the dead of winter, on the promise of land and more, to end like this." She shrugged. "I don't think about it. I think about our people, who had to hide in the forest, who would have suffered greatly had the Saxons gotten this far, who did nothing to deserve an army come to make them thralls. If they did not think about ending like this, these Saxons, then they were fools, and if they did, and came anyway, then they were doubly fools." She turned to look at him, a strand of hair blowing across her eyes until she moved it impatiently out of the way. "They will not come here again, I think, or at least not for a long time. And since they know that the High King himself is not here, they will know that it does not require the High King's presence on the field of battle to be defeated." "True enough," Lancelin replied. They had all managed to clean themselves of the filth of battle by now, and she noticed that his hair had a touch of gold in it. A little Saxon blood. That might account for the pity. "That is a good thing, but I do not think it will keep them quiet for long. They are growing desperate. Arthur is pressing them hard." "Was, you mean?" She shrugged. "He has a new bride. That will keep him home a season or two." The Saxons said as much around their fires. They may be less desperate if they are left alone. I think the Queen is like to wish to keep him at her side, and he is like to stay there until he has himself an heir again at least." Lancelin made a sour face. "And the new bride may keep me from court for longer than that. She does not like me, nor does she like my faith. I cannot say I care for her nor hers." Gwen did not ask why there should be dislike, and he did not offer. She only replied, "The High King, I have heard, is accustomed to keeping his companions close. A man might abide by the crotchets of a lady for a time, but he grows impatient for his old comrades. I do not think that any woman will change that for long." Again he made a wry face.
"Perhaps. This one also has the Christ priests hiding behind her skirts. Thus it is difficult to predict. Arthur wishes these men to support him. Their followers grow more numerous with every year."
She wanted to ask why, but refrained. Instead she shrugged, because this gave her an opening to drop some hints about Medrote without actually telling what she had pledged to stay silent about. "Then Prince Medrote will find himself unwelcome, I think. He is the son of a sorceress, and the Druids are more welcome at Lot's court than the Christmen. The High King may find himself poised between pleasing the Queen's priests and pleasing the Prince, and I think that he will choose in her favour in that."
"I heard the Prince had come and gone before my arrival." Lancelin eyed her with speculation. "Why did he not remain to fight?"
100 answers danced on the tip of her tongue. She chose the most polite. Business more urgent sent him to the court. She explained about the murder of Animal Gores by her own sons. Lancelin stared at her in horrified fascination.
"I know Gwalchmai well. His temper has often been his bane, but this, it seems impossible. Is this widely known?" he asked after a moment.
"I think not," was her reply. "I think Medrote intends to tell the king only that she is dead, and not at whose hands. After all, the ones who murdered her are Arthur's companions. This would put him in a difficult position." Lancelin looked pained.
"He should always choose justice over—"
"Convenience," she suggested. "Friendship, expediency." She snorted. "And I think King Lot would not be pleased to have his sons haled up to answer for their mother's murder, since he has not pursued this himself."
"Walk with me, warrior," Lancelin replied, looking about for a moment to see if there was anyone near.
Warrior, and not lady. There was a brief tinge of regret in her that he had named her the former and not the latter. This was not the first time that a young man had regarded her so. It seemed that she could be one or the other, but not both. Like women's magic, the more she took up the sword, the farther she went from the path her sisters had taken. The twinge went deeper for a moment, almost a stab of pain, as if something had been cut from her. Then she squared her shoulders and accepted it. So be it. This must have been the same choice Braith had made, and it was not a bad one, and at least he treated her as the seasoned warrior she was, and not as the stripling she resembled. She was listened to with attention and respect by the war chiefs. Her ruse in this latest campaign had brought her praise. It was very likely that when her father went to the Summerlands and Kataruna's husband took the throne, she would be his favoured war chief and adviser. She did not want a throne, but she did want respect and freedom. Perhaps giving up the notion of a lover and womanly things was not so great a thing to sacrifice for freedom. "Surely, companion," she replied, and the two of them walked slowly away from the charnel field, facing away from the piles of naked bodies and the feasting ravens, moving slowly and obliquely in the direction of the camp. "You seem more familiar than most with Lot of Orkney and his brood." She nodded, being careful where she stepped, both literally and metaphorically. "My youngest sister went to foster with Animal Gores when my mother died. That was about the time of the birth of the High King's sons." She turned her head slightly and saw him make a calculation. "There is often a hand-fasting in such cases," he said cautiously. "And there is in this one." She said nothing more. He was intelligent. She would see how intelligent. "Ah." He waited some time for her to elaborate, and when she did not, he nodded thoughtfully.
You are fond of her, this sister?"
"There is no love between us," she said, the words coming from her mouth before she could stop them. "Curse it! Ah, well, I shall never make a courtier." He nodded again.
"In that case, I would be in your debt if you can tell me what you can of the Orkney brood. For while I hold Gwalchmai my friend, and there is no sweeter-natured man than Guinevere, I have never met Medrot. Gwalchmai is as hot-tempered as Gwalchmai, with none of his brother's virtues, and as for Aherwin, the less said the better."
Gwen pondered this for a moment. "Well," she said carefully, "I had very little to do with any of the brothers but Medrot. He is crafty, cunning, and exceedingly intelligent. He can convincingly feign whatever he thinks will bring him the most advantage. He is much like his mother in that he will use any craft or guile to get what he wants, and there is only one person I have ever seen him exert himself to benefit."
"That would be Medrot himself, I think."
Lancelin's face was quiet and thoughtful.
"I think he will find himself very much at odds with the Queen." He nodded decisively. "Thank you, warrior. You have given me a great deal to consider."
With that, they reached the camp and separated. She did not envy Lancelin, returning to a court that evidently contained a queen with an uncertain temper, and Medrot, as well as whatever other factions were simmering. Not in the least. Chapter 15. Gwen returned to a life of work and solitude. There was absolutely no doubt in her mind that she was needed. There was no doubt in her mind that she was, as she had always wanted to be, respected. Her father's men were accustomed to her now, and took no more thought of her being female and looking strangely young than they did of her father's grey hairs. It was only when they were among strangers that the realization seemed to come back on them. Now that they were home again, everything went back to normal. Which meant that Gwen sent her scouts out to patrol the borders, keeping their skills sharp. Any that had good reasons to bide she found other work for, and replaced them. And she herself served as Caradoc's personal bodyguard when he went out to look over the lands, or else stood behind her father when he welcomed strangers. When she was not doing that, she was hunting, and when she was not hunting, she was training. On the whole, she preferred to wake early, work to exhaustion, and fall into bed at night. So long as she did that, she did not think too much about how narrow and solitary that bed was, nor how she had no fast friend among the men or the women either, in whom she could confide. Rarely, very rarely, she would watch Katerina and Ginath with their heads together over something, and wonder what it would have been like if little Gwen had been her friend instead of her enemy. After all, there was really no reason why they should have been rivals. They didn't want the same things, and really never had. But then she would shake that off and go on about her business. She had neither the time nor the energy to waste on fantasies, and the more she could put little Gwen out of her mind, the happier she was. Presumably she was queening it at Lot's table, since rumour put Morgana somewhere about Kellywig, and she would be the only woman of rank there now. With luck, that would be enough for her. Spring came and went, with no sign of the Saxons making any more trouble, which was just as well, since there was more than enough trouble in the south to make eyebrows rise. King March of Cairo. It seemed that the Saxons were not the only ones who were interested in the High King's obsession with his new wife. One could scarcely call her a bride at this point. Now Lot was a sly snake, and not to be trusted, but March was an entirely different cut altogether. If you were the sort, like King Llwyd, who held that fidelity to one's oaths was of the highest importance, then March was as treacherous as they came. Not only did he seem to regard his oaths to the High King as of importance only so long as they were of benefit to him, he seemed to regard all oaths in the same light. Add to that, so far as Gwen could tell from the reports of others, the man was mad. He had a temper that he did not even try to govern. Not only had he slain messengers and even the High King's companions when a rage was on him, he had killed dozens of his own warriors. And now, for reasons best known only to him, or out of sheer insane spite, he had raised an army and was marching on Arthur. The fact that he was going to either have to cross lands holding fealty to Llwyd, who was not going to allow it, or Saxon holdings, did not seem to matter to him. Gwen studied the maps alongside her father and his war chiefs.
"I had rather that March wore himself out against the Saxons," Llwyd growled. "A pox on the man, and a pox on whatever demon sired him. No sane man would act as he does."
Much to Gwen's pleasure, on the other side of the table was Arthur's companion Lancelin. True to his prediction, he was staying far from the High King's court at Killywig to escape the jealous regard of the Queen. Llwyd had welcomed him with his knowledge of warfare with pleasure, and his self-effacing nature ensured that the other war chiefs were not made to feel that they had been put aside. She regarded him with pleasure, not only because she enjoyed his company, but because his respect for her reinforced her own position among even those who knew her. Perhaps she was finally overcoming those two youthful looks. Though, without a doubt, wherever she was, little Gwen was taking every advantage of the apparent youth they shared.
"If that is truly what you want, my Lord King," Lancelin ventured, "I do not think that March can win against your men, and especially not against your chariots. There are plenty of places along the way where the ground would be ideal for them." "But the loss of a single man to that fool is one man too many," Llwyd replied. "Be sure the Saxons are watching this with greedy pig eyes, still smarting from the last defeat we handed them. If we engage March, they will be on us when the battle is past and we are spent and exhausted."
He looked around the table, and his other war chiefs nodded.
"He probably will not fight the Saxons," Lancelin said, after staring at the maps a while longer. "He will probably bribe them to let him pass. It is what I would do."
Gwen smirked. She couldn't help herself. "Perhaps we can find a way to trigger that famous temper," she suggested. "Even if the Saxons accepted reparation rather than killing him themselves, they might ruin him with war guilt." The idea of March finding himself forced to pay a heavy war guilt, in addition to a bribe, made the other war chiefs chuckle a little, but Gwen had more to say at this point. "I have a thought about keeping him from trying to cross our lands," she continued. "Look here." She pointed at the map. "This is where he will have to make the decision whether to bring his army through our land or treat with the Saxons. We need to make the choice easier for him, but not by opposing him at all." Lancelin looked at her quizzically.
"Why would you say that?" he asked.
She smirked. "Because March is," she almost said a man, but quickly modified it to like to a bull. Wave a red flag at it in the form of armed opposition, and he will rush at it. We have a choice ourselves. We can send him across Saxon lands, save our men, and join our force with the High King's, and the two will crush him. Or we can take the chance that he will defeat us, pillage our lands, then attack Arthur. So we do not present him with viable opposition, but make it unprofitable for him to try and cross our land."
"Unprofitable?"
Llwyd looked at his daughter in puzzlement. "See here." She pointed at an area of flat land. "My dear brother by marriage is a bard and a priest, and Kataruna is a trained lady. I think that between them they can persuade the waters to rise here and make that a marsh for as long as we need it to be so. Faced with a swamp, I think March will take the Saxon road." They all stared at the map.
"It seems the coward's way," Peder said doubtfully. "Not if, when we are sure of him, our army joins that of Arthur," her father replied decisively. "It is merely postponing the fight and choosing our ground. Only a fool fights a battle going up a hill."
Gwen nodded, grateful that he had thrown his support behind her. Lancelin studied the map, rubbing his chin, but said nothing, neither for nor against the plan. That disappointed her a little, but in the end it was King Llwyd's decision, and no one else's. Which meant, since this was her idea, she needed to have speech of Cataruna. Ivan and Cataruna had their own room, as did Gyneth and Caradoc. 2 new rooms had been made by the simple expedient of partitioning off 2 spaces side by side at the end of the great hall, where the entrance to the king's solar and the room they had all shared as girls was. Now you passed through Gyneth's room to get to the door that led to what had been the girls' room, and which now belonged to Catarune. Gwen had the smaller space, not much bigger than the bed, but she didn't need much space. Cataruna often sought privacy in that sanctuary, while Bronwyn watched her children. But it was in the great hall that Gwen found her sister and brother by marriage. Cataruna was sewing, and when Gwen explained what she had in mind, her sister pinched the bridge of her nose between thumb and forefinger and made a face. "I mislike meddling with the land." "I mislike having King March's men come across it, love," said Ivan, as he put aside the tuning pegs he was carving. "I mislike seeing herds slaughtered and farms laid waste. March is unpredictable, and not entirely sane. There is no telling what the King of Kero is like to do." Cataruna's brows furrowed for a moment, then her face cleared. "As Lady of the Fields, if I hear the Lord of the Forest urging protection for our people, I think it would be wise of me to heed his words." They beamed at one another, and Gwen felt a twinge of envy as well as of relief. "But can you do this?" Gwen wanted to know. She hesitated. "The place is often marshy and soft, but—" "Alone, no. But with Ivan, Bronwyn, and Gyneth, yes." Cataruna smiled at her. "Well, find us some swift horses, and I'll find Bronwyn. We will need them to get there before March's army does." Gwen grinned at Ivan. "I thought bards lived for epic battles to make songs about." Ivan snorted, but did not comment. Gwen left them making preparations and headed for the paddock. She would not be using Rhys or Pryderi. Both of them were ideal for scouting, with great endurance, agility, and intelligence, but not much speed. To get to the right place before King March and his army did, they only needed speed and endurance. They needed 5 horses out of the king's herd used by his messengers. They were ugly as mongrel dogs, stupid as stones, uncomfortable to ride. You would never dare to leave one unattended, or it would run or wander off, and no few of them were as skittish as ferrets. But they had a ground-eating lope that could hold from dawn to dusk with minimal rest. She picked out 5 with relatively even tempers and ordered them saddled and bridled, speeding up things by taking care of the 5th one herself. Ivan shook his head in dismay as he brought a small pack and travelling harp to the paddock where the 5 horses were tied up to the fence. "My back will curse you for this, Gwenhwyfar." "Your back isn't the part of you that I am worried about," Gwen replied without thinking, and then blushed as he roared out a laugh. "I meant your hands, brother." "I'm sure you did." He was still snickering when Cataruna and Bronwyn arrived, both looking resigned when they saw the horses awaiting them. Then he sobered.
"However my back will complain, I will endure it."
It was not only Ivan's back and rump that were complaining when they reached their goal. It was worth it, though. March's army was not in sight. After a few hours of rest, Gwen took it on herself, while Ivan, Katerina, and Bronwyn made their preparations, to ride out as fast and hard as she could to the west, taking 2 of their mounts with her in order to change them out and keep them all relatively fresh. March's army was not within a day's hard ride, which meant they were not within 3 to 4 days of the border site yet. She and the horses were weary when she rode up to the campsite. She had carefully chosen a spot hidden away from casual view, like her old favourite nutting spot, in a copse tangled with nettles and raspberry bushes, and she had instructed Ivan on how to further conceal the camp. He had done a fairly good job, not nearly as good as she would shortly, but not at all bad for someone who had only made hunting camps before this. If she had not known they were there, she probably would not have spotted them. There was just enough room in there for the horses, but since she now knew that March's army was quite far off, it would be safe to move them and hobble them where they could browse. Her 3 were tired enough, they would probably not cause any trouble, at least not for a while. She whistled the signal they had all agreed on, and was rewarded with the sight of Ivan's popping out into the clear and waving at her.
"How far?"
he asked, when she was in hearing distance. "Far enough that we can finish the work and be gone," she replied, dismounting with a wince. How the messengers weren't crippled, riding these bone racks, she could not imagine. "How near are you 3 to being ready?" Ivan grinned, and ran his hand over the top of his head. Gwen was struck once again by what an odd sort of fellow he was. He looked as if he had been put together from the gods' leftovers. His hands seemed to be too long for the rest of him, and were very graceful, which was at odds with the rest of his body, which was gangly and awkward, like an adolescent's. His chin stuck out like the prow of a boat. His brow was almost too broad. His hair was so coarse and perpetually tangled it could have come from the mane of a wild pony, and even his eyes were strange, one blue, one brown. Yet those hands could charm the most amazing music from any instrument he picked up, and as for his ability to tell a tale or create a song, well, it left his listeners spellbound.
"Katerina can do anything, and she puts her mind to it," he said with admiration. "Of course you choose the right place, she tells me." He waggled his eyebrows at her. "Mind you, we're going to be right miserable before she is finished." Gwen was not certain she wanted to hear the rest, but Ivan told her anyway. "She's calling the rains. They should be here soon. And now that you are here," he added with a smirk, "we can call the waters." Katerina had spent the time while Gwen was gone in preparing her ground, creating a ritual circle by cutting into the turf and peeling it up, setting in a stone for an altar, and 4 more at cardinal points. As directed, Gwen took her place at the southernmost stone. Ivan and Katerina took west and east respectively, leaving Bronwyn with the north. And from that moment on, once Katerina cast the boundaries of the circle itself to seal the power in, it was unlike any ceremony Gwen had ever taken part in before. While Ivan played a small hand drum, he and Katerina chanted in a language that was nothing like anything that Gwen knew. The words sounded as if she ought to recognize them, but she didn't. She did, however, get the sense that she knew the gist of what they were chanting without knowing the words.
It was vaguely disconcerting. After a while, she decided that they must be using one of the secret languages of the Druids, a tongue much older than the one Gwen knew. As for the sense of what they were chanting, they were begging the waters to rise to the surface and cover the land here, begging the gods to allow this to take place, and asking the waters to remain this way for 2 fortnights. This was not an exercise of power as such. This was more like going to an ally and asking for help. At least that was how it felt to Gwen. She began to lose herself in the chanting, and although it was broad daylight, she began to feel as if she was walking in a dream. A silvery mist crept over the valley, seeming to form from nothing, and in defiance of the bright sunlight, growing thicker by the moment. Soon it had closed in around them, and rose to obscure the sky and the sun. Tiny sparks of glittering colour hung suspended in it, winking gold and green. Each time she blinked, she got glimpses of something else scuttling through the mist just out of view. Something, or rather multiple things, just out of the corner of her eye, that vanished when she turned to look fully at them. She didn't get enough of a look at any of these things to have said successfully what they were, but she did know that they weren't, and had never been, human. And she started to feel things from them. Not all of them were particularly friendly. They weren't inimical to the 4 of them, but as Gwen listened to the chanting, she understood that Ivan and Katerina were striking a bargain with these creatures. For as long as the waters stood above the ground here, they were being given leave to do what they willed with any human, save the 4 of them that tried to cross, that they could catch and hold. She shuddered a little. At first there was no acknowledgment from the creatures, but then, between one moment and the next, the circle was surrounded by them. Their shapes faded in and out, ghostly and transparent at one moment, solid in the next. Nearest were the Graggeth Anwen, the ladies of the lake, golden-haired and so fair of face that Gwen felt utterly coltish and rough-hewn in their presence. Small wonder that they came. They were the guards and guardians of the ladies at the Cauldron Well, and surely on speaking terms with Katerina. They were tall as Ivan, and looking on them, Gwen suddenly wondered if the white gold hair she shared with her sisters and Eleri had come not from Saxon blood, but from these creatures. There were more of the ladies than there were men of their kind, and bards were full of tales of love and marriages between their race and that of mortal men. They were said to live in their own villages at the bottoms of lakes and ponds, guarding some of the entrance points between the world of mortals and Anwen, the other world. One of the High King's 2 famous swords was said to have been given to him by them, though Eleri had always said no. It was not the sword that had been given, but the sheath, which was by far the more important of the 2. The sword caliburn signified only because it had been Uther's, and been driven into a stone by the Merlin. Only the lawful heir to Uther could pull it out. But the sheath, Caliburn's sheath, was said to be able to heal any wound, and it would make a great deal of sense for such a thing to have come from the hand of one of the Graggeth Anwen. Their faces were solemn, a little stern, and all their attention was on Katerina and Ivan. Gwen was just as pleased. She did not want the attention of the folk of any kind, yet she could not help it, feeling an odd kinship with these creatures, but only grew the more she was in their presence. If they felt it as well. One of them cast a sidelong glance at Gwen, who felt warmed and chilled at the same time. Then she returned her gaze to Caterina, who shared Ellery's blood which Gwen was now sure was shared also with these ladies of the Fae. It was to this blood, it must be, that she, her mother, and little Gwen owed their curiously youthful looks. And it was Caterina's blood they had answered to, not whatever she and Ivan had chanted. Equally lovely were the swan maids and men who flocked close beside them. Again there were a half-dozen of the maids and only 2 of the men. Among the folk of Annwn there was often such disproportionate numbers. They were silent and stayed farther back in the mist, their golden eyes glittering and betraying their difference from humanity. But near to Gwen were a pair of the Ceffyl Dŵr, the water-horses, who were more mischievous than nasty. Initially appearing as a pair of tangle-maned black stallions, they caught her looking at them, and in a blink she found herself staring at youths who initially seemed very handsome and who both winked at her as if they knew her. Looking closer at them, she noted their water-weed-entangled hair and hooves instead of feet. They grinned at her, and one of them made slight but suggestive movements with his hips. She flushed a little and looked away and heard them laugh. Deeper in the mist she also got glimpses of what might have been Nikers, although it was hard to tell. There was something out there, dark and ugly and hunched over, with a hunger about it and a malevolence. It might have been Nikers, or it might have been Droach, the females of the same sort, ugly, evil creatures who made a habit of snatching folks and drowning them. Some said they were the spirits of the drowned themselves, others that they were the dark cousins of the Grageth Annwn. Even the Grageth Annwn, for all their beauty, were known for being chancy to bargain with. But they would at least stop to bargain with you. The others would pull you under before you even knew they were there. And so they came, flocking thicker and thicker about, as Ivan and Caterina chanted, only staring, never answering, until at last one of the lake ladies did step forward and reply in the same tongue, in a voice like a nightingale. Ivan and Caterina stopped chanting, listened, and then Caterina replied. The lady spread her arms wide and sang again. Ivan looked startled, Caterina speculative. The lady repeated herself. Gwen concentrated as hard as she could, trying to pull sense from the words. When the lady was done, she stared across the circle at Caterina. "She wants to make a marsh of this place permanently?" Gwen spoke in hushed tones, as the cold mist collected around them, chilling her. Caterina nodded, but it was Ivan who replied. "She says that we mortals have pressed the water peoples hard. She wants a grant of this land, and the right for the water folk to do as they will here for as long as Ellery's blood flows in our people." She took a deep breath. "I told her that I have not the right to make such a bargain, for I am not a war chief, only the lady of our land. But I told her that you can." Gwen considered that, as all of them, mortal and fey, watched her expectantly. "I'm not likely to give land away, for all that Father's given me the right to. I'll be having a bargain of this." Inside she shook at her own temerity, daring to bargain with the other folk. But they didn't respect anyone who didn't bargain, at least not in the tales. Caterina repeated her words in the language of Annwn. The lady nodded, as if she had expected this. Gwen considered every possible way in which she could phrase her bargain. The good part was that this area hadn't been claimed for farming, and any herders who were using it could come to King Llwyd for other grazing lands. But the point was, if she closed this treaty, she supposed it must be, she'd be opening this place to who knew what sorts of dangerous creatures. And even if, as some claimed, the beings of Annwn were not Fae at all, but just mortals with a great deal of the gift and the power, and some ugly odd shapes, well, that made them all the more dangerous. "Tell the lady," she faced the speaker squarely, and looked into her cold eyes, the colour of lake water before a storm, and she did not for a single moment doubt that the folk of Annwn were not of the world she knew. "Lady, this is the bargain I will be having. By the right my father King Llwyd gave to me as a war chief and able to make grant of land, I give you and yours this valley to be covered with water and made your own. In return, I will be having this. No creature that lives here is ever to take a child, a youngling, a maiden, or a woman. No creature that lives here is ever to take a man that comes in peace, with no ill will towards my people or those of Annwn, nor those that pledge to the High King." There was muttering behind her, discontent from those dark shapes that would not let themselves be seen. Anger even, of a sort that put the hair up on the back of her neck. Nevertheless, she continued, "But for those that would trouble my people, and those that will not pledge to the High King, or those that are outbreakers of that pledge, whether they are an army bringing upon them war and sorrow, or merely thieves and rogues who would bring them loss and grief, should they put so much as one toe in your waters, they are yours. Take them, drown them in deep waters, harry them across the marsh, drive them mad with fear and despair. That is my bargain. Take it or not." Caterina repeated all she had said, but the lady had already nodded as if she understood it all, and turned back to the others. Gwen waited patiently, feeling colder by the moment, as the otherworldly creatures conferred. The mist roiled darkly around all of them now, and the sounds of their voices rose and fell. Both Caterina and Ivan looked a little bewildered, as if they had not truly expected this to happen. Well, and I cannot blame them. Who would? She had never seen these beings even once in her life before, though both of them surely would have, the ladies at least. But the others, who did she know had ever confessed to seeing a swan maid or a water horse, and to see so many of them? And then to have the temerity to bargain with them. She reminded herself of who she was doing this for, and why. Finally the muttering stopped. The lady turned back to them and sang. Gwen did not need Caterina's translation. It was a bargain. She stooped, seized a handful of the soil at her feet, and took a little knife from a sheath in her boot. Not iron or steel, which was anathema to these folk, but a flint knife she used for skinning game, for it was easier to keep at a razor edge. She cut her thumb across and bled onto the handful of dirt, squeezing it tight. "My blood upon it," she said, binding the bargain. The lady stepped to the edge of the circle, cut her own thumb with a knife very like Gwen's, and added her blood to the handful of soil. Gwen noted absently that her blood was as red as any mortal's, and not blue or green or starshine. Gwen stooped down again and patted the handful of soil into place, opening the circle. The lady clapped her hands. The mist swirled around them so thickly that for a moment Gwen could not see anything at all. And then they were gone, and her boots were beginning to get very damp. She looked down and saw that water was rising around them. Fast. "Back to camp," Ivan said as the mist thinned. but only in the direction of their campsite. Gwen had no wish to argue with him, for the water was already at her instep and rapidly rising to her ankle. All four of them ran up the way that had opened in the mist, and did not stop until they were well out of it. Only then did they pause and look back down at the valley. For as far as the eye could see, it was covered in that thick mist, which the setting sun was now turning to gold. There were things moving in it. She shivered. She pitied March's men if they did try to cross here. Katerina and Ivan looked at each other numbly. Bronwyn shook her head. "There's more moving here than we reckoned on," the old woman said. That night the storm Ivan and Katerina had called broke, and Gwen had cause to regret that she had not put some form of provision against that in her bargain. Not that there was any way of knowing whether a bargain with water spirits would have any effect on a storm. They had done their best to prepare the camp for the onslaught, but there was only so much shelter that branches and stacked bracken could give against the sort of storm that eventually arrived. This was not a country for caves, and they had been travelling too light even for a bit of canvas. When the storm hit, it did so as a full tempest. Torrential rain, lightning, thunder, wind. It would have been impressive within the walls of Castella Chnuchlas. It was a nightmare out in the open. They had gotten the 4 horses into the little clearing, and because Katerina had a foreboding, had tied and hobbled them so that they could scarcely move, then made crude blinders and tied them over the horses' heads. It was a good thing they had done so, or they would have been kicked to bits, trampled, and had they survived that, found themselves without mounts the next day. As it was, the poor beasts whimpered and moaned and fought the hobbies until they were exhausted. Based on Katerina's foreboding, Gwen had opted for sturdy over space when it came to the shelter. It was a lean-to made of branches and many layers of bracken, and the 4 of them could barely squeeze into it. They had been sitting around their fire, gnawing the last of the meat off the bones of the rabbits Gwen had shot, when they heard the storm coming. As it approached from the southwest, the steady growling of thunder was like a great beast in the distance. The closer it came, the more the horizon lit up with so many lightning strikes it looked as if it was crawling on dozens of legs toward them. Down in the valley the mist still had not lifted, and there were strange dim lights moving in it. Those lights actually brightened in response to the coming storm, and strangest of all, as a wind sprang up, strengthening until their cloaks were blowing straight away from their bodies, the mist remained unchanged and unmoving. At that point, with the branches of the trees tossing wildly, the horses fighting their bonds, the fire actually blew out. That was when they all scrambled into the tiny shelter and wrapped their cloaks tightly around themselves. Gwen and Ivan put themselves on the outside corners and grabbed the branches, determined to hold on to the thing no matter what. Then the storm hit. Rain poured down onto them quite as if someone had emptied a river on their heads. The wind was terrible, and it was a good thing that Ivan and Gwen were holding to the shelter, or it would have blown away. There was so much thunder, and the wind was roaring so, it would not have been possible to hear a shout in your ear. All Gwen could do was duck her head, keep a good grip on the pitiful lean-to, and hope they would all not be struck by lightning. The gods themselves must have concocted such a storm. Surely she heard the wild hunt out there, the hooves of their monster steeds pounding anything that got in the way as flat as cloth. They were all soaked within moments, even within the shelter. All it accomplished was to keep the worst of the rain and wind off. Before long, the pounding and howling and cold numbed her into a state of unthinking endurance. She couldn't manage to put a single coherent thought together, and all that mattered was the slightly warmer place where all their bodies met. How long that went on, she could not have even guessed. Then, at some point, the storm passed, the wind dropped, and although they could not have managed to separate their tangled limbs to attempt a fire, the warmth of their combined bodies finally dried out their cloaks enough that they began to doze. Gwen woke with the bird-song of false dawn. Trying not to wake the others, she got herself loose to check on the horses. She was too tired to really think clearly, but she would not in the least have been surprised to have found them dead. The poor things were in a sad state, but not dead. The crude head coverings had been blown away, and they had all fought their bonds so hard that they were now in a state of head-hanging exhaustion. She released some of their hobbles, gave them each a couple handfuls of grain from the saddlebags, which they lipped up dispiritedly, and felt their legs to see if they had damaged themselves. She could feel that the muscles had been strained, enough that it would be a good idea to give them a couple of days of rest, but no sprains. With a sigh of disbelief at their luck, she crawled out of the open centre of the brush-tangled copse to see what the rest of the world looked like, and gaped at what she found. Where there had been a flat valley, there was now a marsh. Not just water. She had expected water. No, this was a marsh, one that looked as if it had been there for generations. Huge reed beds separated by stretches of open water spread out before her, out to the horizon. Here and there was a hummock where a few trees and bushes hung on. The reeds and marsh plants in most places were as high or higher than a man's head. Mist threaded its way along the water, hung in banks in other places. 10 feet in, and you would be lost and disoriented. If fog closed in, so you couldn't see the stars or the sun, you would never even know what direction you were going. It was a place that warned you, just by the look of it, that it would be full of sucking mires and unexpected sinkholes. You'd never find a secure dry place for more than a couple of men to sleep. You'd never find the wood to make fires or a place to make them. And that was all aside from the supernatural dangers hiding in those mists. It would be insane to take an army across that. Of course, King March was insane, and he might try. He wouldn't get far, though. The border here was safe from him. Gwen set about finding deadfall for a fire. Then, when she had piled up enough at the entrance to their little copse that the others could remake the camp while she was gone, she went hunting for some breakfast. There was a great advantage to suddenly being on the edge of a marsh. There were fish in it, and they all seemed hungry. She fashioned a fish spear from an arrow, scattered some crumbs over the surface, and set to work. By the time the sun was a thumb's breadth above the horizon, she had enough to satisfy the most ravenous of appetites. And she had the shrewd idea that she had been helped in this, for she thought she had caught a glimpse of amused eyes among the reeds. She wasn't going to argue about it. Given the size of this marsh, the water spirits were going to have plenty of room for some time to come. It was a good thing that Ivan was a bard, though. He would know to be careful of coming down here, even avoid it altogether. The lake ladies were a mixed sort, and there were those who would not hesitate to steal a bard from his lawful wife and take him down to their dwelling beneath the waters. She brought the fish back up to a camp of people already packing to leave, though a fire had been started and Twigs prepared to spit whatever she brought. She raised an eyebrow. "I had thought to stay and rest the horses," she offered. Ivan took the fish from her, and he and Bronwyn began cleaning and gutting them, as Katerina shook her head. "We can walk them if we need to, and make our way slowly back home, but I think we should put some distance between us and "That," she said thoughtfully. "Yes, they are feeling well inclined towards us now, but—"
Besides, we have raised a great deal more power than either of us expected to,"
added Ivan with a frown as he set a fish to cook over the fire.
"One could liken it to setting down a chest of gold and silver and spilling it open in the village square. Some will come to admire, but word will spread."
She blinked. She had not considered that. "And what comes to look will not be bound by the bargain I made with the water spirits," she said slowly, "which could be equally bad for March and for us." She straightened her back. "On the whole, I think a slow walk back for a day or two would be of great benefit to all of us."
"Healthier than remaining here," said Bronwyn.
Chapter 16. Hlud's war chiefs and captains sat around his hearth fire in varying states of relaxation. Gwen had already recounted what she had done to Peda and her father privately, and had gotten praise for her quick thinking. Now she had been asked to tell the tale at the hearth for the rest, who were all relaxing because there no longer was an immediate threat from March, relaxing because of what she had done. Supper was over, the meat was being poured out by the young squires, and Gwen had to hide a smile when she realized from the taste that Larry's special recipe had survived intact. The fire smoked just enough to drive the insects away, and imparted just enough warmth to be comfortable. This was an occasion for a more bardic retelling. So she obliged as best she could. At the end, King Hlyd roared with laughter.
"Well, my war chief daughter, I hope that you are content with your lands being the ones under water."
That elicited laughter from the rest.
"Will you be farming eels and frogs?" one of the others asked, straight-faced. "I hear the Romans thought frogs right tasty, and I am partial to an eel pie." "When you plant eels, do you plant 'em head first or tail first?" asked another.
Gwen smiled ruefully. War chiefs were expected to offer gifts, of course, and up until now she had mostly given things like ornaments, horses, or weapons. But land was always an option, and as Hlyd's daughter she was entitled to a certain amount to hold for herself or give as rewards, as long as it had not been granted to another. "I am content with awarding the new guardians of that border with the land they are guarding, my lord king," she replied dryly. "If they prefer it being under water, well, so do I." The king laughed again, as did the rest of his chiefs.
"Well said, and yes, I approve most heartily of your decision."
He looked around the fire at the men on his benches. They were all nodding too, even if one or two of them were doing so reluctantly. "Also, if I were to give advice on this," she added cautiously, "I would say it were best to simply stay away from that marsh. While Katerina thinks they are bound, and well bound, by the oaths they gave, the less traffic with the folk of Annwn, the better." "With the folk of Annwn, with my mother's people, does father guess?" "I certainly have no plans to return there. Not even to see what March makes of the situation. He cannot pass there, that is all we need to know. That will force him through Saxon lands." Now no one nodded reluctantly. She realized, and not for the first time, that she was, always had been, and always would be, one apart from the rest, even those who had come up with her as pages and squires. She shared a level of camaraderie with them that never went farther than the battlefield and the camp. Though Hlyd had never shown any favoritism to her, she had still always been the king's daughter. Some had been jealous of that, some had been resentful, and even when she proved herself over and over, there had still been that distance of rank between them. Even the handful of girls that had begun training with her had kept a wary distance, a distance that had only increased as most of them had decided to give up and try some other path. The only two that were left were chariot drivers, and she saw nothing of them. Well, it was what it was. The remainder of the talk centered on what to do when March moved towards the Saxon-held lands. Gwen listened, but did not comment. This was not where she had any level of expertise. Everyone was agreed that he would at least try and buy his way to free passage. Some thought he might well try to ally with them. "He would be very foolish not to try," Lancelin said, his big hands absently rubbing the silver band on his drinking horn, "and they would be equally foolish to fight him or reject such an alliance. Neither of them can afford a battle on two fronts, and the Saxons are somewhat weakened from the losses they took this winter." Lancelin's suggestions were very astute, however, and she found herself admiring his knowledge and skill all over again. And, truth to tell, admiring him for himself. He was not a beautiful man, but she had never cared that much for beauty in a man. A quick mind, however, a good and even temper, a sense of humour, those were things she cherished and admired. She was not the only female to find him attractive. He, however, did not seem to notice any of the women casting glances at him, or if he did, he was feigning not to notice. She wondered if he had a love elsewhere. If he did, she could not imagine that it would be at Arthur's court. No one she knew would be kept from the side of a lover just because the Queen misliked his presence. She regarded him across the hearth-fire and decided that he was probably heart-whole. He didn't act as if he was pining for a love. If anything, he seemed relatively content with being here as Hlud's adviser and liaison. The only time she had heard him voice any discontent, it was because he was missing the fighting at Arthur's side. "As for that fighting, pay attention. You are in charge of the scouts now." That was the reward her father had given her. She and no one else would be the one commanding all of the scouts, the saboteurs and outliers, for whatever force was sent to aid the High King. As she listened, she began to formulate some ideas. A few were based around her ruse of the white apparition, but she had plenty of others. March might very well know that Gwenhwyfar was a very real mortal human creature. She would have to determine that first, before she tried such tricks on his forces. But he would be fresh from dealing with her allies of the folk of Annwn. There were other ways she could invoke supernatural terror among his men. The Saxons, of course, knew about the White Lady. She would find herself a few more of the woman warriors and recruit them to impersonate her. If one white phantom was terrifying, what if there were many haunting the dark? And spies, of course. She needed spies. People in March's camp, people in the Saxon camp. I wonder how much it would take to buy the ears of washerwomen and camp whores. If she could succeed in convincing them that when this was over they'd have a place, protectors, on the High King's side. More than that, she'd have to find places, and each one would probably be different. There would be women who had gone to the life because they had no other options, women who were captives or near captives, women who liked the life, or at least liked the sex, when they weren't afraid of being abused or beaten. I should talk to Bronwyn, maybe Katarina too. Don't the ladies need servants, helpers? It couldn't be impossible. Bah! If I have to, I'll make them my own retainers. And if they're the sort that are hot as cats in heat, I'll get them money enough to go to a town and set themselves up as courtesans. It would also enrage the Christ priests, she suspected, if they found out about it. Well, That was not her problem, and she would not make it the problem of the women. If she dealt with this properly, no one would ever know who her spies were. But she really liked the idea of the women as spies. Women had the potential to go anywhere and listen to anything in the camp. She was probably not the first person to think of doing this, but it was a new idea to her, which meant it was likely to be a new idea to their enemies as well. As for sabotage, well, she would think on that as well. Meanwhile, as the other war chiefs continued to talk, she was making mental notes. Nothing was decided tonight, of course. They would have to discover what March was doing. The High King would have to decide what he was going to do. Then he would have to ask for levies through Lancelin. Would he ask Lot? Probably, and Lot would say yes, and actually do nothing. But now all 4 of Lot's sons were with the High King. Whatever Medrote had told Arthur about how Anna Morgause had been murdered, all of it had been smoothed over somehow, for Lancelin had several times said that Gwalchmai, Aherwin, and Guinevere were still Arthur's companions, and Gwalchmai was absent only because he had wedded recently and taken up life in his lady's lands. And Medrote is still at court as well. Gwen pondered that, as she pondered how the firelight made shadows on Lancelin's face. From all that Lancelin had said, Medrote had made himself welcome there, although, like Lancelin himself, Medrote was no favourite of Arthur's queen. Hardly surprising. She would be no favourite of Medrote's either. Lancelin had said nothing about Medrote being Arthur's son. Perhaps Medrote himself had not made that openly known, but Arthur had made him one of the companions, and from the little Lancelin said, he was giving a good account of himself among them. Was it possible he could have reformed somehow? A nice dream. A viper does not cease to be a viper because it smiles. In the absence of concrete information, the talk had devolved to mere man-gossip. The mead had made them mellow and sleepy. Even Lancelin, who had drunk but sparingly of it, looked heavy-lidded. She slipped away, only to have her arm seized once she was away from the benches. It was Bronwyn. "You are not thinking of using the folk of Anwin," she whispered urgently, drawing Gwen into the shadows. Gwen was startled. "No," she shook her head. "No, I had rather stay well clear of them. They are unchancy, and unreliable as well. If you listen to the tales that Ivan sings, too often those in stories call upon them only not to be answered, or not answered in time. Too often they flit off elsewhere, or turn on you, because you gave them some unintended slight. No, let them dwell in the new marsh, and leave us be, and I will be content." Bronwyn let out a deep sigh of relief. "I saw that you had that thinking look, and what were you thinking then, that you did not tell the other chiefs?" She was glad that the shadows hid her blushes, for she did not want to say that at least half the time she had been thinking about Lancelin. Instead, she explained her idea of using the camp followers among the Saxons and March's army as spies. Bronwyn heard her out. "It could work," she said at last, "but better that we find some woman among our people willing to go." Gwen blinked. That had not occurred to her. "But I thought—" "Leave that to me," the old woman told her. "There are those we took from the Saxons who would dearly love a taste of revenge. There are those of the western lands who are shamed that March is rebelling against the High King. The ladies favour the High King. There would be some among them, mayhap. And," she chuckled, "I can think of one or two that would gladly do this, for the sake of the means to set themselves up in luxury in a city." Not everyone thinks the height of all good things is a sheep-cot, a flock, and a shepherd who cannot put two words together without "bah" in them. Gwen giggled a little. "I leave it in your hands, then," she said, and was about to go to the room she now shared with no one, when Bronwyn tugged again on her arm. "My girl, that companion, I would give you good sound advice." She froze. "There are men, a very few, who could look on a warrior, see the woman within, and remember the warrior. He is not one." Bronwyn's voice was steady. "He will see you as a warrior and a comrade, or as a woman, never both. It will be up to you to choose which he sees, and when you make that choice, remember he will treat you as you have chosen." Gwen went cold inside for a moment. Bronwyn was right. She knew that Bronwyn was right. It made her angry, at herself and at him. It made her sad with disappointment. It made her embarrassed. But that did not make it any less true. She could go to her chest and dig out one of her gowns, let her hair loose, and go and act like Ginath had, back when they were younger. Make big eyes on him, hang on his words. Yes, she could do all of that. And yes, he would see her as a woman, and he might even find her attractive. And so he would treat her as a woman. Even in her armor, with her hair clubbed up, he would treat her as a woman. And so would the other war chiefs. All she had worked for, all that she had built, would be gone. Her father would lose the war chief that she was becoming. Her sister would lose the steady guard and guardian for her own children. Caradoc would lose the captain she would be for him. And for what? So that she could play the fool over a man? Or she could keep things as they were, and she would have the friendship and high regard of a man whose company she enjoyed. They would speak and act as equals. He would listen to her ideas with respect, criticize them if it was needed, teach her more of the ways of war. It was only a decade of schooling herself, training herself, controlling herself, that kept her from raging, weeping, or both. She knew that outside the tiny group of her family and Bronwyn, she was thought to be cold, unfeeling, and in no small part that was because she meant them to think of her in that way. In that first year of her training, when some of the older boys had bullied or snubbed her, and even some of the younger had sometimes tried to sabotage her with dirty tricks and things meant to put blame on her, she had pretended that there was no hurt, no loneliness, that nothing would mar the armor of her control. Now that was habit. "I see," she was able to say slowly. "Thank you for the warning, Bronwyn. You are entirely right." "I have lived a very long time, my dear," Bronwyn said a little sadly. "I have seen many a girl throw over what she held dear for the sake of a trifle." She patted Bronwyn's arm, glad that the old woman could not see the expression on her face. "This one will not," she said. Then she went to her bed. She lay staring into the darkness, angry at fate for making her female, angry at herself for being so foolish, grateful to Bronwyn for seeing what she had been blind to, yet angry with her too. There were bitter tears in the back of her throat that she would not shed. Not now, not ever. After all, what was she weeping for? Nothing more important than that poppet that Gwenhwyfar had torn to bits all those years ago. Gwenhwyfar, and what would she have done? Put on the gown, of course, and thrown herself at Lancelin. But she was not Gwenhwyfar, nor did she ever want to be. She was herself, and even if that was a cold and lonely thing, it was what she wanted to be. Not someone's wife, not someone's mother. Herself, with her own honor, her own place, and her own path. She owed nothing to anyone, save duty to her father. It was comfort, if cold comfort. She turned on her side and stared at the wall, sternly telling her eyes that they must dry. Or rather, she stared at where the wall should have been. For at that moment she felt that dizziness come upon her once again, and where the wall was, there was dim light instead, light that grew and warmed, until she found herself staring into a firelit room and at the backs of two women. One had white blonde hair that streamed down her back to her ankles. The other had raven locks that pooled on the floor. Both were wearing nothing more than their hair. They bent over what at first she took for a table. Then she realized that it was an altar, not a table. What there was upon it she never got a chance to see, for the blonde suddenly raised her head. "Morgana," said Gwenhwyfar, in a voice so like her own that Gwenevere felt her breath catch, "we are overlooked." The second also raised her head, and turned slightly, staring straight into Gwen's eyes. And now Gwen felt her breath freezing in her throat. "Well," Morgana said, her tone even and measured, "blood will tell. Even untrained and on the path of iron, look who has found her way to our working." Now little Gwen turned. Her naked body was astonishingly beautiful, even overwritten as it was with runes painted in blood, and her face was Gwen's own, but contorted with a sneer. "Spying, sister?" The sneer turned into a snarl. "Well, that will never happen again, and you will forget what you have seen." And something hot and red flashed between them, struck Gwen like a thunderbolt, and sent her tumbling down into darkness, her memories slipping between her fingers and running away like water. Despite a near-crippling headache the next day, Gwen went grimly to work on her plans. Bronwyn found women as she had promised, and they were a varied lot. One had been a Saxon thrall, and had lost her family to them, and wanted nothing more than revenge. Two were very poor indeed, and honest about their wish to be amply rewarded. "As well be swived by a mortal lads, and come to a saft bed after, as be swived by one and come to a mud hut," was the calm and logical response of one. One was sent by the ladies, and remained silent about her reasons. Since Katerina vouched for her, Gwen accepted her without comment. What all of them had in common was that they were attractive, under no illusions as to what would happen to them as camp followers, and were as fierce in their desire that March and the Saxons be beaten as any of Arthur's companions. They did not need to remain in the camps long, much to Gwen's relief. She felt enough guilt about sending them in there in the first place. "And you have no guilt about sending your scouts out to spy?" was Bronwyn's dry question when she fretted aloud one day. "Of course I do," Gwen snapped. "But this is different." Bronwyn raised an eyebrow. "So you see them as women, and not as warriors?" Gwen opened her mouth to protest and shut it again, because yes, she did, and she felt great irritation that she did so. And yet they were women. They were not warriors. They had not been trained as warriors. But she was glad enough when they got what she needed and made their way back to her, the sure information that March had allied with the Saxons rather than buying his way across their lands, and the combined forces intended to attack Arthur together. Now she could concentrate on her real duties with a whole heart, or so she thought. Gwen had not chopped wood like this since she had been a mere squire, but she needed to take out her temper on something, and splitting wood was less damaging than hurling pots against a wall, and more satisfying than perforating a target with arrows. She swung the axe against her hapless targets with accuracy and fury. Every blow split a log. At this rate, the squires would not need to chop wood for a week. The squires who had been assigned to this task had all taken one look at her face and fled. Everyone else had already heard the news, and wisely were avoiding anywhere she was even rumoured to be. The pile of neatly split logs grew, and her temper was eased not in the least. She was in a self-imposed circle of silence, in which there was only the wood, the axe, herself, and her anger. Finally the king himself came down to the yard, and sat on a stump and waited. She could not remember him ever coming here before, but she knew herself well enough not to trust herself when speaking right now, so she pretended that she had not noticed him there. The axe handle was a comfort in her hand, and the steady chunk as it cleft each log was just as much of a comfort. This at least she could control. She had chosen to do this. No one had said, "You must," or "You must not," and no one had come to say, "So-and-so would do this better, go and tend to your horses." Yet it took her quite some time before she was able to get anything like words past the tightness in her chest and throat. "It's not fair," she managed at last, the final word punctuated by the blow of the axe. She tried not to wail. She tried not to sound as if she was accusing Llwyd, who she did not in the least blame. "Indeed it is not," King Llwyd agreed. "Very unfair. You have spent long days training your scouts. You work as an effective group, and without you they will be less effective. They trust you. They will not trust another leader so much. You have proven yourself in battle. You should have been the one to lead and command them." The axe thudded into another log. The two halves fell to either side of the chopping block. "Whoever this Kai is, he cannot possibly know what they can do. I am not even sure he knows how to properly use scouts, much less my men." "He is the High King's foster brother, and no, he cannot know what they can do, nor do I think, from what I have heard of him, that he is a particularly good war chief." Llwyd sighed. "He is usually in charge of the squires and the court. He is not terrible, but he is not particularly good either. At least they will not be misused. The High King fights with Roman tactics, and your men do not charge into battle like Saxons with no strategy. They will be just one more scouting troop among another dozen." "But they will get no chance to use all the things we have worked out together," she said angrily. "They will get no chance to harry the Saxons as we did this winter." "No, because Kai will think such things unnecessary. But at least because you trained them, they will know to be clever. They will know how to fight with the Roman style that the High King uses." Llwyd sighed again heavily. "I am sorry, my daughter. I am sorry that their command has been taken from you. But the High King prefers to use his own commanders." "And the High King does not trust a female warrior," she said bitterly. "He does not think such a one as I can command anything. Younger men than me have been put in command. Younger men than me are his war leaders." Thunk! The axe split another log. "He thinks that I am only a chief because I am your daughter, and he does not trust my ability." "Probably not," King Llwyd agreed. "And Lancelin did not see fit to argue for me?" Thunk! That was another sore point. He spoke with her as if they were equals. He seemed to consider her a friend. He knew she was intelligent, and he had not spoken up for her. "Possibly not. I cannot say. Possibly he did. Possibly he did not try, because he did not want to remind the Queen of his presence." Llwyd shifted his weight on the stump. I do not know, because I was not there. It is hard for a young man when he is caught between a man and his wife." She finally stopped and turned to face her father. "Which makes him a coward?" she asked angrily. "I had not thought him a coward." "It makes him," the king sighed, "it makes him a man torn. On the one hand, he knows what you can do, even if he did not consider himself your friend, which I believe he does. He knows you are not only a good leader, he knows that you know your men as no one else, and you are always thinking of the best way to use them with the best outcome. And as your friend, he would desire to advance you. On the other, the one thing he desires above all else is to serve his lord, his king, and his friend, someone he has known far longer than you. You have seen that with your own eyes." Reluctantly, she nodded. She could tell, every moment he had been here, his heart had been with his king. She had been wrong in thinking him heart-whole. He was a man driven by duty, and protective of his friends. He mistrusted the queen. There was nothing else that would have so great a part in his life, not even, maybe, a lover. Perhaps there is also a touch of wariness there," Lloyd continued. "You bargained with the folk of Anwen. You are being served by them, in a sense. You are known to be subject to the sight at times. Most warriors are uneasy in the presence of magic. And yes, the Merlin has served the High King for longer than Lancelin, but the Merlin has ever been secretive about his magic. Few have ever seen him actually use it." Slowly, the king's calm reason overcame her fury. Tears started into her eyes, and she dashed them angrily away. "You are not uneasy in the presence of magic." "I was wedded to Ellery," he pointed out dryly. "I have a lady for a daughter, a bard for a son by marriage. Even so, I have never seen the folk of Anwen. No one I know has, until now. This is more than mere magic, my daughter. This is meddling with the spirit realms." "And this was her fault? How? I didn't know they would come. I only wanted to make a swamp to last for a fortnight or two." Her eyes burned, her stomach tightened. "They wanted to treat with me, not the other way around." "I know that." The king pointedly ignored her reddening eyes. "But you are like your mother. You look much younger than your years. You are fair, and most of them are dark. And now this. It makes people wonder if you have the blood of Anwen in your veins yourself. Now this is unfair, it is unjust, but it could have been predicted, I think." She stared in unhappy outrage and some guilt, for had she not thought these very things herself? "What can I do?" she asked, controlling herself with an effort. Again she tried not to wail. "First, we do not speak of the folk of Anwen in your swamp. Your bargain means that they will not harry our people, likely will not show themselves." She nodded. That was good sense. "You think maybe people will forget?" He shook his head. "But we can put it about that it was Ivan they treated with, and I will say I granted him the lands you gave them. Only my war chiefs know the truth. Ivan is a bard. Everyone knows that the folk of Anwen favor bards." Again she nodded. "And as for the rest, this will be hard, but you have done harder things." He smiled at her. "The High King has never had a female among his warriors, and if you are to break past that, you must remember that you are a warrior first, last, and always. That you are a woman is merely
an inconvenience. Do you understand?"
She was very glad that the other war chiefs were not here to see her, fighting to hold back tears. The last thing she needed at this moment was to seem weak, womanly. Her father was right, very right, and he was only reminding her of what she had known herself. "Yes, my king," she replied, straightening her back.
"Good," he smiled. "Now any warrior thus supplanted could be expected to be angry. I have seen many of my own chiefs in a rage over such an insult. Chopping wood is a good way to relieve that anger. Is your anger relieved?"
She took several deep breaths and blinked her eyes dry. "Yes, my king."
"And since the High King has seen fit to leave one of my ablest strategists behind, I expect War Chief Captain Gwenhwyfar to take command of all of my men that have been left to me."
He waited a moment for the meaning of what he had just said to come home to her, and the moment it did, her eyes widened in shock. "But
My remaining chiefs do not think as quickly as you do. For that matter, your king and father does not think as quickly as you do."
He gave her a look of warm approval.
"You have a knack for solutions where others see only that there must be fighting. You dealt with March on our border in a way that cost us only a little land and no men. Should March double back, or the Saxons desert him to attack here, we will have to defend our lands with less than half the men we should have. All of my chiefs agree that you are the fittest to lead in that case. Now, make me a defensive strategy." He stood up. "In fact, make me several. Think like that madman. Think like a Saxon. Find a way to make 10 men fight like 40.
She gave him the fist-to-shoulder salute of the Romans. "Yes, my king."
"That is my war chief."
He patted her shoulder with approval.
"That is Eleri's daughter. You fight with your head. My chiefs only know how to fight with their swords. Now come." He beckoned to her. "Let us go back to the maps. Arthur is my High King, and possibly the greatest leader I have ever seen, but no one has ever said he was incapable of being a fool, though in this case I am not the loser by his foolishness."
He laid one hand on her shoulder.
"In fact, he has done me a great favor in leaving me the finest sword still in my armory."
And that was enough to take most of the sting out of the insult. Chapter 17.
No one ever said Arthur was incapable of being a fool.
Never had Gwen thought that those words would come back to haunt all of them, but they had. Arthur's current actions had brought them all to a stalemate. A chill mist hung knee-high above the ground around a lake, and billowed higher above it. It was very quiet. A little splashing somewhere out there in the mist, and an occasional call of a loon or some other water bird, only made the silence deeper. For some reason even the frogs were quiet. Gwen glanced uneasily at the great tor that loomed over them all in the pre-dawn light. There was Innis Witrin, the Isle of Glass, rising above that mist that always hung over the lake that surrounded it. At the top, if you knew what to look for, you could see a squat stone tower. That was the abode, or at least the visible part of the abode, of Gwyn ap Nudd, one of the kings of the folk of Annwn, so it was said. Either there beneath that tower, or beneath the waters of the lake, or both, were entrances to Annwn, the other world itself. On the shores of the lake were 2 more poles of power. On the one side, a church and abbey of the priests of the White Christ that was over 300 years old. And on the other, the Cauldron Well, hidden, secret, guarded by the ladies who had their school there, where it had stood for far, far longer than the church. The three formed a triad of balancing powers, and managed a sort of uneasy truce. But that was not why they were all here, this army of the High King's allies. Before them, also on the island, was that reason. Built into the side of the tor, its top barely visible above the mist, was a stronghold made of stone. The fortress of Melwas of the Summer Country, a man who had once been one of Arthur's companions, whose blood was at least as old as Arthur's, and who might have a touch of the folk of Anwin about him. A man and a king. A man and a king who had taken Queen Gwenhwyfar when Arthur was off skirmishing with the Saxons, carried her off to this fortress, and was using her as his claim to supplant Arthur as High King. He had every intention of wedding her, according to all the sources, and using the claim of his old blood and hers to take the throne. And there was rumour about the camp that Gwenhwyfar might not have gone unwillingly. Gwen rubbed her aching head. This was all a hideous tangle, and it was only getting worse. Arthur had tried to get across the lake any number of times, and had not even landed more than a handful of his men at the base of the stronghold. The mist would come up and bewilder them all. The boats would land anywhere but where they should. Once a storm nearly drowned them all, by all accounts, and the one time he did get some men at the foot of the castle, they'd been successfully repulsed. She had not actually seen the High King in person, but she could well imagine the tone of his temper. And what had happened to the Merlin did not help matters at all. Oh, the Merlin! If there was anyone who might have been able to find a way to get Arthur's men onto the island, it was he. He had purportedly worked greater feats of magic in the past. He could probably have disguised Arthur as Melwas, and gotten him into the fortress that way, or somehow built a bridge to the island out of the mist itself. There was only one small problem. The Merlin was no longer in a position to conjure anything. Though rumours were flying throughout the camp about just what exactly had happened to him, the wildest of which featured him being locked inside a cave, a rock, or most improbably an oak tree, by the Lady Guinevere, one of the ladies had come to Gwen as soon as she had made camp, and told her precisely what had befallen the Merlin. He was elf-shot, the woman had said, though whether it was a curse or some cruel weapon bought of the Fae by Melwas, we cannot say. But as Melwas was fleeing, with Queen Gwenhwyfar as his captive, the Merlin was looked for in vain, and found at last on the floor of his room, taken with a fit. And now he lies as one made of oak, with Guinevere tending him. He cannot speak, and only his eyes seem alive. She could not help but wonder, although she did not say, if this was the punishment for all those innocent infants he had ordered killed so long ago. Certainly now he was as helpless as an infant, as trapped within an unworking body, as if he had in truth been encased in a tree. So much for the Merlin. The ladies, of course, did not have any sort of magic that could be used to solve Arthur's problem, and if Gwyn ap Nudd was inclined to help, well, he had not even so much as showed a light in his tower. Gwen had turned up at the head of King Llwyd's contribution to the army. She shortly thereafter discovered that in some ways her arrival had made things even more complicated. To begin with, there was her name. It had caused rumours to fly through the camp when she first arrived that Arthur's queen had escaped, that she had arrived at the head of her own warriors, that she was, in fact, the ghost of Arthur's first queen come from beyond the grave to help him. It seemed that everyone and his dog needed to come look at her to be sure that she was only herself, Llwyd Ogofan Gower's daughter. It had gotten to the point by sunset she simply left her own encampment and with a small escort made a tour of Arthur's entire forces,
introducing herself to all the war chiefs and making sure that everyone got a good long look at her. That solved one problem anyway, though now scarcely anyone called her by name. The giant's daughter, they mostly called her. That was maddening, but understandable. What else were they going to do? 2 Gwenhwyfars was one too many in this situation, and it wasn't as if she had yet earned one of those clever descriptive names some warriors got. More vexing was the unspoken assumption that Gwyn ap Nudd was simply going to appear and declare himself for Arthur just because she had turned up. And oh, what a mixed set of expectations that was, because not everyone here wanted a king of Annwn to turn up and make himself an ally. First and foremost of those that would object were the Christ priests. With the abbey so near at hand, it was not surprising that there were monks wandering about the camp, and since the abducted queen was a follower of the White Christ, well, she supposed they were finding it necessary to make it clear that they favoured Arthur. If the queen had indeed turned her coat, then they certainly would want to show by their presence that they still favoured Arthur, although of course there was a further complication because Melwas himself was Christian. Gwen felt, rather cynically, that it was possible these priests were trying to play both sides. Although they were praying ostentatiously for the return of the queen, if Melwas won out, they would also be right here to be the first to proclaim him the new High King. Whatever was on their minds, they did not approve of anyone who consorted with demons, as she was said to do, and evidently a demon, in their eyes, was any creature that was not mortal and not an angel. The monks therefore did not like her, and the rumours that Queen Gwenhwyfar was not an unwilling captive was making them uneasy, and that made them even more unhappy with her presence. She was a living reminder of everything the queen wasn't, including, it seemed, loyal to the High King. Then there were the followers of the old ways, who evidently expected her to conjure up Gwyn ap Nudd, who would then divide the waters of the lake or build a bridge of rainbows across it, or fly the entire army through the air to take it to the fortress where the queen was. And then, of course, more magic would breach the walls, and in the conquering army would go, stopping only for enough combat to make them all heroes. After all, hadn't she won allies of the folk of Annwn already? Oh, it was irritating. Here she had forgone the credit for striking that bargain in her marsh, only to have everyone turn right round about and decide that of course she had done it after all. It made her head hurt, and she wanted to swat them all for being so foolish. Well, she had gotten another summons, this time from Lancelin, to meet with him, some of the companions, and some other unspecified leaders, and where once she would have been excited to meet with these warriors, who were famed from the Channel to the Western Sea, now, well, she just hoped they weren't expecting any magic out of her. She nearly jumped out of her skin when the first person she saw as she entered the fire circle was Medrote. She restrained herself, however, and by the time he turned away from the person he was talking to, a huge, broad-shouldered man who looked just about as angry as if he had strapped on a helmet full of hornets, she had composed herself. Lancelin had spotted her by then and welcomed her, giving her a seat between himself and the angry man, who turned out to be Gwalchmai. Gwalchmai actually was as angry as if he had strapped on a helmet full of hornets, and with good cause. He had been out in a boat trying to find a place to land. Melwas mocked him from the battlements. And so did Gwenhwyfar. Now, according to Lancelin, at best Gwalchmai had what might at the kindest be charitably described as a prejudice against women. Of course, given his relationship with Anna Morgause. But this was a great deal more insult than a warrior and one of Arthur's companions could be expected to bear with an unruffled temper,
even if that warrior was the next thing to a statue. Gwalchmai had, by all accounts, a nature so hot that he got into quarrels merely because he thought someone had looked at him oddly. He glared at her as she sat down. She gave him the most sympathetic look she could muster. His glare turned to suspicion. She shrugged and put on a rueful expression, trying to convey that she not only sympathized with him, she had no sympathy whatsoever for the Queen. She caught Medrode watching them with veiled amusement. This meeting turned out to be mostly Arthur's chief companions. Lancelin, of course, Gwalchmai, Kai, Bors, Peredur, Geraint, Bedwyr, Tristan, Medrode, Caradoc, Dinadan. The firelight made moving shadows on their faces, these famous men, Arthur's closest comrades. Square and narrow, bearded and beardless, dark-haired most of them, a few lighter. She supposed she should have felt intimidated by them, but they looked no different, really, than the men she fought with and beside for all these many years. Experienced, yes, but so was she. Kai looked petulant, as if he forever laboured under a grievance. Bors seemed weary, as did Bedwyr. Tristan, the nephew of March, oh, now that one gave her a chill. There was a look of doom about him, and a melancholy, as if he felt it too. Dinadan was impatient. Clearly a man of action and few words. Caradoc was sardonic, and Geraint looked as if he considered everything something of a joke. They were men like any others. No matter that she had spent years listening to tales of their deeds. Braith had been just as courageous, and deserved just as many tales. The only two that gave her pause, really, were Tristan and Medrode. Of course, it was always Medrode. There were 3 of the allied war chiefs she had not met yet. The chief men of 3 of the allied kings, sent as Gwen herself had been sent, at the head of their forces. There was a druid, Aled ap Michael, who seemed to be taking the Merlin's place, although he did not have the title and looked ill at ease in the position. And there was a Christian priest, Gildas, who glared at the druid and Gwen with equal impartiality. Clearly, he hated them both. "I asked you all here," said Lancelin carefully, "because of something that happened to Gwalchmai today. I do not believe this should be bandied about the camp yet, but we need, I think, to discuss this. Old friend?" Gwalchmai got heavily to his feet. "This afternoon I took a squire and a boat and went to look at that bastard's walls," he rumbled, his shaggy red brows furrowed together. He was a bear of a man, and gave the impression he could easily snap an ordinary man in half with his bare hands. "I bethought the mist would keep me hidden, but I should have known my cursed luck would make sure that whatever I wanted, the opposite would happen. The mist blew off, and there I was, and there was Melwas on the tower, and if I'd had but a knife or even a stone to throw, we'd not be sitting together having this meeting, because I'd have killed him on the spot." The last was growled with an air of frustration, and Gwen didn't blame him. "At any rate, he commenced to flinging insults instead, and I did the same. And then, after a bit of this pleasantry, someone comes to join him, Gwenhwyfar." Those who were not yet aware of this news exchanged uneasy looks and murmured to one another. "If his tongue's sour, hers is like a whip," Gwalchmai continued, flushing a deep red with anger. "I'll not repeat what she said to me, though there wasn't much of it, before she ended with, 'Let us leave the loons to paddle back to their nests,' and drew Melwas away. But she looked nor sounded not like any captive." And with that he cast a glare at Gildas, who was plainly taken much aback.
I came and told this straight away to the High King and to Lancelin, and Lancelin called you here."
Gwalchmai sat down again.
"This is ill hearing," Kai muttered, staring at his clasped hands, "but I cannot think what we are to do about it." "Well, I will tell you what you are to do about it."
All their heads came up as a voice like the sound of a hunting horn cut across the silence, and one strode into their fire circle as if he owned it, and immediately caused all the hair on the back of Gwen's head to stand straight up. He was beautiful, and gold and white, with golden hair, pale skin, gold-embroidered white tunic, trews and boots. He could easily have been the brother to one of the lake maidens, and was as beautiful as they were, inhumanly so. Inhuman was a very good word for him. Having seen one of the folk of Annwn once, Gwen was not likely to forget their look again. This one wore a thin gold circlet about his brow, and a torque of gold with orm-headed finals, so there was only one person that he was likely to be. And she was the first of them to recover her wits and realize it. She leapt to her feet and bowed deeply. She made sure that they saw her offer the ultimate respect, before the others, who might not have the eyes to see what and who he was, offered to him an insult. "Greetings to the noble and generous Gwyn ap Nudd, king of the folk of Annwn," she said as she straightened again. "Welcome to our council. I know that the High King counts you as a friend and one of his companions, as well as ally." Those who had recognized him had also gotten to their feet, and likewise bowed, a bit later than she had. Those who had not looked stunned for a moment. Then one by one they recovered their wits and their manners, and as Gwyn ap Nudd looked them over with amusement, scrambled to follow their example. "Greetings, my fair cousin, fair of speech as you are of face," he replied genially. "I regret that I did not seek out the High King before this, but I had hoped that this situation would sort itself out without my intervention." He lifted one long brow at Gildas. "My meddling is not always considered welcome." Gildas looked uneasy. "And I have a solution to this knotty problem. If," now he turned an ironic expression on Gildas, "if the honoured and holy Abbot Gildas is prepared to follow up on the assertion, for of course no priest would boast, that I know that he made to his fellow monks." Gildas went red, then white, then red again, and back to white. He was caught, and he knew it. Whatever it was he had boasted that he could do, or at least attempt, he had done so in the hearing of Gwyn. And now he had two choices. Either try it, whatever it was, with Gwyn's help, the help of a pagan thing, perhaps a demon, certainly a creature with whom the good Christians were not supposed to consort, or back out of whatever he had said, and be held up to ridicule by, yes, that pagan thing, that possible demon, who would no doubt find a way to mock the religion as well as the man. The latter clearly was not a choice for him. He straightened, still white. "I said that I would try to bargain a settlement between Melwas and Arthur, if only I could get into the fortress," Gildas said bravely, "and so I shall." "And I shall get you in. I weary of this Melwas, who calls himself king of the summer country, which is one of my titles that he usurps." The blue-green eyes turned nearly black, although that was the only sign of the king of Annwn's anger. "I weary of him setting himself up on my island. I weary even more of the presence on my island of Arthur's queen. This quarrel stirs up my people. Your iron and steel bring them discomfort, and the peace of my island has been disrupted. I want them gone from my shore. But he is, supposedly, a follower of your Christ, so man of Christ,
As I and mine have not troubled you in all the years of your presence, perhaps you can repay that peace by making him come to see reason." Gildas swallowed. "I hope I may. And if you can take me to him—"
Gwyn ap Nudd laughed softly.
"Nothing easier."
Before Gildas could move or even flinch, the king had seized him by the arm. Even Gwen could not rightly have told what happened then. To her it looked as if Gwyn had stepped through a door, drawing Gildas after him. But there was no door there. They were there, and then 2 steps later they were gone. Gwen blinked and rubbed her eyes.
"Well," said Medrote into the silence, "that was curiously satisfying. I was wondering if there was anything that could silence that pompous prig."
There was clearly nothing more to be done that night, so the council broke up, with Lancelin and Kai volunteering to be the ones to tell the High King what had just transpired. The awkwardness was palpable, as no one really knew what to say or do. Gwen wondered, though, just what sort of magic they had seen before. After all, the Merlin had been an integral part of the High King's entourage since the beginning. Had he simply never done anything in their presence? Or maybe the awkwardness was partly due to the Queen's defection, and partly due to the fact that Gwyn ap Nudd had just appeared and trumped them all. Whatever plans they'd had in mind would have involved more siege, more fighting. Gwyn had aborted all of those, carrying off Gildas to try and end this thing without further warfare. At the moment they were all so taken aback that they couldn't think. Well, if they couldn't think, they could certainly talk, but she realized immediately that as she was not one of the inner circle, they were not going to do any frank talking around her. Wryly, she decided that sleep was her best option, so she bid them all farewell and started back to her encampment. She had gotten just out of the reach of the firelight when she realized that she was not alone, and the figure that was keeping pace with her was not one that she welcomed.
"Fair cousin, is it?"
said Medrote, in a tone that sounded perfectly pleasant if you didn't know him, and no, there was certainly some other motivation behind his question than the wish to be conversational.
"Are the folk of Anwin in your bloodline, then?"
"Not that I know of," she replied, throttling down her revulsion, and replying with the same surface pleasantry. There it was again. And he was married to her sister. Wouldn't he know by now if there was fey blood in them? Or maybe he wasn't as strong in magic as he liked to believe. I'm sure someone would have mentioned it before this, if there were. I believe that the King of the Isle of Glass was merely acknowledging that technically I am the overlord to some of his people now. Of course he could have had some other motive. It's impossible to tell with the folk."
"Ah, yes, your little bargain."
Medrote stalked alongside her, and with his longer legs there was no way she could outdistance him without running. Damn him. He was the last person she wanted to talk to. You had to be at your cleverest to exchange more than a few words with him, if you didn't want him to ferret more out of you than you wanted him to know.
"That was cleverly done, by the way. I salute you. I had no idea you had enough power in you to call up the folk."
"I don't." Actually, she didn't want Medrote to think she had any magic at all. "I gave all that up when I took the warrior's path. It wasn't me that summoned them. It was Katerina and Ivan, and even then I think it was entirely accidental that they did so. We only summoned the waters to make a swamp, so King March would have to take his forces across Saxon lands rather than ours. I actually think that the folk came by themselves."
"Still clever. You saw an opportunity and took advantage of it. It was a good bargain. You lost nothing but a bit of land, and got some formidable guards in exchange. Morgana was annoyed that it had not occurred to her to do the same. "By the way, you may congratulate me. I have a son." There was a flash of teeth catching the light of a campfire as they passed. "And before you ask, no, Arthur is still unaware that your sister and I are wed." Which meant, of course, that he didn't want Arthur to know, and was reminding her of her promise. "I see. Well, congratulations. You are now ahead of the High King in that game. And the Queen remains childless." Unspoken was the depth of Medrote's ambition. Unspoken, too, that although Medrote was not only a bastard, but the product of incest, when presented with a grown man, a proven warrior, with his own heirs, if Arthur was to die, it was likely that the irregularities of Medrote's birth would be overlooked. No one wanted to go through the chaos that had followed Uther's death. "I know. I live in hope." There was another flash of teeth. "Meanwhile, I find that I quite enjoy being one of the companions. It is a strange thing, but I find I get along better with my brothers now than I did at home. Gwalchmai has been a particular boon friend. He seems to appreciate my wisdom, and I certainly appreciate his muscles. Perhaps he wishes to make up for pummeling me so much as a child." That was easy to read. Medrote was finally able to manipulate the rather dim eldest of the Orkney clan, and possibly the others as well. "This is the first I have encountered any of them but you. Well, again, I give you congratulations on siring a son. Where are you keeping him and your wife?" she asked. "Surely not with Lot." "Oh, Morgana has her. They get along famously." He waved a hand airily. "Like sisters, really. It's quite affecting to see them together." Now what did that mean? That Morgana and Gwenhwyfar hated each other as cordially as little Gwen hated her real sisters? Or was this to mock her with, implying that Morgana and little Gwen were alike? Surely if Morgana hated little Gwen, she would not have her in her own castle, no matter how much she wanted to oblige Medrote. Gwen had heard stories about Morgana, who was supposedly an even more powerful sorceress than her sister Anna Morgause. She seemed to spend half her time helping Arthur, and the other half being a thorn in his side. But then, stories, they were only that. Men were uneasy enough around a woman with power of any sort. It would not be surprising that they made up tales about one who was powerful and refused to tie herself to any man to boot. For just a moment, something too faint to be called a memory drifted past in her thoughts. An image, a glimpse, of Morgana and little Gwen, side by side. But it was gone before she could grasp it. She decided that she had better say something. She had been silent a little too long. "So long as I can assure Father she is content, that is all that matters," Gwen replied untruthfully. The reality was, somewhere down inside, she was sickened. Gwenhwyfar by herself was bad enough. Gwenhwyfar, tutored by Anna Morgause, was worse. And Gwenhwyfar, working hand in hand with Morgana. Gwen pitied anyone foolish enough to cross them. "Yes, well, you can tell King Llwyd anything you like," Medrote replied, stopping suddenly. That was when Gwen realized that they were at the edge of her encampment. "Just as long as you keep the oaths you swore. I have many plans in motion, and I would be very vexed if they were to be disrupted." His eyes glittered in the darkness. "Morgana and my wife would be even more disappointed than I." That was easy to read, too. Keep my secrets or there will be a price to pay. Morgana had always struck Gwen as the sort of person who liked being the hidden power and preferred to do nothing overtly.
Morgana was also, by all measures, someone who never staked all of her ambitions on one plan or one candidate. If Medrote lost his bid for Arthur's seat, she would have a dozen more directions she could go. But Gwenhwyfar, without a doubt, she was already in her mind measuring her brow for the High Queen's crown. Caterina could probably handle Morgana and her magic if Gwen were to tell them what she knew. But Gwenhwyfar, or the two of them together? Oh no, Gwen was not minded to cross her little sister. "And I have no plans, except to serve my father and his heirs," she replied honestly. "I am a plain warrior, cousin. I have no head for grand schemes."
"Sometimes it is a good thing to have no ambition."
The flash of teeth, the glitter of eyes in the dark, put her in mind of something feral.
"And on that I bid you good night. It has been a most fascinating evening, with great potential for amusement to come. We will see what the morning brings."
She was only too happy to leave him there and retreat to the safety of those she trusted. She gave her own chiefs a brief explanation of what had happened, omitting only Gwalchmai's report of the behaviour of the Queen, the strange way in which Gwyn ap Nudd and Gildas had vanished, and that the King of Inniswitrin had called her fair cousin. If the word of the Queen's treachery was to be spread about the camps, she did not want it to come from her people. And as for Gwyn ap Nudd, well, she intended to publicly distance herself from the folk of Annwn and from magic as much as possible, especially with Medrote snooping about. The less he thought about her, the better. They accepted the news with astonishment. Then she left them to mull it over themselves. It was always better to let the men talk themselves out without her there to overhear them. It let them know that she trusted them. It also allowed them to air whatever foolishness came into their heads without the risk of looking foolish in front of her. As Mother once said, "Men are worse gossips than women ever were." In the morning, nothing much had changed, except for the rumours flying about the camp. As she had expected, a garbled version of Gwalchmai's narrative was all over the encampment, and the stories of how Gwyn ap Nudd had made off with Abbot Gildas were even more incredible than what had actually happened. In some, he vanished in a flash of lightning. In others, he grew great wings and carried Gildas off. And in some, good luck, it was Gildas who sprouted wings and flew to the island. At least she could with great virtue make the assertion that none of that had originated with her men. In the meantime, the orders from the High King were to wait. So wait they did. Morning became midday, and still there was no sign of anything going on, either on the mainland or on the island. The mist did not lift. If anything, it thickened. An overcast day meant everything was shrouded in gloom, and it was easy to imagine strange shapes in the mist. Most men stuck close to camp, save for hers. King Llwyd's force, emboldened perhaps by her connection to the folk of Annwn, went out hunting and fishing. Gwen thought about trying to pay a visit to the ladies and the Cauldron Well, then thought better of it. With all these strangers here, they had probably hidden the entrance to their school and stronghold, as they often did when times were uneasy, and although they would probably let her in, it might take her a while to get their attention. Besides, she had little or no magic these days. She would not be there as a fellow lady, but rather as one who comes to see the sights. Not entirely welcome under the circumstances. No, they knew she was here. If they wanted to see her, they would send a messenger, and if they did not send one, it was because mere visitors were not, at the moment, welcome. The High King had not summoned her, though he had sent courteous, if overly formal, greetings and thanks to her and her father, and further thanks for the gift of the two of her father's famous grey cavalry horses that she had brought. Until she was summoned, it was poor manners to intrude on him and his counsels, and really there was not much more she could add. Nothing about this situation answered to either Roman tactics or anything she was good at. Add to that her name. It would not be easy hearing the name of his runaway wife attached to someone else. But there was not much more she could do here at the camp except add to gossip. She saw to her gear, but she had been so thorough there was nothing left that she needed to attend to. Rhys and Pryderi were not much inclined to go riding out in the mist and gloom, and showed their reluctance clearly. She didn't blame them, and couldn't think of a reason why she needed to risk their legs and necks to an accident. After a good long while of staring blankly at the fire, it occurred to her that there was one foot of the power triangle here she could visit after all. After mulling it over, deciding against it, then deciding she was being a coward, she went to have a look at the church and abbey of the Christ priests. It was not very imposing. The abbey was about the size of the village at Castell y Llnuchlas. It was not a single building, but a bevy of little wattle huts inside an enclosure, with the church, a more substantial timber structure, at the centre. The huts looked like chicks surrounding a hen, and the church was about half the size of her father's castle. But one thing struck her almost forcefully when she ventured inside the dark, incense-scented building. As small as it was, within those four walls she encountered a sense of deep peace, the like of which she had not felt outside of a sacred circle, and that was astonishing. When she left the church, she was accosted by a swarm of the inhabitants. The monks that lived at the abbey were all in a state, not quite panic, but certainly great anxiety about the well-being of Gildas. She got the sense that he was greatly admired and even loved here. And far from being made to feel unwelcome, when they made sure of who she was, she had a group of tonsured men in plain brown and black robes surrounding her, pressing fresh hot bread and butter and a mug of small beer into her hands, asking her anxious questions. Was this Gwyn ap Nudd truly an evil creature? Was he honourable? Could he be trusted? Would he use some sort of magic on Gildas to corrupt him? Would the abbot come back to them safely? "Wait, wait," she said as they flustered around her. "I will answer any question I can, but first I must be able to hear them." She got them to stop talking to her all at once, finally, and sat down on a stone bench in the abbey herb garden, where they had gathered around her. "I'll tell you everything I know about the folk of Annwn, and Gwyn in particular," she said, calmly, reassuringly. "But first of all, Gwyn ap Nudd is a friend to the High King, and so I was told this morning, counted among the King's companions of the Round Table, even if he seldom comes to court." She waited for them to take that in. "If he comes to the Round Table, he has already passed the many tests that the High King sets his men. Yes?" They looked at each other, then nodded. "Now, among the folk of Annwn, vows are taken as seriously as—" She looked about her, and although she did see a few faces showing suspicion or fear, she didn't see any she would have thought dishonest. "As seriously as among you. Vows are sacred. Gwyn will have taken the same vows to the High King that all the companions have, and one of those is to protect those who do not bear arms." "That is true," murmured the fellow who had insisted she have some of his beer. "Women, children, and men of the cloth." "Furthermore, among the folk of Annwn, the person of an envoy is held in the highest esteem. Their lives are sacred. Their words are to be listened to with courtesy, and they are not to be threatened nor harmed, just because one side does not like what they have to say. Abbot Gildas is an envoy. Gwyn will defend him to the death, and would not allow harm to come to him, even if it were at the hand of his own lady or son. I would lay my own life on that, or that of my father, who I hold dearer than myself." There was a collective sigh of relief at that, and a little of the tension eased. "Now, as to the folk of Annwn, no, they are not mortal as we are, but they are not demons either. They are just other." She shook her head. "It is hard to explain, but I think I can pledge you that Gwyn of the Annwn would have no more difficulty in being within the walls of your church there than I did."
"A demon cannot abide within church walls," said someone else, "nor stand on consecrated ground."
She had to smile a little. "I dare say that if you looked closely at some of those that have come once or twice to your rites, you would find that more than one of them are of the folk, for they are a curious set of peoples, and you are their near neighbours. They dwell in the other world, not here on the Middle Earth, nor heaven nor hell, but as if it were sideways to the lands we know. The doors to their lands are few. 2 are here, which is why Gwyn's stronghold is here."
"I heard a tale once," one of the fellows faltered.
When the others made encouraging murmurs, he got up courage and went on.
"It was said that when Lucifer revolted and made war in heaven, there were some spirits that would take neither God's side nor the devil's. And so, when the battle was over, and Lucifer and his minions cast into hell, these other spirits were also driven from heaven. Because they had not taken God's side, they could not remain. But because they had not taken Lucifer's either, they were not sent to hell, and so they came to live beside, but not among, mortals, in a state that was half of spirit and half of the world."
His voice trailed off uncertainly. She shrugged. "I had not heard that tale before, but it is as likely as any other explanation. They are as many and varied as mortals and all the mortal creatures. There are good, bad, and middling ones. Many are tricksters, some are evil, but Gwyn will keep those firmly under control here. They are quick to anger, slow to forget. A gift places a debt of obligation on them, and the freer and more genuine the gift, the greater the obligation. They will always hold by the letter of a bargain, but you must be careful, because if they feel they are being coerced into it in any way, they will try to find a way out of it. As I said, they hold the person of an envoy sacred. The best thing you can do, if ever you see one, is to offer it a gift, however small. By making a gift, you will bind them not to harm you, and they will not rest until they feel they have discharged their obligation. Bread is always a good gift, she thought some. Would you continue to live in peace with Gwyn's folk?
"We had rather convert them and save their souls, if souls they have," said a dry voice from the rear of the group, "as our brothers in ire saved the souls of the daughters of Lear. But yes, if we can buy peace of them—"
"Then make a gift of bread at the water's edge, once a week, say, if you have it to spare." She smiled. "Most of them live beneath the lake, and it is a little difficult to bake bread at the bottom of a lake. Mark it with one of your crosses, so that they will know from whom it comes, and nothing evil will be able to touch it." There were murmurs, but nods. She found herself smiling even more. She had not expected to like these men, and certainly had not expected them to be asking advice of her. They asked her a few more questions, which she answered as honestly as she could, and she left burdened with bread, butter, and honey for her men, for the abbey's cattle and bees were evidently famous. One of the monks came with her, there was so much to carry. She returned to the encampment burdened as much by thought as by the gifts. She had expected acute disapproval, even hatred. While some of those men clearly disapproved of her, more simply accepted her as her own people accepted her. And there was no hatred. Mostly they seemed to be grateful that she was taking the time to explain things and reassure them. Even those who seemed to disapprove of her had listened to her words. So she found again when she had seen that the food was properly distributed. As the monk said farewell and began to leave, he suddenly turned back to her. "You are a great and kind lady to have spent so much time explaining matters," he said shyly. "I hope you do not mind that I brought the brothers to speak with you." She grinned a little. "So it was your doing?" He flushed. "Aye. When I saw you in the chapel, as fair as Our Lady is said to be, and with such a look of peace upon you, I knew that you had a good heart, even though your soul is pagan. I knew that you would tell us the truth, and not put us off, as Lord Kai has done. And I knew that because you are a woman that knows the hearts of your men, you would see us as a kind of warrior too, and serve us the truth, instead of seeing us as womanly, as the companions do, and serve us empty assurances." She was so taken aback that all she could do was blink and blush. He didn't seem to mind. He just took her hand and wrung it a little. "I know that goodness and beauty do not always go hand in hand," he finished simply. "But in you, White Spirit, I think they are united. God's blessing on you. I will pray for you." He trotted off back to his duties and his brothers, leaving her staring dumbfounded after him. Chapter 18. On the third day after Gwyn vanished with Gildas, a poly flag appeared on the town of Melwas's stronghold. After much discussion, Arthur sent his foster-brother Kai out in a boat to see what was to be said. They watched as Kai was taken into the stronghold, and then there was more waiting. As the time passed, the tension grew greater, and it was with tremendous relief that they all saw Kai come back out again. This time he was not alone. 2 more men were with him. In the shifting mists it was hard to make out more than Kai's red tunic and the vague shapes of the other 2, but— "No, fair cousin, one of them is not me," said Gwyn right into her ear. She jumped, and he laughed as she spun to face him. She was standing a little apart from the rest of her men, and they didn't seem to have noticed that Gwyn had simply— well, probably he had pulled the same trick as he had the last time, stepping out of nowhere to end up beside her. "Gildas is a stiff-necked fellow, but honest and fair, and once I saw that he was going to make good on his boast, I left him to it," Gwyn told her. "Let him have all the fame, if fame comes from this, for reconciling Melwas with your High King." He chuckled a little. "In truth, cousin, I think that Melwas was getting mightily weary of the company of his prize, confined as he was to one small island, and not all of that." "And will he still be calling himself King of the Summer Country, cousin?" she asked. His smile grew teeth. "I think not. He has seen that it is not wise to usurp what is another's, whether it be a wife or a title. And, by the way, I thank you for calming his flock of little brown chicks." The smile softened. "That was courteously done." She flushed a little. "That hadn't been my intention when I went to look over their hennery," she said with a slight laugh. "But they clucked and fussed so, it moved me to pity. Besides, it was no great effort. I only had to tell them the truth." "As fair-spoken as you are fair of face," he laughed. "It is as well that I have me a lady who holds my heart fast, and you have your duties to your father. Elsewise I would steal you away, as Melwas stole that fool of a Gwenhwyfar to the true summer country." He lifted an elegant brow and gave her a thoughtful look. "I think you have great things in you, cousin. I do not yet know what they are,
but surely the hand of a goddess is on you."
She was a little flustered now, although she was determined not to show it. That was twice now that men had called her attractive. She was not at all sure what to make of this. Then again, the two men that had found her lovely were the King of the Anwin and a monk. Neither were men, in the ordinary sense. She ought not to place too much importance on this. "Have you any notion of what Gildas brought about?" she asked instead.
"Some. He'll turn over the queen, of course, and for taking her there will be some Christian punishment or other. I think he'll be giving over his stronghold to Gildas, though what the monks will do with it, I've no notion." He shrugged. "They do not trouble me. I do not trouble them. They will bring no weapons of iron and steel to my door, and that is all I care for."
She pondered this. "Well, if ever the Saxons overrun this place, the stronghold will make a safe place for them to go."
Gwyn nodded, his eyes on the nearing figures. "And this is no bad thing. Blood spilled so near my door would bring the sort of the folk that I do not care for, the sort that only looks for more blood, and finding it not, goes hunting for it. That is always bad. You mortals are not so discriminating when it comes to my kind, and are like to punish all for the faults of a few."
She could find no reason to dispute that claim, and sighed. "I wish it were not so. But if wishes were horses, my father would have no need for stallions."
"Well said."
He bowed a little to her.
"With that, fair cousin, I take my leave. The folk still owe you something of a debt. You may feel free to claim it of me at your will."
And then he stepped away again. A single pace to the side, and he was gone, just as the boat touched the shore.
And so there was more waiting.
Not with the tension that there had been, however. Her men, grateful for the fresh bread, something all too seldom seen by warriors in the field, went out hunting and fishing again, and shared their catch with the monks, who in turn supplied another round of bread and honey. An interesting spirit of camaraderie sprang up between them, a spirit which she encouraged. In the rest of the encampment, the sense of relief was palpable. It was one thing to go to war against the Saxons. They were the enemy. It was quite another to go to war against someone whose men you had recently fought beside. There was no doubt that Gildas was going to do well out of this. He did not much care for Arthur, or so it was said by a few of the monks, but he cared even less for Christian to be fighting Christian. And he would likely exact some sort of price from Arthur as well as from Melwas for his services. Gwen could not fault him for any of this actually. It only seemed fair. When he had agreed to negotiate, he knew nothing of Gwyn ap Nudd, had no assurances that Melwas would not kill him out of hand, nor that Gwyn himself could be trusted. Gwen might not like Gildas, but she could admire his courage. Finally, just before sunset, the word came at last. And, shortly after the word, the lady who was the cause of it all. A breeze, no doubt engineered by Gwyn ap Nudd, blew the mists off the lake as she came, rowed over in another boat. The setting sun touched her golden hair, and made of it a crown, and gilded her linen gown. She sat upright and proud in the stern of the boat, with no sign that she felt any guilt. Gwen was not sure what her feelings were, mostly relief that all of this was over, some contempt, perhaps, and puzzlement that the woman would be so foolish as to desert a man who engendered such passionate loyalty. It should have been obvious that very few of his allies would desert him, and that the ruse that she had been carried off against her will could not have held up for very long. Lust, love, ambition? Not that it mattered in the long run. When she alighted, she was surrounded immediately. The bodies of companions and monks hid her from view, so it was impossible to tell if she was led off, taken off as a prisoner, or went under her own power and will. But off she went, heading for the High King's tent, where Arthur and Gildas awaited. Melwas was gone. The Queen would face her judgment alone. Gwen shook her head and decided that today might be a good day to go hunting. She returned empty-handed, which didn't really surprise her. With so many men hunting the same fields, the game was probably hunted out by now, and perhaps because of that very thing, she returned to find many of the allies already packing up to leave. "Have we been dismissed?" she asked Avon ap Maxen, her second in command.
"Not yet, but there is no real reason to hold us here," he pointed out, and looked uncomfortable. "A good fight, that's one thing, but this, 'tisn't the sort of thing a man likes to have witness to."
Well, she could see that. The High King had been made a cuckold of in front of his allies, and his queen hadn't looked in the least repentant. She wondered what Arthur would do. It wouldn't have been a question if he hadn't been a follower of the old ways, as her father was. King Llwyd would have had an easy choice, since a woman, particularly a queen and a lady, did have one irrefutable excuse for something like this. It was done for the land. Arthur was still childless, and looked to remain so, and while he was still in fighting trim, his queen, if she had been a lady, would have been bound to show herself fertile. And, well, this was his way to prove he was still worthy to represent the land. If the old stag could not drive off or slay the young stag, then it was more than time for the young to supplant the old. Even time for the old stag to shed his blood to renew the land. Now that had not yet happened with her father, in no small part because neither Ivan nor Caradoc were minded to make the challenge to King Llwyd. Besides, Caterina was very firmly Pwythel's lady, and the vigorous and very, very virile Ivan was lord to her lady. There was no need for King Llwyd to be the land king, for Caterina had a consort, and all was well. But Arthur? Well, the old stag had conquered the young, so no one would be pressing for him to be supplanted yet, and it was through no fault of his own that he had no heirs but Medrote. Gwen sighed. "Tell the men to be ready to move out. You are right. I have no wish for the High King to have us present for this." The Queen was a follower of the Christ, and there were no excuses for her behaviour in their creed. She would have no allies there. Not even Gildas would support her now. Gwen tried to think of what options were open to Arthur. This was treason, of course, but would he put her to death? Could he put her away by Christian law? If he tried to put her away from him, she was still going to be a source of contention for his throne. She could still attract another like Melwas, maybe more. She could still be a source of trouble. It was a situation fraught with ugliness and difficulty, and one she was deeply grateful that she was not involved in. There was one thing she might do, though. It would remind Arthur that the followers of the old ways had not wavered in their loyalty, and it would reflect well on her father. She had come here with a gift of horses for himself and his companions, but in anticipation of fighting, all of King Llwyd's men had come with extra mounts. She herself had brought 6, Rhys and Pryderi, of course, but also 4 more, just in case something happened to her 2 main mounts. Now she pulled those 4 extras from the picket line, found a squire, and sent them off to the High King with the simple message that the horses were from King Llwyd Ogofan Gower. The camp was uneasy that night and unsettled. This did not taste like victory, even though Arthur had won. Talk around the fires was subdued, and no one had much appetite. Gwen was thinking very strongly of making use of that mead Caterina had sent along to help her to sleep early, when she looked up to see one of Gildas's monks peering around the circle of warriors at her fire. He finally whispered to the one nearest him, and to Gwen's further surprise, the man stood up and conducted the monk courteously to her.
"If you would be so kind," the monk said diffidently, once he had given her the bow of respect, "Abbot Gildas would like to speak with you."
She stood up immediately. "I would be honored," she said honestly. Whatever the abbot wanted her for, he was clearly an important man. He was also a beloved man. However disagreeable he had seemed to her, he had to have earned that regard. So she would give him the courtesy that she hoped he would show her, and see what happened. The monk conducted her quickly to the abbey, and it was quite clear that the subdued mood in her camp was shared across the entire encampment. Gildas was waiting for her at another fire, and rose to greet her without the disagreeable expression he had worn before. She gave him the same bow of respect that she would have given the Merlin.
"Lady, I wish to thank you," Gildas said awkwardly. "You were very kind to reassure my people."
"Abbot Gildas, your people were extremely worried for you, and they deserved to have someone treat them with courtesy," she replied. "The High King's companions would have done so if they themselves knew what I did about the folk of Anwen. Since they did not, and what I knew could ease the hearts of your people and allow them to devote their attention to
prayer and their devotions," Gildas supplied with a little smile. "Yes, and again I thank you. I also wish to apologize to you. Without knowing anything of you, I harbored ill thoughts of you. You, in turn, rather than doing the same to me, have given me a lesson in what should have been Christian charity. For this lesson, too, I thank you. I want you to know that despite our differences in belief, you may count me as a friend."
She was for a moment taken aback, but quickly recovered. "I am honored, and would be more honored if you will accept the same from me."
"I know that you are all curious as to what is to happen to the Queen," he sighed. "I should prefer, as you seem to not be prey to exaggerations, if you were to make it known that the High King and the Queen will remain here for a time, while I strive to make peace between them."
She winced. "I do not envy you that task. This was a sad and bitter thing."
"I wish that I had hope of success."
A shadow passed over Gildas's face.
"But that will be as God wills it. I shall do my best. Arthur is a great man. I would that he were more a man of peace and less of war, for one of my brothers rebelled against him, you know, and met his death at Arthur's hands."
"Well, that explains a great deal."
"Still, I have forgiven him, and I know him to be a great and great-hearted man, and a good leader, of the sort that this land needs. He has a vision of this part of the world being united and strong, as the old empire of the Romans was. I hope that this does not harden his heart and make something terrible out of a good man."
"Something terrible, like the sort of man who could order the deaths of infants?" She said nothing, however, only nodded. She and Gildas exchanged a little more conversation, then he pled exhaustion and she took her leave, making sure to stop with several war chiefs on the way back to her encampment to relate what Gildas had tacitly asked her to pass on. And then she and her men followed the example of the rest, packed up and returned, thankfully, to their homes. Nevertheless, she was somehow not at all surprised to learn, about a month after their return, that Queen Gwenhwyfar had caught an unexpected chill, sickened and died, to be buried on the grounds of the abbey. Part 3. Queen. Chapter 19. It was just cool enough for a fire at the king's hearth, and the light it cast gave very little aid in reading facial features. Gwen could not believe what she had just heard, and stared at their visitor in total disbelief. "If this is a jest, it is in very poor taste," she finally managed. But her father looked completely serious, as did the visitor, the Lady Eronwen. Lady in the sense of one of the ladies. The lady looked outwardly no different than any other woman, and Gwen was not gifted enough to sense the power in her. Her clothing was unusual only in that it was of plain, undyed white linen and wool, and her hair was unbound, signifying she still was not a married woman. There was nothing whatsoever to mark her as a person of any importance at all, but she had been sent directly here from the great school, and Katerina, who bowed to almost no one, practically grovelled to her. She did have the most piercing dark eyes that Gwen had ever seen, eyes that definitely looked far beneath the surface of everything around her. Her speech was clipped, her manners rather severe. That, of course, was probably very effective against the young women sent to the school, but it cowed Gwen not at all. And her proposal was, well, on the surface of it, sheer insanity. Why, in the name of every god and goddess, should she become the High King's third wife? She had never even laid eyes on him to her certain knowledge, and she doubted he had ever seen her. And she was 27. Even if she did look 18, surely he would want a younger bride. If he does, he'll reject this whole scheme out of hand. The High King must have a queen. He dallied not at all after the death of his last, and there is no reason to wait longer this time either. He drew up a pathetically short list of names, which he indicated would be acceptable to himself and one or other of his advisers. "The only other candidate that we will accept is Morgana," said Eronwen flatly, her eyes hard. "And leaving aside the little problem that she is also the High King's half-sister, she is completely out of the question, because she is completely uncontrollable." "Oh, and you can control me," Gwen replied dryly, raising one eyebrow. The tiny dark woman flushed, disconcerted. Gwen sensed that she did not often find herself contradicted or her will thwarted. "That is not what I mean, Gwenhwyfar." The lady's glare could have put ice on a pond in summer. "I mean that you will work for the good of the land, for the good of the followers of the old ways, to protect the folk of Anwen. You will think first of the good of others, not yourself. You have proven that as a warrior. Morgana will work only on her own behalf, or medrotes." And leaving aside whether or not Arthur will be remotely interested in a bride who has followed the warrior's path, just how do you propose to get the High King to accept a third wife with the name Gwenhwyfar? She asked. "I should think at this point he will regard that as very ill-omened." "Or he will hold by the common notion that the third time pays for all," the lady countered and shrugged. "I confess, I am not in his confidence. I do not know what he will think. I only know that, like you, he considers first the good of his people. He needs an heir, the land needs a queen, and all else is secondary. He is getting no younger. He has no time to waste. We who have counselled him have made very, very sure that he understands this." "There is another factor. The High King wants my horses. her father rumbled, nodding.
"To get them, he will take you. It is a good bargain. As you know, I do not part with them easily."
Her cheeks flamed with suppressed anger. "So that is what this is about. I'm now the unwanted part of a horse trade."
"Unwanted to the High King, perhaps, but greatly desired by us,"
the lady snapped. "The king's second wife did us great damage with her adherence to the Christ priests. The High King grows old. In the back of his mind, I suspect, is the fact that the young stag supplants the old, and Hlw slays Goronwe. The land is not suffering yet, but if it does, his age may be blamed, and the followers of the old ways may look for a young stag. The Christ priests do not demand that the High King sacrifice himself, ever, except metaphorically, of course." "And do you?" she asked pointedly. The lady shrugged. "It has been our experience that the gods take that in hand before we need to. The Merlin is useless to us now, and the king has decided to forget that his old mentor was a druid before he was the king's man. Even though you have not the gifts, Gwenhwyfar, you can undo some of that. You are called cousin by Gwyn ap Nib, and you are accepted by the Abbot Gildas. You can turn some of the rancor of the Christ priests away from us. You can bring Arthur back to us, and perhaps you can supply an heir to the throne." Gwen felt like a rabbit in a snare. All of this did make very good sense. She probably was the best candidate to be the High King's new wife, and she could do much. Unlike many of the followers of the old ways, the ladies being prime examples of that, now that she had actually met with some of them, she didn't think all that badly of the followers of the White Christ. But this was not what she wanted to do. This had nothing to do with her dreams. "But I am the king's daughter, and king's daughters know that duty comes before desire. King's daughters know that they will be called upon to sacrifice much. I have had my dream for years. Now it was time to pay for having had that dream in her hands. And it felt horrible, as if something she loved was dying before her eyes. It's me that's dying. It's the Gwen that is the war chief, the only Gwen I've been for all of my life. And something I don't recognize is going to take her place. And it wasn't Arthur she wanted to wed. Am I really the only one?" she asked in a small voice.
"Would I be here if you were not?" Eronwen shrugged. "At least the High King is not in love with you. He was in love with the last Gwenhwyfar, and that did not end well. His wedding to the first Gwenhwyfar was far more arranged than the tales would make it seem. He wanted her father as an ally in the days when he had far fewer. Trust me, he is no stranger to marrying for expedience. For his second wife he pleased himself, deluded himself perhaps, but he did not think first of his people, the land, and the result was almost a disaster." Gwen wanted to ask how the second queen really had died, but no, it was probably better not to have an answer to that question. Whatever had happened was in the hands and judgment of the gods, whichever gods those were. It was ironic when she thought back to her childhood, and how when she had heard that the first queen had her name, she had wished she too could be a queen, and have goose every day, and gowns that were not made over. Now all she could think was how it meant the end of her freedom, that not all the fine food and handsome gowns in the world would make up for that loss. She had not been willing to give that up for one she truly wished for, and now she was being asked to give that up, and all for what?
duty. Finally, she hung her head in defeat. "If I must," she said reluctantly. "The alternative is Medrut on the throne," replied the lady, her voice showing that she very clearly cared no more for Medrut than Gwen did. "You know Medrut as well as any of us. You know your sister, who was trained by Anna Morgause, just as Morgana was. You know what will come of that." That was no alternative at all. "Very well, I accept," she sighed, "and I will find some way to have at least a part of my dream, too." But first, as she had feared, she found that to be made into a queen, she must be unmade. This was a strange world that she re-entered. It was not that she had abandoned womanly things, so much as that she had made a choice that left no room for them. But now, suddenly, there was a veritable flood of womanliness that had swept her up and was carrying her off, and she watched the banks of simple practicality rushing past, out of reach, as Katerina and Ginath and all the women of Llwyd's court descended on her, determined to make her over. She understood that this was needful. She could not turn up at the High King's stronghold in her armour and tunic and trews, and if she did not act like a queen, she would have ridicule for her portion. If she did not look like one, well, not only ridicule, but perhaps even scorn. She hated it, but she threw herself into it with a will. There was no turning back now, and hard as this was, it had been far more difficult to become a warrior. She had discipline, and she applied it as firmly as she had ever applied herself to learning a weapon or to ride. The women began it all with her hair, which seemed a logical way to start. She had not chopped hers off short, as Braith had, because it tended to behave itself if properly braided, and, what was as important, it made a good padding under a helm. But now it was unbraided, and brushed until her head was sore, and washed first in lime water to make it even paler than it had been, then in rain water. Then she had to lie with it spread out while it dried. They did all this several times over the course of a week. She got very tired of it by the second round. With all this came several sorts of baths. Now, as a whole, she enjoyed baths, but she did not really enjoy being bathed, then oiled, then bathed again, then oiled again, then bathed for a third time, and rubbed down with perfumes, while there was a woman on each hand and each foot, tisking and fussing over the toes and fingers. When they got done with the bathing, and her hair was finally pale and silky enough to make them happy, it was time for the final step in the process. It was braided up, but no, not in her sensible single plait. Now it was braided in two, hanging down on either side of her face, braided with gold cord, which seemed a shocking waste of gold to her. Then the bottom third of the braids were wrapped in a bit of fine cloth, and that, in turn, was held in place by a criss-cross of more gold cord. The braids hung heavily from her temples and made her head ache. Why couldn't she just keep it loose, like every other maiden she'd seen? Evidently because that wasn't what a king's daughter did. She liked to keep her breasts bound, not flat and not tight, but enough so that they didn't get in the way or move about and cause problems. Well, that, it seemed, was completely out of the question. Her breasts were to be prominent, and she found herself with braids and breasts encumbering her and making it impossible to move quickly. Then there was the new clothing to get used to. Oh, she was not averse to wearing a gown now and again, provided it was one that was comfortable, easy to move in. Well, first, a whole new wardrobe had to be constructed. The women did this at a breakneck speed, while her hair and body were being scrubbed like a fish being descaled. The new wardrobe began with the linen chemise, of which she had 3. They were fine, they were quite comfortable, and very soft and lovely on her almost raw skin. She would have enjoyed them, except for the fact that they gave no support to her breasts whatsoever. Then came the undergowns with tight sleeves, so tight she could never have drawn a bow or swung a sword or an axe in the wretched things. That was not fine. It didn't at all matter that they were of a perfectly lovely linen and wool mixed, as soft as the chemise. It didn't matter that they had grand bands of embroidery of a sort she could never do herself. It didn't even matter that every woman who looked at them sighed with naked longing, because they were an absolute horror to wear. Nor was it fine that they dragged on the ground behind, making them exceedingly impractical anywhere outside. Still, she could kirtle them up. But then there were the overgowns, with wider, shorter sleeves and more bands of heavy embroidery on them. They were just wide enough that she had to try to keep the edges of the sleeves from drooping into things and getting filthy. And last of all came the wide embroidered belt that she was supposed to tie as tightly as possible to show off her small waist and push up her breasts, though it gave them no support at all, from which dangled keys, a knife for eating, pouches for this and that. On top of all this there was the mantle, that was not a practical cloak, oh no, but a great awkward rectangle of fabric that she was supposed to drape becomingly about her waist and arms, and sometimes over her head. Finally, as a last insult, a fur-lined overmantle she was supposed to pin at the shoulders over this entire mess of cloth. It didn't even close properly at the front, so she would stew at the back and freeze at the front. So there were all these swaths of cloth to manage, and the tight arms of the undergown, and the dangling bits on the belt, and it seemed as if she was catching some part of the outfit on something whenever she moved. She had never felt so sorry for other women in her life. She felt even sorrier for herself. Nevertheless, she was a king's daughter and a war chief, and she was not going to allow herself to be defeated by mere fabric. So she did what anyone with sense would do. She put on all of it and practiced. Practiced walking, walking quickly, moving about indoors and out, maneuvering around furniture, eating, carrying things. She couldn't possibly do most of the household chores that other women did in this stuff, but then she wouldn't have to. Cooking, cleaning, all that would be done for her. The High King's queen did not even have the duties that Queen Ellery had had, and Queen Ellery had dressed much more simply, with one chemise, an overgown, and in the cold a good heavy cloak. She even practised some dancing and riding, and with some teeth-gritting, being carried pillion behind a rider, and the others, anxious for her success, helped her. They had some little time. Although the High King wanted her father's horses a great deal, he was less anxious to leap into a third marriage, and so the negotiations and bargaining went on through the autumn, and only concluded when the first snow fell. So she would go to the High King as his new bride a bare 4 months after the death of his second. And by then she was the master, or perhaps mistress, of her own clothing. She moved as gracefully in it as Katerina, if not more so. She had managed to contrive a breast-binding that at least made her chest stop aching. It might not be the height of fashion, but she didn't care. It was one comfort she would have. By then, too, she had learned how to carry on a conversation that did not involve 2 or 3 ways to kill a man, nor how to track game, nor the 3 best remedies for horse colic. Her childhood skill with a needle had come back to her, though she was never going to be able to embroider with any level of competence. She had learned a great many songs that did not involve any marching cadences nor randy bed frolics, In one thing at least her warrior training stood her in good stead. She could concoct a medicine and bind up a wound with greater skill than any of the others save Katerina, who was lady-trained. And then, far too soon, it was time to be off to her fate. It was with mixed relief, for she was finally able to put on her warrior gear and regret that she mounted Rhys, and with a guard of her own warriors, the escort sent by Arthur, and 6 horsekeepers, she set off with the herd of greys for the stronghold of the High King at Kellywig. The land lay barren before them, not yet covered with a sheltering blanket of snow, the trees bare, the grasses sere, the sky for the most part sad and grey. The only birds were rooks, crows, ravens, and now and again a wood-dove. There was nothing festive about their group either. They might as well have been riding to a parley or a possible battle as to a wedding, or perhaps a funeral. At night she kept very quiet, quieter even than her usual habits, and listened to the men talking. That was how she learned that it was not only the Merlin that had been struck down, but that the senior druids were dying, getting ill, or outright vanishing. This was the first she had heard of such a thing, and it rather took her aback. But when she asked one of the escort, a fellow named Nerin, what he made of it, the man just shrugged. "They're all old, lady," he pointed out. "There's nothing mysterious about old men dying." She certainly couldn't refute his logic, although there was still something about it that bothered her. But surely if something was wrong, the druids themselves would be falling all over themselves to get to the bottom of the matter. They passed within a few miles of the Isle of Glass, and she was tempted to detour to pay a visit. But there was no guarantee that Gwyn would come out to see her. She had already had just about as much of the ladies as she could stand, and Gildas was in fact waiting at Arthur's castle to wed them by the Christian rites, along with Eronwen to bind them by the old ways. She was just as tempted to detour to the Great Henge, but again there was not much there to see. She did not have the gift to see the power in the stones outside of a time of a major ceremony. There was no school or convocation of druids permanently in residence there, as there was at the Cauldron Well. Other than marvelling over the construction itself, there really was nothing to see. So, in the end, she bypassed both places and kept on the straight road. The nights were the hardest, not because they were cold, though they were, but because she knew that every time she slept, she was that much closer to the end of her former life. But rather than feeling desperation, she felt only a deepening melancholy. Until, finally, it was over. The road finally brought them within sight of Kellywig and the hill on which Arthur's castle stood. At first she was not at all impressed. There was a hill. On top of it, the walls of the more permanent version of the Roman-style fortification she was altogether familiar with, and just barely visible above that, roofs that appeared to be tiled. It was disappointing, actually. She had expected, from all of the tales, to come upon some enormous artificial mountain of stonework looming high above the plain below. It did seem odd that there were no men patrolling the top of the walls, however. It wasn't until she saw small dots moving atop the walls that she realized her mistake. It wasn't small, it was enormous, not in height, but in size. Probably the individual buildings were no taller than Castel Knuklas, but they were each just as large, if not larger, and there were as many of them at least as there were huts in the village. Clustered at the foot of the hill were houses and huts, indeed enough to make up 20 villages the size of the one she had known. Now she was very glad that she had fought in so many big engagements. If she hadn't, the sheer number of people would have been daunting. Before they even reached the city of Kiliwig, for it was a city, not just a village, she caught sight of what looked like a cluster of tents and pavilions at the side of the road. As they drew near to them, she saw the High King's red dragon banner flying above them, and thought for a moment that Arthur had come ahead to inspect his bargain. But no. As they reached the tents, the party split into two. The horses and their keepers went on, while her escort halted, and one of her chests was taken out of the cart that held all her belongings. That was when she knew, with a stab of pain, that this was truly where she was leaving her old life behind. Without a word, she dismounted and went straight for the most elaborate of the pavilions. Before she even reached it, the flaps were opened by a pair of servant girls. Two more took her by the elbows, exclaiming with distaste over her travel-worn and manly garb. Numbly, she gave herself over to them. They couldn't manage a bath out here, but they did strip her down, warm some water at a brazier, and scrub her down and perfume her. Stubbornly, she did not allow them to take her comfortable breast-bindings, but other than that, she submitted herself tamely to dressing, braiding, fussing, and bejeweling. And she submitted to being picked up and placed on a pillion pad behind the oldest of her escort. She hated it, and so did Rhys. He was tied to the saddle and following behind, and he eyed her with confusion and resentment. He didn't like being hauled along like a pack mule. Well, she didn't like being baggage either. But she put a good, brave face on it, and when they reached the outskirts of the city, with people crowding around the road to the stronghold, cheering and peering, she continued to put a brave face on it, waving and smiling, nodding, and acting as if this was the culmination of her greatest dream. Even though, at that moment, if she'd been given an honourable way out of it, she'd have bolted like a rabbit. Through the city, up the hill, through the gate in the wall, and then... The entire cavalcade, which had by now acquired quite a long tail, stopped in front of the largest of the buildings. It was of stone and white-plastered timber, with roofs of red tile. Dead centre was a grand entrance with tall white columns, and beneath the triangular pediment that surmounted them was a group of richly dressed men. She recognized Lancelin, Kai, Gwalchmai. Med wrote, looking outwardly happy enough, although she very much doubted he was pleased with all of this. And in the centre of them, the man who could only be the High King. Bearded, the red in his hair going to grey, he looked worn and tired. His gold crown seemed to weigh him down. Over his fine red tunic he wore armour, breastplate and greaves in the Roman style. Under it he wore sensible trews and boots. His red mantle was lined with ermine, and was easily large enough to serve as a bed-covering. His expression was resigned. As for his companions, many of whom had met her already, their expressions were far more gratifying. Kai looked astonished. Gwalchmai grinned with great appreciation, as did many of the others. These were expressions she was not used to seeing on the faces of men when they looked at her, and at first she had to stop herself from looking about to see what lovely woman they were staring at. "Am I really pretty?" she wondered. Practicality asserted itself. It was only the contrast, of course. They had seen her, streaked with soot and dirt, in clothing that made everyone look the same, equally sexless. They were just surprised that she was a woman, and that she had turned up looking like one. But then she saw Lancelin's face. He looked utterly stunned, and when his eyes met hers, her breath caught in her throat, and for a moment her resignation turned to something else, a sorrow that stabbed her, as if he had pulled out his knife and drove it into her heart. If only it was he that was the High King. The thought was repressed instantly. It did not matter. The High King could be a bear in a crown, and it still would not matter. It was her duty to wed him, so wed him she would. A servant brought a tall stool with 3 steps to it and placed it beside the horse. Gracefully, as she had practiced, she gathered up her garments and alighted, 1 foot outstretched, as if she was a goddess slipping down from the sky. Gracefully she descended the 3 steps and waited for Arthur to come to her, dropping her garments to fall about her in the most becoming folds. He took her hand and bowed over it.
"Welcome, Lady Gwenhwyfar,"
he said without any hesitation when he said her name.
"We rejoice at your coming."
And that was when she felt it, the sheer force of his personality that crashed over her like a wave. It was not meant for her, not meant for anyone in particular. It was merely what he was. You felt that, the power in him, felt his wisdom, his care for his people, his strength, and all you could think was that it was not a duty to serve him, but a privilege. It was a glamour, of course, but it was all the more powerful that beneath it the strength, the wisdom, were real. But when she felt it, she fought against it. She was here from duty. She would fulfill her obligations, but she was not going to be seduced into liking it by magic. "And I to be here at last, my king," she replied with a slight inclination of her head. And he led her into his palace, which felt, as the walls closed about her, altogether too much like a prison. Chapter 20. With a cloth on her lap, protecting a fine gown she would rather not have protected at all, Gwen carefully laid in the feathering on another arrow, much to the horror of her ladies, who were all gathered about her with their fine sewing and bands of embroidery. She was beyond caring how scandalized they were. She had already horrified them by laying aside the woolen mantle and tying back the sleeves of her overgown. They shivered in the occasional draught. She was too warm by far. These rooms were heated by means of something they called a hypercaust, a contained fire that sent warm air under the floor. It was as warm as spring in here, although these fragile flowers seemed to think there would be icicles hanging from their noses at any moment. This device was Roman, of course. Arthur was extremely fond of all things Roman. She laid in another line of glue from the pot on the brazier beside her, and quickly laid down the line of fletching. She was working on arrows because these charming ladies had made it painfully obvious that there was nothing she could sew that they would not have to undo and re-sew again. She simply was not allowed in the still-room to make medicines. That was the job of a single servant. This exhausted her repertoire of womanly tasks. She wasn't going to sit there with her hands in her lap and listen to them giggle and gossip. So she was, by the gods, doing something she could do, and do well. She was making arrows. With both sets of veins in, she took fine thread and bound them at the nock and the end of the veins, laid the arrow aside to dry, and picked up a new one. Inwardly, she seethed. Another thing that Arthur seemed very fond of, Roman customs, such as the custom that confined women to a single section of this villa, and kept them, for the most part, from mingling too much with men. Kai was in charge of the household, not her. He set the menu for the day's meals, he oversaw the chief servants, the housekeeper and the cook, and kept track of and dispensed the stores. She had never seen the cook. The housekeeper pretended not to understand her, and went about ordering things in the way she pleased. Gwen was expected to remain here in the Queen's chambers until called for. Men were not supposed to come here unless they were servants or entertainers, or came with Arthur. She was not supposed to mingle with the companions except under very supervised conditions, like meals or celebrations. She was only at those meals perhaps once every 3 days, and such meals were as structured as a magic rite. She and her ladies entered the hall after the men. She was seated beside Arthur. There was music, to which Arthur paid careful attention, so that she did not get much conversation from him, but she got contradictory glimpses of both the tired old man and the charismatic leader. She heard maddeningly brief bits that hinted at ideas that were truly visionary. Most of all, she saw how the companions all virtually worshipped him, and did so in a way that told her that he had earned that worship, not that it was the result of some trick of attraction. And then, when the meal was over, they all rose, and she and her ladies went back to the maddening confines of her bower. The only man that was allowed to come and go as he pleased there was Arthur. Which he did, precisely, every night, and then went away again to sleep somewhere else. She knew very well what love-making was all about. She hadn't been afraid of it, but she certainly hadn't expected it to be like a household chore, something tedious to be gotten over with as quickly and efficiently as possible. Not that he was unkind, and not that he hurt her, except for the first time, and then it was nothing near as bad as some of the milder injuries she'd gotten in training. And for a while she had tried to be at least pleasant to him, tried her best to look attractive where she waited for him, made sure that she smelled sweetly, that her breath was good. It was all to no purpose. She was nothing but a not-so-prize mare to him. He just wanted her breeding, so he need not visit her any more. The Arthur that came to her room was neither the tired old man nor the vividly alive leader that she saw glimpses of at the table now and then. He was like a horse-trainer who had no vested interest in the horse he was training. Making arrows was soothing. She felt in grave need of some soothing. Was this why the other Gwenhwyfar had run off with Melwas? Because she was so bored she finally could not stand it any longer? At the moment Gwen could not find it in her heart to blame her. But that Gwenhwyfar should have been raised and trained to appreciate this life. She should have found the 2 warm rooms, the endless hours of sewing, the gossip, the idleness, appealing. And Gwen had to admit that this villa was wildly luxurious by her standards. There were no dirt floors anywhere, nor floors covered with rushes. Even the floors in the servants' quarters were tiled, and the ones here were covered with jewel-like mosaics. Her quarters included her own bedroom, her own dining room, rooms for her ladies, this room that they called a solar, that was just for receiving visitors and spending the day with her ladies and hearing the reports of Kai, the housekeeper, and a few other important servants. Not that she was expected to do anything about those reports. There was even a bathing room just for her and her ladies, and all these rooms surrounded a colonnaded courtyard, in which, she presumed, she would be allowed to stroll on the perfectly manicured grass in fine weather. All she had to do was produce an air and look, if not beautiful, at least queenly. It was driving her mad. The only relief she'd had from this cage was when Gildas had come to talk with her. Presumably, being a Christ priest, he had been safe. He and Eronwen had presided over a pair of marriage ceremonies with civility and calm, if not liking. Eronwen had made her immediate departure. He, however, had stayed for another fortnight, for the weather had turned foul as soon as Eronwen was gone. She wondered if he suspected the lady had something to do with that. Certainly Gwen did. Gildas did not care for Arthur. Hardly surprising, since Arthur had slain his rebellious brother. But for some reason he had taken to Gwen. He had spent many hours in this solar, asking her intense questions about her beliefs, inviting questions from her about his, arguing cordially with each other. She came to see what it was that made his monk so intensely loyal to him. Under that dour expression was a remarkably sweet temper, and if he was stern, he was also able to forgive readily, even eagerly. "I think that you will never convince me to leave my path," she told him finally, "but I am becoming more certain, after listening to you, that our paths are so near one another as to be identical in many places." He had looked at her with a raised eyebrow, opened his mouth, closed it again. "There are things that the ladies cleave to that I find wrong," she admitted. "I will never believe that the gods and the land require blood be spilled so that both can prosper. Think of all the blood spilled in war. If it were merely blood that was required, the lands that were battlefields should forever be waist-deep in lush grasses, and yielding 4 times the corn of others for all eternity. Yet I have never seen that. The first year after a battle, yes, but that is just logic, since you could get as good a harvest spreading manure, but not after." "And neither have I," he began eagerly. "Wait," she had said, holding up a hand to forestall him from yet another attempt to persuade her to his way of belief. "Aside from that, now I must look to the followers of both our gods. Your own god has said that one knows the tree by the fruit it bears. Those people that heed the Druids and the ladies I see to be not much different from those that follow Christ. There are liars and thieves among both, kindly, honourable, and wise among both, virtuous and vile in equal measure. Can you refute that?" He had looked as if he would have liked to, but admitted that he could not. "So our peoples are not so very different. Their hearts are not so different. So," she shrugged, "since it is the gods that rule men's hearts, it follows that your gods and mine are not so different. It seems to me that the faces we put on them have more to do with ourselves than with them." He had looked at her with such astonishment on his face that she'd had to laugh. Eventually so did he, and gracefully had turned the talk to more questions about the folk of Annwn, about whom he was as curious as an eager child. But now he was gone, and there was nothing to make one day different from the next. She rose after sunrise, she ate, she heard what the cook would be making, she approved it, she came to the solar to be surrounded by these fatuous women, and tried not to die of boredom. She ate, then back to the solar, or every other day, a bath. And not the efficient sort of bath she was used to, no indeed. This was a bath that took up an entire afternoon. First she was ushered into an even warmer room, a bath in the Roman style, but reserved only for her and her women. This was, she was told, almost atop the furnaces that put warmth beneath the floors, and was full of steam. There she put up with being washed with soap and cloths, as if she could not even wash herself, and rinsed with jugs of warm water which ran away into a drain in the floor. Then her hair was pinned up on the top of her head, and she was led like a dotard into a second room, where there was a pool of steaming hot water. All the ladies soaked in it together, occasionally going to a tub of cooler water, only to return to the hot one, and there they would gossip, and talk of nothing but trivialities. She heard nothing of what was going on in the greater world, only endless details of dresses and love affairs. The few times she actually heard anything that did sound worth listening to, it turned out to be so distorted as to be incredible. Then, when she was sure she was going to fall asleep from boredom or the heat, came the drying, the massaging with lotions and scented oils, and at last, dressing and going to dinner. Dinner was generally in the company of the king and his companions, but they never discussed anything worth listening to either. Oh no, it was all pretty compliments and talk about hunts and weather, not a word of the Saxons or King March or anything else actually worth hearing about. The whole tedious business happened every other day, and she was certain that at least some of her ladies would do this every day if they could. This was not a bath day, and so there would be no dinner with the king either. And finally, fed up past bearing with the boredom, today she had ordered a servant to bring her the fletching materials from the armory. He hadn't wanted to, but there was no reason why he shouldn't, so at last she bullied him into it. At least she was getting something constructive done. She had not seen one single arrow in Arthur's forces that was any better than hers. None of these women had ever seen fletching done, much less put feathers to arrows themselves, so there would be no undoing what she had done. Arthur finally had something to say to her besides a curt greeting when he turned up that night and the doors closed behind him. He looked at her as she was waiting patiently in the far too luxurious bed and frowned slightly. The bedroom was, like everything else, in the Roman style. It was long and narrow, with the bed under a vaulted ceiling at the far end. The floors were warm enough to go barefooted on them, but the alcove with the bed was a little draughty, and she pulled the fur up around her shoulders. Every night her women put her naked into this bed. Every night the king turned up to perform like a bored stallion and depart.
"I heard an odd thing from Kai, my lady," he said carefully, making no move to disrobe, although she was already naked beneath the covers. "This afternoon he said you ordered certain materials brought to you. You were fletching?" She nodded, and wondered how much of her expression he could read in the light from the single oil lamp at the bedside. "I was?" He paused. "I should like to know why. It seems an odd occupation."
"Because," she took a deep breath, "because it was better to make arrows than to pick up small objects and begin flinging them at the heads of those vacuous, simpering, gossiping idiots that I am supposed to be polite to." His mouth dropped open, and he looked at her in astonishment. "Husband, I am not one of these women," she exclaimed passionately. "I was not made nor trained for idleness. I am a warrior, trained from childhood to be a warrior. I have not one thing in common with them. I do not believe that any of them has done a single piece of simple, practical work in all her life. They have no thoughts beyond dress and gossip. I do not find gossip to be entertaining. I am a warrior. And being caged up in these rooms, hour after hour, day after day, doing nothing with any meaning to it, hearing nothing but trivialities discussed as if they were matters of the realm, is driving me mad."
"I see," he said.
Finally he walked heavily to the bedside and sat down on the foot of it. "Husband, I feel as if I am stifled. I cannot breathe here. My clothing weighs upon me, heavier than any armor. The rooms are too warm, the food so rich it makes me ill. I feel as if I do not see the sun and feel the wind, I will lose the few wits I have left to me." She looked at him with pleading. "Surely you can see now what is wrong?" And then she saw understanding dawn on him, and he smiled a little.
"Yes, wife, I do see."
He picked up her hand and squeezed it.
"I understand. I shall leave orders I think will please you, and I expect after such a stressful day you will want some sleep. I shall leave you to your rest."
And with no other words than that he left her, this time without the servicing that was so automatic that it felt like nothing more than a tedious chore for both of them. Relief suffused her like the warmth from the floor. Finally he realized what kind of a person he had taken to wife, and he was truly as good and kind a man as she had seen him be with others. She blew out the lamp and pulled the covers about her, thinking happily of the hunting she would do tomorrow, and of being, at last, part of his counsels. She awoke to silence. Her first thought was gleeful. He had sent those awful chattering women away, or at least told them to take their unwelcome company elsewhere. The servant that slept in the chamber attached to hers woke up as soon as she heard Gwen moving about, and tried to put Gwen into those maddening drapes. But Gwen sternly ordered her to find her old clothing, the tunic and trews, and good sturdy boots, and though the servant protested, she obeyed. A glance while she was dressing at the light coming from the tiny window up near the top of the ceiling, after waving the servant away, told her that she had slept well past mid-morning. Another sign that the gaggle of ninnies was elsewhere. She quickly tied on her boots with a happy heart. Silently thanking the goddesses, Epona in particular, Gwen strode cheerfully into her solar and headed for the doorway to the outer corridor, intent on getting to the stables and finding Rhys. She hadn't seen either of her horses since she had arrived here, and of the two, Rhys was the one most inclined to be lazy when he got the chance. Probably stuffing himself on hay and congratulating himself on escaping exercise, the slothful beast, she thought happily. Time to wake him. She pushed open the door, and at once was stopped by a bar to her exit. "Halt!" the guard at the door said. "Boy, what are you—" "Boy!" Gwen slapped at the spear that had been lowered to stop her from going any further. "Alan ap Gwyn, are you blind? I'm no more a boy than you are. Now enough with your nonsense. I'm going to the stables." The guard gaped at her, then snapped the spear back up. His usually stolid expression was gone, replaced with utter confusion. "Queen Gwenhwyfar, I didn't recognize—" She waved the apology off. "Never mind. I'm going for a ride, and I suppose I will need an escort. Send for whoever of the companions isn't busy, will you, and direct him to the stable. Or better yet, go yourself." "Ride," the man replied, looking dazed. "Stable? But Queen Gwenhwyfar, you can't—" "I most certainly can," she said sharply, "and I am going to. Now get one of the companions to—" "But there's no one here but Kai and Medrot," the man stammered, "and I'm under orders from the king himself. You're not to be disturbed, and on all account I am not to let you leave." The first part of his sentence was lost in the slap to the face that the second part was. She whirled on him. "What?" she exclaimed in outrage. "I'm not to let you leave your rooms," he faltered, as she put one hand to her belt-knife and stared at him, eyes blazing with rage. "We'll see about that!" And with that she headed off at an angry trot, outpacing him as he tried to follow her, protesting every step of the way. She was so angry that she just shut his words out. She headed straight for the king's privy chambers, since it wasn't yet time for the usual audiences, nor for the companions to gather about that famous round table. Her blood boiled. He had said that he understood. How could he? How dared he? Her chambers were separated from his by the courtyard. She passed along one side of it, the first time she had actually seen the sun and the open sky in days. Her breath steamed in the cold air. It felt good and clean after all the heat and perfume. She stormed past the startled guards on his doors, the protesting Alan right behind. The first room, where he would usually have been, sitting at a desk, was empty. There were no maps on the desk, no discarded cloak, and the mosaic floor that imitated the pool of the courtyard outside had been swept immaculately clean. The second room, where he usually lounged with Kai or others he considered close as kin, was also empty. The cushions were placed neatly on the Roman-style couches. There were no cups and horns waiting on the side table to be collected, no litter of food from breaking fast. And the small council chamber with the frescoes of Hercules defeating a lion was just as empty, and his bedroom, as small as hers, was not only empty but cold. Very empty, even of servants. She turned on the guards who had followed her in. "Where is he?" she shouted.
Gone, Queen
"I can see that! Where?" If he and the companions had gone off hunting and left before she was awake, so he had an excuse to leave her behind.
"Roughly half a day from here, more or less southwards, dear sister."
That was not a voice she wished to hear.
She stiffened as Medrote strolled past the guards, a goblet held negligently in one hand. He took a sip of the contents as she stared at him, uncomprehending. Surely they were not hunting that far afield, and surely there was no need for Arthur to go visiting an ally in this weather, was there? "Half a day? What does that mean?" she demanded, her stomach sinking with dread, because there was one reason why they would all have left.
"Just what I said. He left this morning to join most of the companions and the warriors, and his allies, of course."
Medrote smiled at her, evidently enjoying every moment of this.
"Warriors, allies, why?"
No, surely not. Surely Arthur would not have.
"The Saxons, of course. The moment they heard he'd married again, they decided to take advantage of it, just like the last time when they attacked in the winter. Evidently they did not learn the lesson. Or they heard that Arthur tamed the White Phantom, so now they believe it is safe to harass our border again."
His grin widened.
"You've been carefully sheltered from all this terrible news, so that you wouldn't be upset by it. Arthur was only waiting until he was sure you were breeding to go take the field himself."
Her mouth dropped open.
"What, breeding?"
Suddenly the conversation, or lack of it, they'd had last night all made sense, but not in the way that she'd assumed last night.
"He thought—"
"Of course we were all sympathy when we learned of your outburst, and we agreed that it was safe enough to leave you now, not to mention that it's very unpleasant to be around a female when she is so temperamental. Women do get so emotional and so irrational when they're breeding."
Oh, how she hated the snide smile on Medrote's face. She wanted to smash it off. Her hands clenched and unclenched at her sides. How much of that nonsense he had just spouted had he poured into Arthur's ear? Her jaw was clenched so hard that her teeth were actually beginning to hurt, and she forced herself to relax, but her fury at both of them did not abate one bit. Of course he had taken the field himself. He hadn't wanted her in the first place. She was only now beginning to realize just how he thought of women in general, that he had never, even with the evidence in front of him, thought of her as a warrior. Certainly he had not thought of her as the equal of one of his companions. Bronwyn was right. Though he had first seen his wife as a warrior, she had later shown herself to him as a woman, and he had buried the warrior beneath the woman in his mind. He was not a man who could see both, and in her case he did not want to. And Medrote had encouraged him.
"Here, drink this, dear sister,"
Medrote said, handing her the goblet. She almost dashed the contents in his face. But instead she swallowed them in 2 gulps, not even tasting them, except to recognize them vaguely as mead. She thrust the cup back at him.
"Your women protested that it was too early to tell, but he only smiled and said, 'Well, whatever else would cause a lady to suddenly demand fletching supplies and sit in her solar to make arrows? I expect her next demands will be for pickled vegetables and stewed dormice. and then he laughed and appointed Kai and myself to be in charge of the realm while he was at war."
Medrote chuckled.
"Such a trusting man. I suppose he thinks he's tacitly grooming me to take Kai's place eventually, but then he knows that Kai will take excellent care of his queen, given her condition. And I, of course, told him that I would be sure that you had my very particular attention."
"He what?" She was so enraged now that she was dizzy with it. "But I am the queen!" She groped blindly for the edge of the table to steady herself. She should have been the one left in charge, not Kai, and certainly not Modred. That she was not, it was an insult past bearing.
"Exactly, dear sister,"
he laughed. Oh, how she hated that laugh. "You are only the queen. Obviously he couldn't leave a mere woman in charge. That is hardly the Roman way. But you look ill, dear sister." She held to the table with both hands now, the room spinning around her.
"You see, you have exerted yourself entirely too much. Let me help you to your chambers."
He waved off the anxious guards.
"No, no, it's quite all right. I can carry her easily."
And indeed he bent a little and scooped her up as if she had been a child. He was much, much stronger than he looked, and by now she couldn't even push him away. Her arms and legs didn't seem to want to work at all, and she was so dizzy that she couldn't even get her eyes to focus. Her head lolled against his shoulder, and she hated the foul, possessive way his arms tightened around her. She tried to speak, but nothing would come out. Once more she crossed the end of the courtyard, but this time, even though she wanted to squirm out of Medrote's arms and run away, she had to close her eyes against the way the heavens swung wildly about. The chill air didn't help, and the warmth that enveloped her once they got to her rooms only made things worse. She wanted to scream in protest as he invaded her very bedchamber, but her voice wouldn't work.
"Go get her women,"
Medrote ordered the single servant as he laid her down on her bed. That didn't take long at all. That was a voice she should know, but it wasn't one of her women. Gwen stared up at Medrote and at the woman who had come to join him. A woman wearing her dress. A woman that was so like her that Gwen seemed to be looking into a mirror. For a moment she thought, magic. And then her mind finally presented her with the right answer. "Hello, sister mine," Gwenhwyfar said, and giggled, looking down at her. "What? No words of greeting?" Gwen's throat worked, but nothing came out.
"My potions have always been effective," Medrote replied, "because I take more care with them than my sister does."
"But your sister has other talents." Gwenhwyfar reached up with a proprietary hand and smoothed Medrote's black hair, and for one moment his eyes flashed annoyance. She was looking at Gwen, however, and didn't see it. "I have the cart all ready, my love. We only need to roll her up in the blankets and have your man carry her out."
"Good."
Medrote reached down and tilted Gwen's chin so she was looking directly at him.
"You see, dear sister, I could not take the chance that any woman the High King married actually might manage to breed Arthur an heir. I must have put together a dozen plans, depending on how important the woman was. The worst would have been one of the ladies."
He made a sour face. Gwenhwyfar laughed. "There is no chance one of them would have given up her power to come here."
"True enough."
Medrote looked down at Gwen, and she wanted to shudder at the expression in his eyes.
"But when he decided to marry you, I knew I had the easiest and most elegant and least risky solution in my own 2 hands. My Gwen becomes the queen she has always wanted to be, and makes sure Arthur dies childless. You will be taken away."
His wife interrupted him, glancing with some concern between herself and Gwenhwyfar. "Do you think that anyone will notice that she was wearing those things, and I am wearing her gown?"
Medrote shook his head. "Only the guards and the servants saw her. Besides, she can always say that she changed her clothing after her spell of illness. I dismissed the servant that dressed her to the kitchens, and no man ever remembers what a woman is wearing."
"Only what she isn't," Gwenhwyfar said mockingly, and Gwen felt chilled to hear her own laugh coming from her sister's throat. "Oh, I am looking forward to this. You may be sure I will well bewitch the High King, my love. Arthur will have such a greeting when he returns as will make him never want to leave my bed again. I will use every wile your mother ever taught me."
"It would greatly please me if you managed to dispose of him there, my love,"
Medrote smiled. Incredibly, he was not the least bit disturbed at hearing his own wife describe how she intended to seduce another man. Then again, he was certainly Lot's son in spirit, if not in actuality.
"But if you do not, when the Saxons finally kill the old man, or the ladies give up and let me spill his blood for the land, the old stag will give way for the young stag, and I will be High King."
Just as Mother promised. His eyes glittered, and inside her she grew cold with fear. How had she never seen this before? How had she never seen how ruthless he was, how he would do anything, use any tool, to take the High King's throne? Now, of course, it was far too late.
"I'm sure, by now, you are also wondering, but what about the Druids? Since it was the Merlin that was so very eager to kill me in my cradle."
He laughed.
"And of course, the Merlin managed to imprint his desires on the entire Druidic Council. I thought about that, too, well in advance of putting my plans in motion. I have been working at this for years. All of the Merlin's cronies have tottered off to the Summerlands, and I hold the young ones in the palm of my hand."
He spread his hands wide.
"And now it all comes together. You, the High King's queen, disposed of, the Druids, mine, the ladies so concerned in fighting the encroachment of the Christ men that they ignore me. My wife in your place. All of it, building the stair that will take me to the highest place in the land."
She was fighting hard now to even stay conscious. Her vision narrowed, darkened. There was a roaring in her ears. She couldn't hear him any more, couldn't see him. So this is death, she thought bitterly. And then she had no more thoughts at all. She hadn't expected to wake, so when she did, it was with a shock as great as the blast of cold air that struck her in the face. She struggled to move, to open her eyes, and felt plunged into despair when she couldn't. Wave after wave of nauseating emotions washed over her. Panic, terror, a deeper despair. She tried to force calm on herself, tried to get control, only to have fear wrest it away from her. Her ears were still full of a roaring sound, but under that she heard the clopping of hooves, and her body was bouncing on a hard, flat surface and rolling about a bit. So she was in that cart Gwenhwyfar had mentioned. She'd been incompletely poisoned, but she still couldn't move. She was being carted off to be buried alive. The thought of the frozen clods falling on her face, the earth filling her throat, her lungs choking her. It felt as if she was submersed in terror forever. But then even the terror wore itself out. It ebbed slowly, and that was when she realized that she could open her eyes again, and she could, barely, move her fingers and toes. When she forced her eyes open, she couldn't see anything but light filtering through a coarse cloth that covered her face, and she was tied firmly, hand and foot, tied in fact to a pole that ran past her head and feet so she couldn't bend or kick. But she was awake and she could move. That counted for something. And that was when she realized that even if her hands and feet were bound, her mouth was not. "Help!" she croaked weakly. Then, "Help!" she yelped louder. "Help! Help! Help!" The cart stopped. The cloth covering her face was pulled back roughly. "Now," said Medrote, making no attempt to hide his gloating. "Surely you don't want to leave my company so soon, Gwen?" He gave her no time to do more than gasp at seeing him. He reached down and wrenched her head back by the hair, stuffing one end of a horn into her mouth. "You'll just need to go back to sleep for now. We have a ways yet to go." He let go of her hair and pinched her nose shut, then poured more of that cloyingly sweet mead down the horn. "Drink or drown, my love." She had no other choice. Choking, coughing, she drank. Some of it got into her lungs, where it burned terribly. As soon as he was sure the drugs were taking hold of her, he pulled the horn out of her mouth and smoothed her hair with a tender hand, wiping the tears of pain and rage from her eyes and fastidiously cleaning some of the slopped mead from her mouth. "There we are. That's better, isn't it?" His eyes were alight with a strange look of pleasure. "What? You thought I was going to kill you? I told you years ago that you were going to be mine. Why would I want to kill you? I only married your sister because she was so like you." He patted her cheek while she shrank back inwardly in horror. "And now I have you all to myself. Your sister will be so concerned with keeping Arthur happy, she won't have time to worry about what I am doing. Besides, she thinks I am going to throw you in a river or bury you, not that I am taking you off to, well, it doesn't matter where. All that matters is that I prepared it for you years ago. Oh, you don't like me now, I know, but you'll learn to love me. I know you will. You won't be able to help yourself." He laughed and pulled the coverings over her head again, and mercifully the roaring and the blackness came back, and she was carried away by them and hid inside them.